Good morning, everyone. Nikki, can I do a roll call?
Thank you, Chair Bohn. We'll start with you.
I'm here.
Supervisor Arroyo,
Here.
Supervisor Wilson,
Present.
Supervisor Bohn. Supervisor
Still here.
Bushnell. Good morning.
Think I was going to leave?
You just don't know. Supervisor Madrone. Okay,
I hear he's in the building.
here he's in the building.
Could we please do our salute to the flag, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. C.O. Hayes, what have we changed for us today?
Good morning, Chair Bohn. There are two modifications to the agenda today. First item D15 is being pulled for discussion. And second item D10, there's just a point of clarification. Human Resources was made aware of a discrepancy in the salary range identified for Medical Office Assistant 2, class number 0574B, on the compensation schedules with effective dates of December 24, 2024 and February 4, 2024 that require a modification to these attachments in item D10. The salary range for these classifications, compensation schedule should be identified as salary range 349. Incumbents in these classifications have not been impacted as a result of this discrepancy. Replacement compensation schedules with the correct salary ranges have been provided to your board and the clerk of the board. In addition, paper copies of these schedules have been made available in board chambers and will be updated in Legistar.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go to the consent calendar and open it up for public comment. With the one exception that was pulled.
Thank you. I'll comment on that one later. There's a tendency in here, and the public asked me about this a little bit. We've got long lists, like in Human Resources, of a whole bunch of different positions. And boy, there's I don't know how many. It goes through the alphabet and then some. And all these positions are having salary range increases, like 375 to 395, 395 to 415. And the justification on most of those is we already have the money budgeted for those. Just because we have the money budgeted doesn't mean we have to find some way to, in my opinion, possibly circumvent the process. All of these things step up in its cost. So a lot of times it's $350,000, $250,000, a little bit at a time. But when you have all these positions that are getting bumped up to a higher level, that's quite a bit of money. And I just want everybody to realize when that happens, the public says, well, maybe we had an idea we're going to save money, but just because it's there, you don't need to spend it. That's my opinion. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Anybody else? I'll bring it back, Nikki.
We have
Anybody?
no speakers in
No
Zoom.
speakers. I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Bushnell?
I have a proclamation that I'm asking Supervisor Arroyo to read. My eyes are a little bit blurry from my contacts.
Chair Bohn, would you like to move to that?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, please.
Great. All right, so I have a proclamation about human trafficking awareness. If there are folks here to receive it, please feel free to go ahead and come on up. Whereas the United States was founded upon the principle that all people are created with the inalienable right to freedom, and added the 13th Amendment to the Constitution, making slavery illegal. And whereas slavery within the United States today is most often found in the form of human trafficking, which weakens our social fabric, increases violence and organized crime, and debases our humanity. And whereas victims of human trafficking are typically forced to work in various forms of labor exploitation, including but not limited to commercial sex acts, drug processing and distribution, and other services induced through force, fraud, or coercion. And whereas, due to its isolating nature, many individuals locally and across the globe are unaware that trafficking exists in Humboldt County and neighboring counties. And whereas it is estimated that more than 20 million women, men, and children around the world are victims of human trafficking. And whereas Sir Optimist International of Humboldt Bay and Eureka are working to abolish human trafficking through education, advocacy, and collaboration. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors hereby call upon the citizens of Humboldt County to recognize the vital role they can play in ending all forms of slavery and to support the Sir Optimist International Clubs of Humboldt County as they raise awareness through education and other efforts to stop human trafficking.
Great. Thanks, Sir Optimist.
We thank you for recognizing that human trafficking does exist in Humboldt County, and we like the collaboration that the city is doing, and we work together with Tina quite often, and I think it's a learning experience for a lot of people that it is actually happening in this county, even though the face of human trafficking has kind of changed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yeah, thank you for that. There are so many groups working on this. I remember RCRC about 7 years ago gave $750,000, and some of it ended up in Humboldt County for I think working with the high school back then, because I went to a play that was put on that was pretty nationally renowned and stuff. So the more awareness we get out there, the more the better it is for kids to be aware that they're about ready to be trafficked. It is a scheme by the same people that call and want you to buy gift cards for your PG&E bill, just at different angles. So it is a scheme. So, Supervisor Bushnell.
I want to say thank you as well, and what Supervisor Bohn said is so true. A lot of people, and young people especially, don't recognize the danger or recognize what it is, and so thank you so much for bringing awareness. And I know there's probably not one county in one area that's not affected by human trafficking, so thank you for all your work.
Right. Supervisor Wilson.
I just want to add this to the long list of great things the local Sir Optimists do, so appreciate it.
Yep. So with that,
Sure.
we'll bring it back.
I'll make a motion that we accept the consent calendar.
I'll second.
That's with D15 pulled. It's been moved and seconded.
And the changes put forward by the CAO.
D10, yes.
Okay, we'll do a roll call. Start with Supervisor Arroyo,
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone,
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell,
Yes.
Chair Bohn,
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Thank you, motion carries 5-0.
Great. Thank you, guys. And with that, we'll take items pulled from consent, which would be D15. I'm not sure who pulled it. I know who's in charge of what's that. Supervisor Madrone pulled that.
Yeah, so the reason I pulled it, it seemed like an important item to discuss. I appreciate Sheriff Hansel being here today to share with us his thoughts. I think we all know that we're in a severe budget crisis. We spent $17 million of our limited reserves last year, and we can't keep doing that. So we've got to tighten our belts across the board, and I recognize that the sheriff and the deputies provide an important role in public safety for the community, but so do roads, so do fire, and the rest of it. And you know, all the departments have really pulled together to try and cut costs wherever they can. And I would appreciate the Sheriff's Department doing the same. I know it's difficult, but given our current budget crisis, I think we need to hold our ground on the hiring freeze. And I understand the public safety component, but as I said, so are roads and so are fire and a number of other things. So anyway, that was the reason I pulled it, and I look forward to the discussion. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anybody else? Supervisor Arroyo?
Sure, I appreciate the opportunity to discuss this. For me, we've asked all of our departments to bring back items or positions, I should say, that they urgently need to fill individually, and I know you've done that with some positions already this year. And so it's a little difficult to consider a slate of, I think it's 35 positions all at once, under the circumstances of kind of what we've asked everyone to do. So just from a kind of a fairness approach, it struck me as like, wow, that's a lot at once. However, I'm definitely open to discussing the positions and hearing more about it. It's definitely not something I was comfortable with seeing just on consent without some discussion.
For sure.
I'll bring it back to the sheriff.
Thank you, Chair Bohn. I have no issue with this item being pulled. Obviously, this is a big ask, and what I wanted to point this item out is that all of these positions are currently funded. This is something that this board, your board, has already prioritized last year. You guys funded these positions because you prioritized public safety. This isn't taking away from fire, roads, or any other current county project. This is within my current budget to fill these positions. The vital positions that we have worked out with Human Resources is this continuous recruitment for deputy sheriffs, for correctional deputies, and for emergency communication dispatchers. Those are vital to our public safety. Those are vital to essentially keeping the system going. We have close to 100 positions in corrections. We have close to 100 positions in operations that are allocated positions. Currently, we have 19 vacant positions in corrections, and we have 12 vacant positions in operations. This is why we have to continuously recruit, because our responsibilities, areas of responsibilities and mandates have not gone down. And so it's essential that we keep recruiting. And the reason why we put this item forward is because recruitments are already long. We're looking at 4 to 5 month recruitments from the start to the very beginning, or to the very end of hiring someone. And by going to the board for each and every position, we could lose someone. They could choose to go to Arcata or Eureka or somewhere else because their systems are a lot faster. And so we don't want to unnecessarily delay the process. So that's why, we want to put this forward to you all, so you can put a blanket approval on these positions that you have already prioritized, that Human Resources have prioritized, that we have prioritized as being essential, and that you all can approve it, so I don't have to go through this process every single time I need a position filled. Currently, let's see, 2 weeks ago we hired 4 correctional deputies. We're having 4 more and then in the coming weeks. And so recruitments are going well right now. And so we don't want to delay the process any more than we have to. And so that's why, unconventionally, we're bringing it in front of your board. I understand that, we have mid-year, we have this next year's budget coming up, and so we're going to be working with the CAO, and we're going to be working because we've continuously been the team players in the room when it comes to taking cuts. Our insurance rates, our workman's comp rates, everything has gone up. The way that the county charges each individual departments has gone up. And we've absorbed that cost. We have zero fat. We've actually eliminated our own positions before the county asked us to eliminate positions. We've unfunded our own positions to keep our machine going because we recognize that the county is in a tough spot. So we are, again, recognizing that the county has limited funds. We've already done our part. We're trying to be very transparent with you all and the public, saying we can't cut anymore without cutting services. And so that's something that I want you all to understand, and that we take it seriously. And though we have the biggest draw in the general fund, when you look at the public and the public needs, public safety and roads are at the top of the list. And I'm thankful that we have a really good public safety department. All the essential services that we offer is making a difference out there. We believe that crime, could be a lot worse if we have less resources out there. And so this is not the time where we need to pull back, because when we pull back, that's when the criminals come in. And I'm not trying to talk fear here, I'm trying to talk reality. Sometimes we tend to pull back on things because we think, oh, things are going good. They're going good because we're putting the money where it really deserves. And that's where those essential services where the public expects. So I'm here to answer any questions that you have about individual positions or any other reason why.
And Sheriff, I've got a couple. You asked for 5 last week, and basically we're trying to get by where we don't do 5 a week when you go out and find 5 able bodies. In all honesty, 4 months to go through background, psych, everything else. I mean, there's a lot to go to, so we do not have problem officers. With that being said, if somebody comes in to HR and you guys say, this guy fits the bill, 22-year-old straight out of the service, maybe he was in military, police, in the service. So you say, we will hire you, we will put you through the academy, because that's how we're doing the new hires that aren't post-certified. So from the time we hire him, do backgrounds, everything, he goes through the academy and he gets through his TO, his training officer, 9 months?
So the academy through the field training officer is 9 months.
Okay.
And so you got to add another 4 to 5 months, onto that, as far as talk about the whole hiring process to get them out on the street. And then they're on a year probationary period. So realistically, they're still in a training program on probation.
And then
though they're on their own.
Yeah.
Right.
And then the fear, if we do this, we have 35 funded positions already funded. If we just give you a blanket okay today, you won't have half of those filled within a year. Am I pretty much?
We hope, we can get our.
Well, I'm taking through attrition.
Yes,
you're going to have that many retirements,
sure.
Let
me just give you a little.
I look at Dwayne, he's holding the tooth back there, so,
So the reality of what's happening right now is in our correctional facility, 19 vacancies. Our work doesn't go down. We have 17 to 20 spots that we have to fill every day in corrections. And so when we don't have the minimum staffing level of 17, 18, then we have to bring people in on overtime. And we are experiencing burnout at an astronomical rate, that people are quitting. We had someone last week say, I'm going to go drive a logging truck because it's more stable. I can have at least 2 days off. I know Michelle perked up.
Pays more money.
But it may pay more money, but they at least have some time off every night, and they have time off on the weekends with their family. Right now, we're asking our deputies to work 12-hour days. Some of them are working 5-6 days a week, and the burnout rate in corrections is astronomical. So this is part of the reason why we want to prioritize this, so we can get these people through as fast as possible. It's a mandated thing that I have to provide this community with a correctional facility, and so it's essential that we do that. And we don't. A tired correctional deputy, is not ideal. We want fresh correctional deputies that have the right time off, and that's why this is a priority.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So say our board pushes this out, and what does this look like for public safety and for your staff?
So if we push this out and don't accept this today, then there's further delays in the process. The reason why we had 5 on your consent calendar last week was because we weren't able to push this through in time. And so we originally wanted this item agenda to go last week, but it just didn't get done. That's why those 5 positions needed to be there, because we're ready to hire those. We were ready to hire those people 3 weeks ago, and so we had to put them through to make sure that that they got hired appropriately, because the need is now. So we're looking at an extra, depending on when the board meetings are, and we need to submit everything with weeks in advance, essentially. So we're looking at maybe 2-3 week delay.
Okay.
One last thing, if I could ask our CAO thoughts.
Well, we all know that I've been really hammering that message about this structural deficit, and I'm a firm believer that our best mechanism to addressing the deficit is through attrition And by spreading that over multiple years, we're in a very fortunate circumstance where we have a healthy fund balance. And frankly speaking, that's saving our bacon right now. So, you know, we have good confidence that next year we're not going to be in a position where we need to reduce staffing in an involuntary way. But 25, 26, we may be out of fund balance, and there's no magic money falling from the sky at this point in time. Even if property tax and sales tax starts to recover, it's not going to be enough to close an $18 million deficit. So we are going to have to cut costs back at some point in time, and doing it slowly and methodically is my preference for your board.
Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you, through the chair. Thanks for being here. Last week, we had those 5 positions because they were sort of in the hopper, it sounded like.
Yes.
Of the list that we received today, how many of those are actually have people in the hopper, like ready to hire?
We have 4 correctional deputies, and we have a lateral deputy sheriff that should be ready in about a month.
So 5.
And then a dispatcher.
6.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I kind of want to hear from public comment before I get too deep into this, but I'm wondering about, bifurcating this with positions that are in the hopper and ready to go versus we are really coming up into our budget discussions. And so I think part of the anxiety or nervousness of the board is around knowing what we're going to be running into in our neck. We just don't have those numbers for our budget, but we will in April. And so I think that's where the rub is at the moment. And this big list of positions without an actual number associated with it, we don't really have that. That fiscal impact is not necessarily dry. I see what you're saying. It's like it has been budgeted, but our budgets are moving currently, and this next round is I just don't know what it is. So it makes me a little nervous. Those are my thoughts on this, but I grasp the need to move positions through the system. And I don't want to slow down the 6 folks that are moving through, and I think that's very functional, but we can have a little more discussion about that possibility, so thanks.
Sheriff.
And, recognizing that the three vital positions that are on our report are A, B, and C. I'm willing to pull off D, E, and F and go individually on those positions. I mean, they're not, there's not a lot of positions there, but still, if we just want to prioritize the correctional deputies, deputy sheriffs, and dispatchers and approve those, that would be beneficial. Just throwing that out there.
Supervisor. With that, I'm going to take public comment, please.
Ken Sawatsky, I applaud the sheriffs being transparent and coming here. The way I'm understanding it, it's not a 1-month time period you should be looking at. The question should be asked is during the next 9 months, how many positions are going to come vacant? Attrition, I don't think will be a problem. You have a really high turnover there. My worry in supporting what Billy's saying here, especially, I don't know, I think the animal shelter is important too. I want those dogs taken care of, but that's just me. But I totally understand you have to look at the longer term thing, and there's a major lag here. If you have any business where there's such a lag in actions and things having to take the time, you need to budget his budget for that time period, and that should be an ongoing thing. So I support his request here. Unfortunately, a lot of our lawsuits come from regarding law enforcement. I see quite a few going. And if you have people that are working overtime, stressed, I think it's going to cost us more, even if it's just $50,000 deductible for lawsuits. Should we not have those people in there? It really is worrisome to me. Appreciate working with the sheriff. Right now, we have an issue out in Blue Lake, and I'm working with the sheriff on that one without going into too many details. But we have apparently some parents out there that molest their children and then sex traffic them amongst each other. And this is the kind of thing we really have to have law enforcement investigating to protect those people. This is what makes us feel safest, and it's just about, I always put anybody I ask to, it's number one, I want to feel safe in my own home. I want to feel as best we can. Appreciate the sheriff and the CAO and everybody working with the city of Blue Lake to try and come up with a reasonable budget out there. I see that coming, communication happening there. So I really would be not communicating it directly, but this to me is a level 10 need. And that's my feeling. I've always had the, people say you've had the back of the sheriff. Well, I always have and I always will, because these are necessary out there. We talked about sex trafficking early, the investigations there. I'd like to see us follow up on a certain business in Arcata area, in Mike's district there, that has had problems before where they get undocumented people in there and they work at that business and they're not comfortable there because they're being sexually harassed and things. So I strongly support the sheriff. Hope you move forward. Maybe there'll be other public comment, but I think it's his willingness to even drop those 3 is great. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
I'll spare you my background, y'all know it. My daughter, who lived on the street for 3.5, 4 years, is still with me, still taking care of me. We're still struggling to get out from under all of the bureaucratic, nonsensical paperwork that arrives in my mailbox every day. As far as Sheriff Hansel is concerned, you bet I've got his back. I'm not near as tall and I'm not half as smart, but by cracky, when my daughter was in his jail, she was safe. The telephones might not have worked, but she got fed and housed and got treatment in the jail that she couldn't get through the mental health system. I'm not going to go into excruciating detail because I want to spare her that. I'm one of those old fossils that subscribes to the paper, Time Standard, and the Ferndale Enterprise, and I even subscribe to the Journal so I can keep track. And this gentleman was here Tuesday testifying. Y'all were here also. And then he was in Sacramento on Wednesday asking for the same things. I thought I was glad to get to 2024 at the Martin Luther King cut to 2 hours at the Adorney. They said, we're looking for more in 2024, and we don't mean money. All we all want is to be safe, warm, and dry, and this is where it comes from. Thank you.
Thank you, Board, for the opportunity to speak. So Dwayne Christian, I oversee the correctional facility. I did want to clarify one thing the sheriff said. The vacancies as far as sworn correctional deputies is actually 29 vacancies, 10 of which, in working with the CEO's office and your board on budget, we agreed to leave vacant this year to cut those costs, to reduce the budget. So 29 vacancies. I have approximately 96 sworn positions. So that's over 25% of the correctional staff that should be working the facility. So I have 75% of the workforce doing 100% of the work, because the community, the state, everybody that we answer to, the sheriff himself, they're not going to stand for us doing less than 100%. So it's our responsibility. You just heard her speak on the experience of her loved ones. I'm sure everyone in this room has had a loved one that's been incarcerated. I'd like to stand behind the fact that when those individuals are incarcerated, they're treated with dignity and respect. And even with those long hours and tired staff that are working 5 to 6 12-hour shifts a week, they still show up every day. They treat those incarcerated with dignity and respect. And we put our best foot forward with 75% of the workforce. So, and we are losing people at a high rate, and we are struggling where people are taking other opportunities. Like the sheriff said, you know, some of the roadblocks to getting people hired really impacts. So these 4 that we have ready to hire, I just spoke with one of them yesterday. He has another job offer he's considering. I can't give him a start date. I can't, in the past we'd say, you know, we're gonna start you February 19th. I can't guarantee that because I'm sure the board doesn't want us to bring names forward for people that aren't completely through the background process and eligible for hire. But if we wait till that far in the process to do a board agenda item to ask for them to be hired, we know the time that takes, that additional 3 weeks to a month that may take, we will lose candidates, and that will continue to impact the staffing. So I highly recommend that the board consider this brought forward by the sheriff, and I appreciate your time.
Thanks.
Good morning, Craig Johnson. Something the sheriff said really caught my ear, and that was the 12-hour workday. I grew up in a family where my father worked 12 hours a day. That means no meals at home. Think about that. By the time you drive home and take off your boots, take your shower, you're in bed. Really think about what that means to work a 12-hour workday. I tried after high school. It's not a life I wanted. It's really, really important to realize what these men are going through and women are going through. And then think about the 6th day. And then trying to get some business done, go to the bank, do anything. You have to ask time off to go to the doctor. You have to ask time off to see a kid's ball game. This is real. These are folks that are putting their time and energy in. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Nikki, is there anybody?
Chair Bohn, I have no hands up and.
With that, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. So if we were to okay these 35 positions, what would your vacancy rate be at? Do you know?
The same.
Well, I mean, if we would have to hire the positions.
Right, I understand.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so, but we would be fully staffed with our allocated positions.
Okay. And then if, so you said the D, E, and F, which is that 4 positions? I was trying to figure that out.
It's roughly 3 positions right now.
3, okay.
Yeah.
And then, so I also wanted to ask about like, because I understand the application process for deputies and having to go through that training, but like, and the, you know, the delay that can happen with board agendas, and, you know, we have, you know, every other weeks, months right now. But like with administrative secretary, I see you have 3 here, and is that something that could possibly come? Are you raising your hand?
Yeah, just a point of clarification, the reference to the 35 positions in the staff report, that's what the sheriff has vacant and unfunded. So correct me if I'm wrong, Sheriff, I don't believe those are the positions that we're specifically talking about today. That's just a reference in there to depict to your board what's allocated but unfunded and being held vacant outside of his request.
Yes.
Okay, then can you explain, then what are you actually asking for?
Yeah, currently, like I said, we have 19 funded positions in corrections, 12 funded positions that are deputy sheriff positions in operations, 6 dispatcher positions that I'm asking today, that's A, B, and C, to be a blanket allocation for.
So that's 37?
Yes, it is 37.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
It's about Jerome.
Well, for me, there's no question that I'm comfortable moving forward with those 6 that you want to give affirm. I'll say that from my perspective. I don't know how the rest of the board feel. Positions that, you want to be able to give a firm start date to. So if this item had been, these 6 positions, consent, I would have been perfectly comfortable with that moving forward. And I understand, and this isn't to, none of this conversation, I will just say, is to devalue the work of your department. It's to, from my perspective, to figure out how we fairly and equitably grit our teeth and, have some unfilled positions throughout the year that we're able to realize salary savings for. Because what keeps me up at night is thinking about in 2 years how we might have to lay people off. And that, freaks me out. And it should freak all of us out. So what we're trying to avoid here by making this, I would say a very unpopular rule for this budget year, that people bring these urgent positions to our board individually, was, digging ourselves into a deeper hole. Now, I realize these were in your budget, and when it was budget time, that was a difficult discussion too, to have these positions, that were unfilled remain in the budget. And we had a conversation about that and how it was going to be necessary to add back in positions as you were able to recruit for them and how essential that was. So I think although it's been a bit cumbersome, and I hear that it is a deterrent to applicants, and I want to figure out how we can make that process smoother, I'm still having angst about the blanket approval, but I will say that with correctional deputies, because that is a mandated service, I feel comfortable with those moving forward, and you being able to recruit as many of those as you can. I do also recognize that we're going to start our budget kickoff next month. And then we'll all be going through the budget process again and have more clarity. So I'm, hearing some of my board say, that we're anxious for that data and that information to be able to make clearer-headed decisions. So I'd love to be able to come to a point today where we can move forward with as many as possible while also still essentially, as Supervisor Madrone said, tightening our belts and preparing for the next couple of years. So anyway, the 6 I'm perfectly comfortable with, and the correctional deputies I'm perfectly comfortable with, and I'd just like to have discussion about the remainder.
Can I ask a quick?
If I can get a clarification out of that. So you're saying the 19 corrections and the 6, or?
Well, the part of those are a subset of the others. So some of them are correctional deputies 4, or correctional deputies of those 19 that are already in,
But
in
you're
the
allowing,
queue.
you want to allow the other 15 corrections officers, or just the
Yes,
6
that's what
that are
I
in
was
the-
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And I'm open to discussing the rest as well. I hear the sheriff's request loud and clear for the 37 positions. But that's what I would say as a starting point. I feel perfectly comfortable with moving forward.
Supervisor Bushnell?
So that's 25, is that what you're saying, Supervisor Arroyo? Is what you're?
No,
so-
because there were
21.
19 plus 3, I think it's 22. The personnel that are currently in the hiring process, getting close to the end, that, I would imagine the sheriff would have brought for approval at this meeting in our existing process, plus the remainder of the correctional deputy positions. And I'm not saying I'm not willing to talk about the other ones. Those are
Right.
just the ones that I think are easier for me to just say that's cut and dry.
So thank you. We had a few last week that we didn't blink an eye at and approved. And so say we, our board says 25, we say 25 without having to bring in an agenda item. You're still going to bring agenda items for the rest, or what would be your intent?
Well, let me just explain this too. Our attrition rate, we're losing 2 correctional deputies a month, easy. And we've been losing a deputy sheriff probably once every other month, maybe once a month. So our attrition rates are sky high right now. They have hiring bonuses in Reading, Eureka, Arcata, up to $50,000 plus moving expenses. And there's deputy sheriffs that are looking elsewhere. So when you when you look and see this as a whole and see the 37 positions, there's no way that we are going to fill 37 positions in the next 4 months. It's not going to happen. I just want the opportunity to not have this additional step in the process. So there's still going to be vacancies in my budget that when it comes time to budget time, you all can choose to freeze or unfund. That's going to be your prerogative, and it's going to be an argument, and we're going to talk about those things, the pros and cons of that. But as far as right now goes, the request is just give me permission to hire these vital positions when they come up. And I promise you there's not going to be 37 positions filled. That's just, you look at it historically, you can bring Zach Ohanan up here and you say, historically, how many of you hired? We have not hired that much. I would love to be able to hire 37. We're going to do our best to hire 37, but in reality, we're going to be probably closer to 15 to 20 at the very best. So just throwing that out there.
At least you're not asking for a $50,000 hiring bonus. My concern with the deputies, and I'm going to tell you right now, Dan, is I've got, I guess everybody to my left here, have got quite a bit of our folks that we serve are served by you, and some of them extremely rural. And I can literally tell you, I have people that probably only see a sheriff once every 3 weeks. And that's coming out of the deputies and the sheriffs. Every 3 weeks in that area. So we're not getting, quote unquote. But with that being said, the rural area will take the beating. We don't have a resident deputy anywhere right now, do we?
We do not.
We used to have 5. We just don't have them anymore. And what that does is it allows the rural people, the people where we get our food, people where we get our lumber, people where we recreate, they don't get the services and as we push the tourism, So I tend to think, when you have large urban areas as your base, you don't have as much. And I understand you still have some because I lived out in Myrtletown when I was growing up. So with that being said, and knowing full well that we will not hire, we talk about the budget coming up in 2.5 months, 3 months. We can talk about this all day. We can allocate these positions right now. And in 3 months, if they're not there, we can deallocate them. The pendulum swings both ways. So we're saying, well, we'll look at this in the budget in 3 months. We'll look at it the other way too, and we'll see what the numbers are being hired. But the message we send with a hiring freeze is the next thing down the line is cutbacks. People are paying $50,000 bonuses, or hey, do you want to go to Humboldt where they're having cutbacks? It's not an easy place to work. It's a great place to work. But and we've got some great deputies that'll say that. But there are guys moving because there aren't a lot of health things like this. Families are wanting to move away. And I'm going to tell you right now, we did this a few years ago 5 years ago, 6 years ago. We had 9 deputies leave, bang, bang, bang. I contacted all 9. Only 1 left for salary. I'm just going to tell you that. Only 1 left for salary. Their wives wanted to leave. We had the little influx run to Idaho. We had a lot of different changes. But the thing is, we do not want to make it look like we aren't hiring, and when you're hired, you're part of the family and we're keeping you. We should put a notice in there that the first people laid off is us, because we're the ones that seem to screw everything up. So anyway, I just think to protect all our people out in our area is I don't see all 35, so we're approving something that's not going to happen. That's the bottom line.
Chair. Thank you. So my district is very reliant on deputy sheriffs. Also, my fire departments, my district's fire departments, if something happens and they're waiting for a sheriff to come in an hour to an hour and a half at a time, that's very critical. I do know that public safety is very important to me, to my constituents. And I hear what you're saying, that, you want the ability and that the is this going to happen? Maybe, maybe not. I'm going to make a motion that we approve 35 positions, but I want to ask you about, for you to be able to hire 35 positions, but I want to ask you about communications with us and how that process is going, and what does that look like?
It could look like anything. You could ask for a report. I can provide a report. You can give you a monthly report just emailed to you as far as our staffing levels go and where we are. I mean, I can run a staffing report. We do it every month, first of the month, know where we are, where we're going, and then how many people are in backgrounds.
I, for myself, would just like to know how the recruitments are going and what it's looking like for staffing. I think that would be fair, just an email to the board. But I'm going to make an motion to approve 35 positions.
I'll second.
Through the chair.
Please.
We talk a lot about this sort of in isolation in one department. And part of this is also just, I would say, within the organization, a fairness issue too, because we could have every department head coming here and saying, I'd like to just block out all the things and we hear from virtually every department how important and how crucial and vital their services are, certainly from DHHS. And we hear from the public how vital and important those things are. And frankly, even our planning department, right, is down to the bone as well. And probably would love to come and allocate in this manner. And it plays havoc between our departments and within our budgeting process. That's the part I'm having a bit of a hard time with. All of those things are, I mean, you know, as we always say, it's like we're just trying to keep the wheels on the bus and then at the same time drive the bus in the right direction, right? There's two parts to that. So this is a big issue for me, which is moving forward with just what makes this not have a department head come next week and just do the exact same thing. And we're having trouble recruiting and everything. It's not just your department. So for me, there's a bit of a budgeting consistency and a fairness issue around this, notwithstanding all the important issues around the services that have to be provided that are essential and do all of these things. This is why I actually aligned myself with the suggestion of Supervisor Arroyo, which is let's talk about the ones that are on the docket, and then I do believe that with the attrition, or I mean with the with the rate of loss of our correctional deputies, I think that's something that we absolutely have. We're mandated to really get into that and approve that, or not approve it, but do that. Part of the problem here too is we have a bit of a back and forth where we're asking you to do budgeting, but then you're putting it back on us to do budgeting for your department a little bit. And so when you're saying, I'm going to come to you later and you can decide what positions to cut, that's putting it on us to make those decisions. And that's a little bit, it's a confusing relationship sometimes for me. I'm not clear about when we're saying, when we're talking, let's talk proportionality. When we're talking about $18 million or whatever it is, and around there, 14 to 18, in this deficit, this structural deficit, that is really the sum total of most of our other departments, right? And so when we're trying to cut from that, and the sum total for not you, but the department, for what you're talking about is like $40 million, as opposed to, it's a huge, you say we have a proportionality issue when we're going to start talking about cuts to other departments. And so this is going to get real scary, and the discussions are going to get real kind of a little bit heavy when we get a year or two down the line. And this is part of the anxiety for this. And so that's why, I mean, for me, we can make some, I feel like making some exceptions for what you're talking about is good, but it's like this kind of blanket exception is very uncomfortable. So that's kind of where I'm going with this. It's not just the sheriff's department in isolation. It's like we have a whole organization that we have to manage, offering services, a breadth of services, and an employee workforce that also feels like, are we treating everybody fairly? So those are my concerns.
Yeah.
Okay, Supervisor Rowe, thank you.
Thank you, and I realize this is tense to say the least. I was thinking about what Supervisor Bohn said about that feeling of security and certainty one's job, and I think I have a little bit of a different take on it. If I were considering coming into this agency, I would be concerned about the news that we dipped into our reserves so much this year, or I should say our fund balance so much this year, and and have essentially made it known that because we have to, that we have this structural deficit. So I would be concerned about the security and certainty from that perspective, rather than because of a process where each position needs to be carefully considered by the board. I think that hopefully would signal to future employees that we're taking seriously our budget concerns. So I see it a little bit differently. I think, we're talking about how it wouldn't really be possible to hire all 37 of those positions. And I realize you asked for 37 and not 35, but in a way that becomes somewhat symbolic. And what I'd rather not be in the position to do is make symbolic gestures on behalf of a department to show that we support the work that department does. I would like to center this conversation personally around how many positions you think of these essential positions you believe you could hire by the end of the fiscal year, recognizing that you do need some leeway with the long hiring process and some of the uncertainties with the background checks. I hear all of that. And I'd be interested to know if you have a sense of how many of those positions you really could hire by the end of this fiscal year, because we're coming into the process of the next fiscal year's budget very, very quickly. Do you have a sense of that, and could you put a number on that potentially?
Yes, I think we could hire 12 correctional deputies, 8 deputy sheriffs, and 5 emergency communication dispatchers. That's the top end. That's if everything goes good. If our recruitments go well, 12 correctional deputies, 8 deputy sheriffs, and 5 dispatchers.
I'm interested to know if the maker of the motion would consider that change, because I think that's certainly something I could get behind.
So I would consider that change. However, we have not rejected items that have come from the sheriff each time. And so to continue, and I understand the symbolic nature, but not once have we said no when the sheriff has brought an item on consent. We didn't blink an eye last week. So are we going to approve the 25 positions, and then if he gets the other ones, they're going to come forward anyways? What is the feeling of the board there? Because not one person on this board isn't concerned about our budget. And in my district and Supervisor Madrone's district, it is a little different. Actually, it's drastically different than Eureka and Arcata. And so, if we want to approve 25 positions and then he brings 5 next week and we don't blink an eye at it, what is the difference? I do understand the budget, and I do understand the fairness within the departments.
That feels like it's to me. Do you want me to answer?
It's not to you, it's just a statement. If this board can get behind 25, then of course I'm willing to do that, because I want to be able to have those officers hired. And if that's what it's going to take, of course I'll make that amendment. But I do want to recognize that number one ask in my district, and I don't know about Supervisors Madrone's, is deputies and roads. Deputies and roads, every single time. And I know that it takes money, and I know that our budget's in trouble, and I know someone's going to push back and say, you know, you're not guarding the budget. I am guarding the budget, but this is the request of what really is what makes our county move forward, and the ask of the communities. It really is. So if that's what it takes to amend the motion to 25, I will do that.
Supervisor Wilson?
In the spirit of compromise, I'm supportive of that. Although I will say, health and mental health services and services of DHHS are very high in the minds of my constituents, and I can imagine that department looking at this and thinking about what we're talking about here. So, yeah, I mean, I just want to, as well as all the others, I just want to be clear. I appreciate the work, and I actually appreciate the you know, from a management perspective, I get what you're going for. I'm just trying to, you know, we're also trying to look at sort of this bigger institution and figure out how to manage it all, and it's not easy, and they're conflicting. If we had all the money in the world, we wouldn't have this conversation. It would just be really pretty easy, but we don't. And we're projected to have some rough waters ahead, and so we do need to be more and more conservative. And so this is just, yeah. So I'm just before I talk myself into a hole, I'm appreciative of the compromise that's been put forward here. Although it's still a bit beyond what I think we should be allocating, because again, we're going to be coming into this new budget cycle, and I would rather have less commitments than more commitments when we have those discussions at budget time. So.
I don't think anybody else up here realizes, I mean, I think we all realize mental health and all of those things. That's why we've been working so hard for, you know, navigational centers and everything else, but also in the real world. And thank goodness for, you know, Sophia and Connie and everybody else going out, because I'm taking a guess, and I looked yesterday, and I can't remember, I'm old. 90% of their budget, I think, is through federal funds. So, and they do a great job with going out and getting those federal funds. Now, come through when we look at the sheriff, he doesn't, I mean, he goes out and gets some state funds, which are going to get slimmer and slimmer. I don't know how much federal funds you get. You get a few federal funds, but the budgets are so far extreme. But what we've done with other department heads, and now we're going to come out and talk to, you know, planning and building. I mean, planning and building, when they were, you know, planning and building is slowed down tremendously because of, you know, the change in the cycle. And if we keep trying to fight every building project, it'll slow down even more. But with that moving forward, when John came to us and needed help and we couldn't hire it right away, we went out and hired outside staff in Santa Rosa, outside the county. We didn't hesitate at all. We spent hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars hiring outside staff so the job would get done, so people didn't. And I haven't got any calls lately from a lot of guys saying my projects are held up. They complain about the same issues that always they complain about, but it's not like it's being held up. So I would like to think if John hit that point, you know, he would plan ahead. The situation being with John and, you know, Director Ford, and all the other departments, they don't go all the way back to their great-grandparents and find out if there's any issues. They don't go back to their high school days to see if they smoked marijuana. They don't go back. The background check literally takes 2 to 4 months for some of these. And we have 3 people doing background checks? Yes. Retired annuitants to boot. So those are evolving and everything else. So that's all I'm saying. And if it makes you feel like we've accomplished anything by jumping to 25 from 35, I mean, that's fine. I'm still in favor of putting because we're not going to hire them. This is so, we talk about symbolic. We're not going to hire them, and we can cut them in April if we want them. I just like, we talk about the symbolic part of it. I want people to know that we are hiring. Because I can tell you, I know 4 or 5 that aren't staying here. They're going outside the area because they're picking up a $50,000 bonus. They're doing, they're starting out at 71,000. I better shut up before I lose any more recruits. But the thing is, and the time it takes to hire. And I don't mean to pick on planning and building because they're one of the far larger that are our monies, not federal and state monies, throughput monies. They have to go through HR, but they can be hired in 3 to 4 weeks if everything goes right. They don't have a 4 to 5 month. And the thing is, we can't give a firm hiring date. So you've got a 21-year-old kid renting an apartment, just bought a pickup, says, okay, when can I go to work? I said, I don't know. Next month, when you go to work. It's getting closer. This is one of the things we tried to change 10, 11 years ago was the hiring freeze, because we were hiring folks, Connie and Phil back then. It was taking 2.5 months to hire somebody for DHHS, and then they'd go find another job. So I will, if it makes everybody feel better with the compromise, I still support 35 because I think it's just a number. But I want people to know that we're hiring, and once you get hired, we're going to keep you. We're going to do everything we can to keep you. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So what I was going to say about Supervisor Wilson and mental health, it's a different funding stream, and that's why we referred to sheriffs and public works, which is the general fund. And I know that Sheriff Hansel stole my truck driver, and it took 4 months, and he was waiting and waiting and waiting. And I'm really glad that he came over here, and he's really happy with his job. But he, told me that he had applied and was accepted, and from that time to the time that he started his first day of training was 4 months and a week. He worked an entire season for me, and so this isn't an easy process. Getting deputies and getting those, he had to go through the background, he had to go through the physical, then he had to go through the psych, and it took a long time. And so I wouldn't want to miss someone. I think if this board can get behind 25 and they're not going to get behind the 35, then of course we'll do, I'll do that, as I said. But I do know the process is different than for other departments, making those other departments not less important. It's just a different process for deputies. And, but mental health, always in that conversation. It's just a different funding stream than what we're talking about right now.
All right. This horse is on life support. You want to change your motion? I need her to pull her motion.
I would like the
before.
35, but if this board's not going to support it, then I want to support something that we can at least move forward.
I need you to pull before I. Yes.
I'll amend the motion.
Seconder will. Are you amending or are you changing? Are you just dropping to 25?
Dropping to 25.
It's been amended. The seconder will abide by the amendment. Supervisor Arroyo.
I know it was maybe a rhetorical question earlier, but I wanted to note that if there are other positions that there are candidates for, I would love for you to be able to hire these 25 positions by the end of the year. If that happens, huzzah, I would be thrilled. I was trying to center this conversation not about, rural services versus urban services or how much we value the department, but really about, how to be consistent with our difficult budgeting circumstances and the message we're sending to all departments. I appreciate that 25 is what you really feel like you can hire. And if there are other positions that, are essential, I would say bring it. And, I want to be able to consider those. So I appreciate the spirit of kind of where we've gotten to here. And I hope the narrative isn't, Supervisor Arroyo doesn't care about those 10 positions, because I really appreciate that this is what you think you can hire by the end of the year. So thank you.
It's been Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, and speaking to the idea of valuing employees, which I think is, we talk about all the time, and I certainly am very strongly in support of that. Part of that is the concern about the budget in the future and wanting to maintain and retain our employee workforce the best way we can. And so that is sort of the push-pull that we have. It's like that's the fear about bringing on new people versus the cuts that we may have to make if things aren't going to go our way. So when we hire people, I want them to feel secure that their job is something that's going to be here for the long haul. And part of that is these hard discussions about the budget. So I really appreciate you having this discussion with us today. I appreciate the staff that had this discussion with us. I appreciate the staff that didn't have this discussion with us, that are out there working and making it all, holding it all together and moving us forward. This isn't the last time, so thanks.
Appreciate it.
And none of your corrections and deputies work from home, right?
They do not. I don't allow that.
It's been moved and seconded.
Thank you, Chair Bohn. Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Oh, hold on just a second, sorry. Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Chair Bohn? Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
No.
Thank you, motion carries 4-1.
Thank you. Appreciate the discussion. Really do. Thanks.
With that, running late, coming from the CAO's office, we have legislative platform.
Thank you, Chair Bohn. Annually, our office brings before your board the legislative platform, and today we have Deputy CAO Sean Quincy to present that for your consideration.
Good morning, Chair, Board, members of the board. I'll make this brief. First, I want to thank department heads, county staff, and our partners who worked with staff and our legislative advocates to work on change in 2023. Today, staff is presenting the 2024 version of the legislative platform for your board to consider. The legislative platform we adopt each year is essentially a plea for change that we are requesting of our state and federal representatives to bring about in state and federal policy. The platform before your board this year, you'll notice, has been significantly reorganized so that it more closely aligns with the California State Association of Counties platforms and then the way they organize their policy issues. It's divided into 6 general areas, and those are further narrowed down to legislative responsibilities, and then finally into specific topics. In addition, you'll notice that this year's platform is significantly shorter than prior year platforms. That's because we have taken a lot of the context out of the platform that was in platforms prior, but this platform has been narrowed down to just support and oppose statements, but we still retain a lot of the background for the platforms in case we need to take that to our state and federal partners. Staff has redlined proposed changes to the platform to help make it easy for you to know what has been changed from prior years. One thing that staff is asking for your board to do today is to prioritize the positions that you want staff to advocate for this year. You'll notice in the staff report we noted 3 general areas, or specific areas I should say, as proposed priority areas. Those areas are resources to support offshore wind and provide community benefits. The second one is fire and emergency medical services response. And the third one is housing development, workforce, and arena integration. Along with today's item, staff are asking that your board prioritize 3 direct funding requests. Each year, we make these funding requests, or commonly known as earmarks, to our state and federal representatives. And because our representatives receive so many requests, they ask that we prioritize them, and any submissions that we send their way, they ask that they be fully cooked and ready to go. Those 3 earmark requests are included in your attachments. The first one is Redwood Drive, Garberville Complete Streets. That's attachment number 3. Second one is Scenic Drive, attachment number 4. And the third one is the Public Health Lab, attachment number 5. Once your board's modifications are discussed and incorporated, the County Administrative Office will finalize the legislative platform and send it off to our representatives and our lobbying associations, and we'll begin about our work for the 2024 year. I also want to note that we have our state and federal lobbyists on the line today, and I would like to pass it on to them to give an overview of state and federal issues, and we are all available for questions. And with that, if I might, through the chair, be able to pass it on to Karen Lang with Shaw, Yoder, and Twee, Schmelzer, and Lang.
All right. Is that okay to start?
Please.
Okay. Hi. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me this morning. Really appreciate the opportunity. Wanted to start off with, I was able to listen to the item before here and want to appreciate that you already are making preparations for what is likely to be a very difficult budget situation locally and at the state level. You may have noticed that there was a bit of a disagreement between the legislative analyst and the Department of Finance over the severity of our budget situation. The LAO had anticipated about a $68 billion deficit, and the Department of Finance downed that down to about $38 billion. But what it really comes down to is what point in time you're picking to pin the deficit. And so what we're going to be seeing is the budget discussions will really start to get rolling in March, and then we will be advocating as necessary to defend the county's priorities. Really, the direction that I have so far is on wind, EMS for state highways, and the housing needs that the county is facing, particularly with all of the very exciting things that could come with offshore wind development. And so what we've been doing to try to advance the board's priorities is meet with your delegation. And I wanted to take a moment to observe too, really overtly, Senator McGuire is about to become the pro tem of the Senate. He will be sworn in on Monday. And so you will have the Senate leader as one of your legislators. And then on the Assembly side, Dr. Wood, while he is not running for re-election, in his final year, he's serving as the Assistant Majority Leader, which is the 3rd highest post in the Assembly. And in all of the time that I worked for you, you've never had that kind of all-star lineup. And it's kind of a bummer that it's happening when the state doesn't have a lot of revenue to, sort of hand out to support one-time requests. But it is hopefully going to be very helpful in defending against what the state might be proposing to cut or to change or to overhaul in a way that would be harmful to counties, because Senator McGuire is a former county supervisor and has been really very sensitive to the challenges that rural counties face. Speaking very briefly on roads, his home county of Sonoma has, I believe, the longest number of miles of unincorporated road that a county is responsible in all of the state. So he's very familiar with the concerns that Supervisor Bushnell raised in her district about the condition of the roads and needing revenue to maintain them for the residents and for visitors that want to come to visit Humboldt County. So it's a really pretty remarkable moment in time for the county to have Dr. Wood and Senator McGuire both in these positions. We anticipate that the governor will do everything he can to preserve the funding and process that's underway to roll out the development of offshore wind. And certainly you're only one of 2 counties that are currently at the forefront of this effort. And so we anticipate the county continuing to be actively engaged at the state, the resources level. There's several state agencies that are involved in it. The Coastal Commission is where ultimately all the roads are going to run through as far as permitting. But we try to stay as close as we can to that with your staff. They've been wonderful to work with going through fiscal or calendar year 23, 24 on this topic. And then on the housing, I think even in the absence of a lot of state funding being available or not for housing, there are too many legislators that care too much about that topic to leave it alone, even in a bad budget year. And so I anticipate that your planning folks and your housing folks will have lots of opportunities to weigh in on proposed policy related to housing. There is a piece of legislation that is already pending that would allow 2 or more agencies, so a city and a county, 2 counties, 2 cities, a city and a CSA or a JPA, to get together and form a regional housing trust fund or regional housing authority to fund housing within, you know, a larger area than just the one jurisdiction. That's SB 440, and it's being authored by Senator Skinner. It's in the second house, and we're communicating with your staff about how to advance the county's support for that legislation if the board so chooses, and we're tracking it very closely as a result of that. There's certainly a lot to talk about, if you know, but I know you've got a lot, you know, you've already had a pretty full agenda at 10:15, but I just want to emphasize the budget process is just getting started. There may be cuts or actions taken sooner rather than later, mainly because when the state had to deal with the fact that the feds had postponed the income tax filing deadline to November of 23, it literally, you know, now we're dealing with a problem that spans 2 budget years. And so we didn't even know really what the state's revenue picture was for fiscal year 23-24 until we were 5 months in to the fiscal year. And so we're short money now for the budget year we're in, let alone the revenue that we're not anticipating receiving going into fiscal year 25-26, or excuse me, 24-25. So the longer we wait to act on the budget problem we have now, the harder the decisions get, which I think was sort of a theme from your previous discussion. So I'm not sure exactly what the legislature will do. One of the things we're trying to track closely is that if you had received earmarks as well, the state doesn't call them officially earmarks, but if you received a legislative budget request as part of the enacted 23-24 budget and you haven't received it yet, because the state has been very slow to put those out, we need to make sure your delegation is aware of that and what money you're waiting on, because as part of the overall budget, the governor did propose to claw back about $350 million of legislative requests, but they have not identified whose pocket that is going to not go into. So there are certain entities that have already received their allocations, which would make it very difficult to claw back. So those that haven't received it yet should make sure to identify those and let Senator McGuire and Dr. Wood know that you had been in line to receive these dollars, or your affiliate agency. So it's not just the county, but there might be a city or a community organization that was waiting and hasn't received it yet. Because of everything that's gone on with the EDD, the state is very careful about when the money goes out. There's a contract in place with performance metrics to make sure that the money gets spent how it's supposed to be spent. And all of that paperwork slowed down the distribution of the funds, and now that's frankly become a bit of a opportunity for the state to claw back some things. Just 2 other priority items that come up every year for the county. The broadband dollars that are part of the federal package is $1.5 billion that should start to be awarded here. $750 million for rural, $750 million for urban. There should be an award, I believe, around April. There may be an effort by some of the cable companies to redirect that process to focus only on rural areas. The danger there, of course, would be that if you pause the distribution of that money, it could create an opportunity to hold back all of it to solve our budget problems. So we're attuned to that. We've started to hear rumblings that there may be an effort to do that, and we will absolutely stay in very close contact with RCRC on that potential risk. And then on wildfire insurance, which I know has touched a few of the supervisors. We're continuing to advance the concerns. One of the things I wanted to make sure that the supervisors heard directly from us, the FAIR plan, which is almost like the insurer of first resort right now, they did some changes to their application process, which your insurance agent is normally the one that's going to be applying for that insurance on your behalf. If they are not registered with the FAIR plan under the new system, they can't secure insurance for their customers. So there's that hurdle that's been maybe, we've become aware of that. And then there's just a backlog at the FAIR plan because of the number of people that are applying and are stuck having to apply it at the FAIR plan. And so they're trying to work through it as quick as possible. But if it's impeding a real estate transaction so that someone's going to fall out of escrow because they can't get their process, their application process at the FAIR plan, Paul and I have established a point of contact at the FAIR plan to expedite individual applications that are so stymied that it will actually affect other transactions, like a real estate transaction. It's not a long-term or sustainable solution, but if you have constituents that come to you with their hair on fire because a real estate transaction is imperiled, please let us know and we can try to be helpful. We sent a memo to that effect, but certainly we anticipate a lot of discussion in the legislature in 24 about the accessibility and affordability of fire insurance. Several legislators have made it very clear that they're not done talking about it, even though the insurance commissioner is trying to do some things with regulations, which the new regulations that they announced at the end of the session in 23 should be going live in the next couple of weeks. And of course, we will push that out as soon as we see it. We know that matters a lot up in your neck of the woods and making sure that people's homes are insured. With that, I'll stop talking and I'm happy to answer any questions. I think I should be turning it over to the federal advocates, and I'll be here to answer any questions that I can. And I know I barely scratched the surface of things that are happening. It's just, there's so much all the time. I'm happy to answer the questions that you have. Thank you.
And Sean, I imagine just because of the timing and everything else that the AT&T landlines are going to be thrown into the middle of this.
There is actually a platform that is included in here to talk about broadband and utility.
I understand the yeah, but I think with what's hit, really, we did this 4 years ago with Frontier, so it's the same battle, I'm sure. So anyway, go ahead. What were you gonna?
Oh, I was just hoping. I know we have our federal lobbyists also on the line. They're going to be pretty brief about giving a federal overview. If that's all right, Chair.
Ms. Hong.
Thank you. Thank you, Sean. Good morning to the board members and everybody. Yeah, we're sensitive to the time constraints this morning, so Hassan and I will be very brief. Just want to thank you again for your partnership and all the work that we do together. I also want to applaud the board and the department heads and Sean in particular for the new streamlined approach to the legislative platform. I think we like the sort of combined issue approach. I think works very, very well. In terms of a brief federal update, what I would say is, as we go in now to 2024, this is pretty much like a holdover year, second session of the 118th Congress, so all the bills that were introduced last year do carry over. But there are a lot of unfinished business, to say the least, from last year. I think as the board members are aware, October 1st, as the start of the new federal fiscal year, Congress did not, as they typically don't in recent times, they did not have a federal budget done on time, so, we continue to operate under a short-term, stopgap budget bill known as a continuing resolution. The most recent continuing resolution, or CR, runs through, there's actually two deadlines. Both are coming up in early March, so that would be the next sort of, potential shutdown deadline that we're looking at, given the disagreements over the federal budget. So it's probably the single biggest issue to note is, again, just lots of disagreement over fiscal policy and spending, and so Congress is still now 5-6 months late working on that FY 2024 budget. If and when they get that done, they'll have to pivot immediately to the FY 25 budget, so they're quite a bit behind. Not to mention we're obviously in a presidential election year, and so that always makes things a little bit more interesting up on Capitol Hill. In terms of other sort of unfinished business items, Congress is supposed to have reauthorized the Farm Bill, so agriculture and nutrition policy last year, they were unable to do so due to disagreements and time constraints, so that is held over. They're working on that. They're going to try to get that done before the end of the fiscal year. Another big issue that falls into the unfinished business category would be the reauthorization of the Federal Aviation Administration. So we've done a lot of work on that bill. I see Cody on the line. He's done quite a bit of work on that, as well, aware of the delays over federal aviation policy. So those are just a couple of the big ones that are, again, held over and that are delayed. Looking ahead to this year, a lot of issues swirling around. I'm sure folks are reading, obviously, immigration is a huge debate. That's being tied, border security, that's being tied to a potential foreign aid bill that Congress is debating as well. So that's kind of a near-term big issue that's kind of come into a head up on Capitol Hill. Beyond that, we have a lot of individual pieces of legislation in the hopper, a lot of focus on housing and homelessness policy. Difficult to predict what might happen in that regard as we move forward throughout the year. Obviously, we continually talk a lot about supporting infrastructure for offshore wind. Obviously, exciting announcement last week with the Harbor District getting that very significant infra grant through the Department of Transportation. So a lot on the renewable energy, wind side of things, again, housing, homelessness. I think I'll just leave it there in the interest of time. Ask Hassan just to touch on 2 quick items, and then we're also happy to take questions, again, time permitting. Hassan, please.
Great, thanks, Joe. And again, kudos to the staff for their work on the platform. I know a lot of work went into this. I think it's much more streamlined. It'll be more effective in our advocacy work on the Hill. As Joe mentioned, so I just want to quickly highlight a few issues in the time that I have. The first is the language regarding FEMA's disaster threshold. So we're all painfully aware, following the earthquake in Rio Del, while the damage was extensive to the community, it was just too localized and not enough to hit FEMA's disaster threshold. So at the end of the day, it didn't qualify for a federal disaster declaration. Now, in our view, or I should say the board's view, and as indicated in the platform, FEMA really needs to reevaluate the way it determines that threshold, because the way it works now disproportionately disadvantages small and rural communities. This is a concern we've already taken to our congressional delegation. It's something that they've been really engaged on. I'll say Congressman Huffman in particular has made this a priority and brought it to the attention of the FEMA administrator and staff on a few different occasions, actually. Unfortunately, and I guess like a lot of other issues, there's no easy solution to this problem, but there is one thing that's clear, and that's that FEMA needs more flexibility, again, in how they make those determinations. I do want to give FEMA some credit. They recently put out a new rule. I know we shared this with the board recently. It makes some reforms to the individual assistance program. Those changes are set to take effect in March, but it's designed to get more money to a larger pool of disaster victims. On top of that, they want to do it much more quickly and efficiently. Now, that doesn't necessarily get at the disaster threshold issue I talked about, but again, that's sort of still a work in progress. But FEMA has responded to some of the criticism it's received over the years, so that at least gives us some hope that the threshold issue can be handled through the administrative process, and we won't have to go through Congress to kind of get those reforms through. And just very quickly on cannabis, I know I'm starting to sound like a broken record on the banking issue. There have been multiple times over the past couple of years where it seemed like Congress was finally ready to move on the Safe Banking Act. However, a number of other more immediate priorities and missed deadlines on things like the budget have sort of pushed this issue to the back burner. I just want you to know we're still pushing this. We're still pushing the banking piece. We're still pushing the reforms that are also laid out in the platform. Last thing I'll say, and just very quickly, as most of you know, the Department of Health and Human Services is taking a look at whether to reclassify cannabis. And they did recently come out with a recommendation that it be moved to a Schedule 3 drug. So that essentially means that it poses lower health risks than other drugs. And it's also an acknowledgement that cannabis offers some possible medical benefits. That recommendation will now be kicked over to the DEA for review and potential action. I will say that DEA has resisted calls for rescheduling in the past. It is a little bit different this time around. The HHS recommendation should carry some more weight in the decision-making process this time around. Unfortunately, there's no timeline on that decision, so we'll just have to sort of wait and see when that decision comes down. And a quick reminder that even if DEA does move to reschedule, we'll still need Congress to move on all the reforms listed in the platform. In fact, I think regardless of the DEA action, we're going to see calls by certain members to move forward on descheduling or full legalization. I know we don't want to take up too much time, so those are the two issues I wanted to touch on today. We're obviously happy to address any other issues or concerns you'd like to discuss, but yeah, I'm happy to turn it back over to Sean.
With that,
Sean's
staff is ready
done.
to take any questions that you have.
Bring it back to the board. Supervisor Arroyo.
You could tell I was frantically writing. Well, I had, first I want to apologize, Sean. I said I was gonna give you these things in advance, and I did not. So I have a
ready for
couple
notes.
questions and then a couple of wording changes, and part of it was me reading this late at night. Another time. So if you don't mind, I'll just start with questions and clarification. So I have
It's all yours.
3 points of clarification. One was on page 3. So under timely payments, it's related to cannabis. It says ensure timely payment for legal businesses within the supply chain. I'm wondering how we do that as a county. Is this referring to ensuring that other people pay within the private sector?
Correct. Yes, and I think there was a bill that was introduced last year by, I believe, Dr. Wood.
Okay.
But there were some issues on it, and still working on it.
Okay. So this is just us supporting that if the legislation comes back this
Correct.
cycle?
Yes,
Okay.
and possibly with some modifications.
Okay, and then I know that following was a big topic last year and in years past, and I see that it's been eliminated. Could you help me understand that change?
Yeah, there was a bill, I believe, by Senator McGuire from last year that allowed fallowing in the past and got approved by the governor, or signed by the governor. I'm not sure which bill number it is, but that's the reason why it got removed.
Okay, and then I just have a couple more, and then I have some other suggestions, but I'll wait till after public comment. Nope, that's not one of them. Turns out it's just one more. On page 18, I know that the Postal Service topic was a big issue several years ago, and there was a proposal to eliminate some post office locations. So I just wondered why we're removing this piece about supporting, especially, I should say, opposing efforts that would close Postal Service locations or limit services.
So staff just hasn't done much work on it. I know it was a big priority of Congressman Huffman, and I would imagine that he's still going to continue to work on that issue, but it just hasn't come staff's way, and so that's the reason for it being removed.
Okay, I'd be happy to keep it in there, but we could talk about that as a board.
It was driven a lot by when they were going to shut down the Arroyo Postal down off.
I remember that was a difficult time, and we
Oh,
heard
yeah.
a lot about it. So,
And then, and a little bit on the timely payments, they're going to follow, eventually, they're going to follow what the alcohol beverage control does. Because what they're doing now is they're trying to get people paid on a timely basis, because a lot of people sell their product to a distributor, and then it's, I'll pay you when I can pay you. And that was the problem years ago when Prohibition ended. They allowed people to sell. They allowed it to put, and then what they do is I'll give you 90 days credit if you give me more shelf life. And then what they changed it to, which hurt the small mom and pops. And so now, if you're over 30 days past due, you have to pay cash plus a certain percentage of your past bill to get any more of a liquor delivery. So that's why if you're sitting at your favorite watering hole and you'll see them handing them a check before they bring anything in, you'll know why. Any other questions? And I'll take it to public comment, or don't. Steve, Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, appreciate our lobbyist presentation. Appreciate the lobbyist presentation and all your hard work, Sean, and staff, and refining this and making it a more condensed document, more readable, all those great things, so appreciate that. In regards to the 3 projects and prioritization, I think they're all high priority. I wouldn't put any one of them above the other. And interestingly, Redwood Drive is a $9 million ask, I believe, $10 million. The Health Lab is a $5 million ask. Scenic Drive's a $1 million ask. Of course, that's just the starting point. Whereas Redwood Drive, I mean, we've been working on that a long time. There's been a lot of investment to get it to the place that it's at now, and it'd be nice to finish the project. On the Health Lab, I remember a while back, there was a big grant that we got for that. Obviously, that doesn't cover all of the costs. Yeah, I'm seeing some heads nodding. And that's why it's in here, to be able to complete the project we need that additional $5 million. I think we had enough to buy the property. We've moved forward on that, on some other things, but at any rate, you know, what's going to happen is there are going to be these opportunities that come along that have varying degrees of money available. So for instance, if something comes along and there's 5 million or 10 million available, clearly the lab and or Redwood Drive would be up there at the top. If there's only a $1 million opportunity, Scenic Drive would be at the top. So I would let the opportunities drive the prioritization, frankly. I think they're all high priority, and I just wanted to say that I think that the funding availability will drive what we actually can push forward. So I would keep them all right up there, equal, but they're not equal in terms of ask. So that's a little bit of input that I have, basically. Thank you.
So 1A, 1B, 1C. Supervisor Wilson?
Thanks. I do like the new format. It is definitely less verbose than in the past and to the point, so it's helpful. And I like the updates that we've seen around some of our watershed and river policy, so that's been good. And I see everybody's fingerprints all over this, so that's really great. And on the projects, I'm actually really excited about Redwood Drive in particular, Garberville for sure. I spent a lot of time on that street as a kid, but more than that, I just feel like in the transition that's occurring these days, like centering some really civic and municipal infrastructure in that space is, I think it's the time to do that, and I think that that'll have a lot of public benefit. I was kind of wondering, we've been talking about a mental health triage facility, and I was just kind of wondering, that when we might start seeing prioritization for funding for that as on our lists. And I think that that's something we've been talking about, and I just want to ask that question.
Well, I don't want to speak for Health and Human Services, but I know that your board allocated $1.5 million of ARPA funding, and I believe a little bit more for the triage center up at Mad River. But right now, as I said, the earmark requests or the direct funding requests are meant for projects that can be achieved in a speedy fashion, and so I believe that's some of the reason why the requests are the way that they are.
Okay, I just want to keep this on the radar in terms of funding requests and when things are available. And I know DHHS staff is on it. I am supportive of us getting into SB 440. I think that's important, and so I want to make sure we stay on that. And something that hasn't, as also this is because we're just talking about policy, sort of this is kind of like on the radar situation, which is we do, because of the transition we're seeing in the cannabis industry, we are starting to see some abandonments occur, and there are concerns about environmental issues with those with that happening. Both from just kind of what's left on site and the conditions of those things, and it kind of reminds me of when underground storage tanks were starting to fail in the 90s, and there was a program that was set up through the gas tax. I think it might even still exist, underground storage tank program that was created, basically so that on the consumer end, the taxing on the consumer was helping clean up that situation, and I'm hoping that we can have some discussion about that in the future, where we have a consumer tax part that's already happening. If we can see some diversion or some prioritization of some of those resources for cleanups of sites that maybe have been abandoned or don't have resources for rehabilitation. And I think this is something we haven't quite hit the wall yet on that. They're starting to trickle in, but I imagine we're going to see more of that occur. And so I just want to make sure that we have that on our radar as well. Those are the things I'm going to highlight. I just think that this this is always an iterative process. This is definitely not the same document that I first reviewed 7 years ago. I think it's better. I think it's more inclusive of a wide range of issues. And I want to focus on, so for this kind of for the public, we have all these things in here also because what you don't want, if an issue comes up, what you don't want to have is it necessarily come back to the board every time for a discussion, so that our staff can just send letters of support or engage in those things as they happen. We already know we're supporting these efforts, and we've done so through this policy document. So I appreciate the functionality of this as well. Thanks.
So, Bushnell.
Thank you through the chair. So I really like the updated format, and the one thing I would ask Sean possibly is, like Supervisor Arroyo asked about the things that were removed, maybe if we could reference to, they were like the following was, it was pulled off because it was, it happened. So that's always good to know when, you know, we support an item and then it gets done. That's would be a good reference. And then also as far as the asks for, you know, 1, 2, and 3, it's, you know, hard to bait things against each other, but I will say that the Redwood Drive in Garberville has been a long time. Public Works has put a ton of effort. The community as well has put a ton of effort into that. And we did get some partial funding for that. And so, you know, moving that forward is, I don't want to be selfish, but it is top on my list. That road is terrible in the downtown Garberville area and means really a lot to that community. So, you know, I just want to say I think all 3 of these are very admirable, but Redwood Drive is a big one for me. And thank you for, I really like the updated format. It's such an easier read. And I know that was a lot of work for you, and it's just really appreciated.
Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair Bohn. Yeah, good comments. Again, great work. On Scenic Drive, we were lucky last week to actually have the congressman come and tour Scenic Drive along with some county staff. We had Caltrans there, HCOG, representatives of Senator McGuire. Assemblyman Wood is going to catch up with them later. Also, Friends of Scenic Drive, the Trinidad Coastal Land Trust, the State Coastal Conservancy. It was a great entourage. And everybody got a firsthand look at what's going on out there, which is basically it has had no funding for a long, long time. Ever since Caltrans gave the county the road, or forced the road onto the county back in 1967, it had a $15 million estimate of repair costs in 1967. And so we're trying to bring all the parties together, and really we're at that starting point of needing just the engineering estimate. So it's a fully ready to go project if the 1 million is out there and there isn't more. As I said before, I think the lab and Redwood Drive are high priorities as well. But if there's a limited amount of money with that 1 million, we can get that project started. And there's a lot of money out there to help do this work, but we got to get that engineering estimate done first. In addition, Lufenholtz Creek, which is in the center of Scenic Drive, has been a barrier to steelhead for over 100 years. And it is a premier steelhead stream. There's over 4 miles of habitat above the Scenic Drive barrier. So we're looking at separate funding to be able to potentially move forward with that barrier removal long before we might generate the significant millions that we're going to need to stabilize that road. And some people think it's undoable, but it's absolutely doable. It's just a question of money. There's good bedrock underneath the road. You just have to be able to build all those engineering walls. So at any rate, again, I think all the projects are of value, and I hope we can move forward with all of them as time allows.
Supervisor Arroyo.
I had a few changes that I did send to Sean very last minute, and I was going to ask that he potentially pull them up. And instead of just me reading them aloud, I think it might be helpful to see them if the board is okay with that. But I also wanted to see if we could take a break at some point in the near future.
Be after we vote on this, or after?
I I'm fine with proceeding with the conversation and hearing public comment and then voting.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask that we do it after that.
No, that'd be fine. But fully aware when we go to the closed session, will be after this anyway, so. Oh, okay. All right. Moving forward. Sean, do you have her video?
Yeah, it's sharing now, if you might be able to pull it up.
I realized that it might make sense to read these aloud and explain my thinking before we take public comment. So they're on page 6. I'll just briefly touch on each of them. I just wanted to add the phrasing, improve energy reliability to that list under offshore wind. It says support efforts to increase capacity, planning, et cetera, but it doesn't specifically say energy reliability for Humboldt County communities. And then on page 8, moving right along, there's a statement about Klamath Basin that says we support efforts to ensure dam removal and ensuing river restoration efforts are closely monitored. I will tell you from being on the board of the entity doing the dam removal that is being closely monitored. But what I think is really needed, the immediate term is being closely monitored, but I think we could change that to say include robust long-term monitoring funding, as that's really important. And then I'm going through this quickly, but moving on to page 11. Under housing, add support efforts to streamline local government's ability to establish regional housing financing approaches, which would touch on SB 440 or other similar legislation this cycle. And then just 2 more. So page 12, we did get some public comment about this item via email. About the cap and trade, and so I just the commenter was pointing out that cap and trade dollars intended for climate resiliency really it's not quite appropriate to use those for road maintenance. So I separated this into 2 bullets. One saying the county supports a set aside in the cap and trade funding for eligible transportation system improvements, including multimodal and transit improvements, and then separately that we support a funding set aside for preventative maintenance of road systems for all local governments. So certainly not abandoning the preventative maintenance, but separating those out. And then lastly, acknowledging that the California Department of Public Health said in November of this last year that xylazine is present, but not yet common in the illicit drug supply. I imagine that this year we may see more of that as a threat. So I proposed adding xylazine to the item for fentanyl. So fentanyl and xylazine.
Okay. Supervisor Wilson?
I believe, and the closely monitored language was, I think it was around us just engaging in closely monitoring. But I do like the transition to now having what's resulting being monitored, but from a different perspective. So I think that's what that was about. So, so this is a good evolution. I support all of those changes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
So with adding the xylazine, is that something, and I know I've heard, but is that something that's being targeted or talked about with the fentanyl? Or is that something we just want to bring attention to? Just curious.
I think I'd like to have Sophia Pereira answer that because I think she's going to have a better answer. No offense, Sean.
Yeah.
Sean can't even spell it, so I'm just, no, he's going with that. My son played the xylophone.
Sophia Pereira, Public Health Director. We'd be supportive of the inclusion of xylazine. Yeah, it is something that is becoming more and more in the supply and being seen with fentanyl. And there's definitely risks with overdose prevention, given that naloxone doesn't affect the xylazine, but affects the opioid that's being consumed. So definitely would be supportive of including that in. Thank you.
Are they, and I'm just going to ask this, are they running in tandem, or are we going to take money's away, are we going to split and take money away from fentanyl? Because we're not making much of a dent in fentanyl, it feels like. I mean, locally we are with our drug test, but I mean, when the deaths are increasing 10 and 20% a year, are we going to cut back on something we think is going to happen compared to something that is happening on a tidal wave effort?
I appreciate the question. I would say fentanyl is definitely forefront of our minds, and we definitely will be following up with your board with some more information about our overdose death review process in the near future, and that's definitely something we can talk more about with your board. But I would say fentanyl is definitely front of mind for us, but the concern about xylazine being paired with fentanyl is definitely something we're aware of. So
I don't have a problem with it. Okay.
I have a question.
Michelle.
I just want to ask are you hearing conversations with adding that to possibly the fentanyl bill, or I see no.
I'm not aware of what those conversations are
Okay.
like at the state level around
Okay.
that. It
And
does feel early.
Okay, yeah. And have you heard of any other counties like bringing xylazine up?
I have not yet. I'm not to say that it's not happening, because I think fentanyl definitely, again, is like at the forefront of our minds and across a lot of other counties and communities in the state. But it's not to my knowledge if there's others that are including it in their platforms.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, and with that, and then I only have one. Steve, when you had everybody out at Scenic Drive, and I know that they got to us pretty good, was the Rancheria there too? I didn't hear you mention them. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I overlooked that. Yeah, they were there. We had 2 members from the Rancheria. And of course, they've got plans to do some great stuff at the north end of Scenic Drive. And at their meetings, the committee said, let's work on the whole Scenic Drive. So that's what.
I see
No, they're
someone
important-
here, but I just.
important partner. Thank you.
I look at Scenic Drive, and like you, I've been driving it for over 50 years, but the aspect of, I almost look at it like our own little version of last chance grade. Are we better off moving it up to the highway and putting an access road all the way across? I know it's pretty extreme, but when you drive over Scenic, there's $1 million is not going to be able to design it. We could, $1.5 million, $2 million a mile, and we're talking a lot longer than that. So I'm just wondering if that's part of we're all working together on. I know that's a drastic change, but.
Yeah, no, the Rancheria has, in fact, in their interchange project, has looked at a number of different options, including rebuilding or extending the old frontage roads that ran along the top. But unfortunately, there's a lot of houses on that old frontage road now and driveways, so that was not feasible. They've actually abandoned that option as well. It is actually the California Coastal Trail, and when it was shut down in the middle for 3 years, it became very trail-like because the through traffic kind of was eliminated. So we're looking at all the options. But this is Tom Matson's estimate for the initial engineering studies. It is not for final designs or permitting or construction, and it is estimated it will probably be a $40 to $50 million project. That's why we're trying to get local, state, and federal resources as a partnership to be able to pull that off.
We'll understand. With that, I'll open it up to public comment.
Well, I think I kind of summarize what you folks say. Sometimes it doesn't pay to take the shotgun approach or just throw spaghetti. I really like focusing on certain particular projects for a change. That's really fantastic to go forward with that. The schedule, first, before I forget, strongly support Supervisor Wilson's request that we get some funding to clean up the abandoned grow sites that are out there. That's going to be just blowing through the roof here. And also, I think maybe there was something necessary in there with the state, and maybe I didn't understand what John Ford said, but a lot of the money that can go for tanks and converting over to energy and things that are more consistent than generators is limited to a certain class. And it's not so a person now can come in and get that, was my understanding. So if that is true, then it sure be nice to see the water tanks be able to be used and the solar for the current growers out there rather than ones who aren't permitted. When it comes down to, is that xylazine or whatever, is that the whippet stuff? Well, anyway, regarding the whippet stuff, we now have a Schedule 1 drug that's going to be Schedule 3, which is definitely going to happen now. I see that the DA and stuff have plenty of stuff to worry about, other drugs to do with and stuff. That'll happen. But it sure be nice to put whippets up there in number 1 instead. So anyway, that's something that I strongly support. Michelle says yes, it's on there, so that's a good thing. I also, regarding the offshore wind, and I probably will get a lot of disagreement with this, but I call that the Solyndra 2.0, the Don Quixote project. Please don't put all your eggs in that one basket. I think that your other things are more relevant. Everybody else is going forward with the other one, but I don't see it ever coming to fruition. So anyway, interesting platform. It was such a good read, I didn't even take the time to read it. So I guess that's I usually do, but I appreciate you guys following through and really reading it carefully. Sometimes it's obvious that some people in the past, the dais, have not taken the time to understand what's on there. So do your homework, it's appreciated.
Welcome.
Good morning, your board, Sophia Pereira, Public Health Director. First of all, just wanted to address the Mental Health Triage Center and just acknowledge your board did allocate $2.6 million to support that. Sean is right that the Triage Center is not at a point where we're ready to request earmarks, but we are ready to request for the Public Health Lab, which is why we're here today. So your board approved the purchase of a new site for our Public Health Lab. That escrow closed January 19th. And we just want to say thank you for your support. It's really been critical since our lab really is benefiting the entire community and the entire region, actually, given our rural nature. Currently, our lab is broken into 3 separate locations. The main lab upstairs, there's the portable building that's at its end of life that houses the bioterrorism lab, and a third lab space that had to be built expediently during COVID by partitioning our break room because there wasn't enough space to handle the increased level of testing. Our bioterrorism lab is needing constant repairs and the costs are escalating. Our ability to, maybe many in our community may not know that we have a bioterrorism lab, but it is really critical to our community and region. You may recall that in 2019, when workers were processing mail at Pelican Bay State Prison, they found envelopes containing white powder. They were able to be sent to our lab, and we were able to work quickly and safely to test the samples and confirm it was in fact ricin, which was a shock to everyone. And while the prison was waiting results, about 116 prison workers were quarantining. And in that situation, as you know, every minute counted, and the proximity of our lab was key. Our lab also provides oyster and shellfish testing, which is really critical to maintaining our local oyster industry and keeping these small businesses running, as you all are very familiar with. But I just want to share these things for the community's benefit as well. When Congressman Hubman visited our lab in July of 2021, he recognized how imperative it is for us to have a functional and sufficient public health lab. He was quoted in the Times Standard article, "I'd like to get you a better public health facility. With all the money we're spending on infrastructure and with this public health moment that we're living through, you really shouldn't have to be doubled up in a cubicle with cardboard boxes next to your genomic sequencer." We don't want to lose the ability to do this lab work locally. We appreciate the board's support of this work. There currently are only 27 labs across the state of California and even fewer in rural communities. The good news is that we have a good chunk of the funding already on hand, as your board is aware. However, we do need congressionally directed funding to get it over the finish line before the funding we've secured for the lab expires. So we are well positioned to move swiftly on this project and have the work in motion. And just wanted to give that information to your board and for the public's benefit as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And could you, you mentioned it quickly, the mental health end of it and the funding and stuff like that. From what I understand, Mr. Shaw and the new potential buyers of Mad River Hospital are still running partnership with the behavioral, with what we're doing up at Mad River, and everything is actually working rather well, and through Connie Stewart and Connie Beck, the Connie team, that's going to be happening. That's moving quicker than probably anything is expected.
We're moving forward.
Okay. Thank you. People ask. Welcome.
Craig Johnson, I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I wanted to touch on a couple things. One was we appreciate the board's support on Measure M. That really helped with some of the insurance policy problems we're having in rural southern Humboldt. And it not only was with the fire department that got help with that, but also all medical services. So it's not just a fire hose. The other thing I wanted to touch on was Garberville Main Street. We appreciate support on that. And I wanted to touch briefly on, there was talk momentarily about payment and cannabis. And I think one thing that y'all should realize is, as a farmer, we're mandated to use this fractured supply chain where mandatory distribution is necessary. So we literally grow a crop that we are starting about now, if you're sun-grown, and we might not get paid for it for another year to 18 months, and there's no way we can get payment. There's no way we can go after any of these folks. So literally they have what we call burner licenses, and they will just grab product knowing that they're going to get rid of that. So that's a really big issue, and we appreciate support and awareness around that. And then fallowing. Fallowing took a couple years for us to work on. Humboldt County Growers Alliance was at the forefront of that. We worked really hard. We had farmers and friends of mine that went out of business because they were holding down $25,000 a year not to grow. Inspections still happening. There's a lot of talk around Measure A that inspections don't happening. They were inspecting vacant farms. And that also goes back to what Supervisor Wilson was talking about, and wanting to put more taxation for abandoned farms. Again, Measure A doesn't affect the abandoned farms. It's only us that hold a legal license that came through the front door. We're the ones affected by Measure A. And further taxation on the consumer only drives the illicit market. When you have a product that is 30, 40, 50 times more down the street, you're not going to get traction in our legal market. We cannot look at taxation as the way to that answer. And also, I feel personally punished by that. I look at one of my favorite restaurants, Mike's Garlic Fries. They go out of business. Now we don't go, hey, what's happening in there? What's in their fryer? Well, who's handling the public safety around that? Who's handling the look of that building on our main road? Now we're going to go punish all Ramon's and Brio and all these other restaurants and make them pay more tax to clean up some of these abandoned storefronts that are just part of the economic downturn. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning. Nice to see you all. I am here on behalf of Trinidad Rancheria. My name is Jackie Hostler Carmison. I'm the CEO. I have worked actually on Scenic Drive and our freeway access project since the year 2007. So I'm painfully aware of everything that has gone in to where we're at with the project. But I'm here today to, on behalf of the Rancheria, to support the prioritization of Southern Scenic Drive as a separate individual project that we can also partner on if opportunities arise in the future. And we do have a lot of background work, and we're happy to continue to work with Director Mattson. We have a close relationship with him. And I just wanted to say the Rancheria does support it. I'm sorry I missed the congressman and the meeting last week. I was out of town. But I think the other thing is we need the county support on our project. And we're going to be submitting a letter of support for a RAISE grant. I'm happy to also share with the board in the community that we've just received funding, $2 million to move our project forward through bridge funds, tribal bridge funds. So lots of work to be done there for everyone. Wanted to speak in support. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm Sarah Bean. I'm a community member. I live in Arcata. And I'm appreciative that you're addressing the mental health, triage, place as a supportive solution. Our community is in serious crisis. and the jail is not a substitute for mental health facilities, period. I'm disappointed about how people in crises don't even have an option. I have been told from police officers their options are taking them to Mad River Hospital and handcuffing them to beds because we're short on beds in Semperviron. So people who are in acute psychosis are being accused of being on drugs, whether they are or not, because they don't even have a place to go to be evaluated properly because of the lack of facilities, lack of beds, lack of educated, experienced professionals that understand mental health crises. In addition, on a side topic, I'm glad we're addressing xylazine. The language is now becoming part of the legalese literature, but as a layperson in the community, you can see the sores. The physical representation of this drug is in the community. It's happening. You can see it in the fentanyl users when it's mixed in, because that's what they're doing. They're mixing the drugs together so that it negates the use of the Narcan to prevent them from dying. Now, these people who are active fentanyl users, you can see like a scarlet letter on their shirt who is using and who is not, because the ulcers are on their organs and your skin is your largest organ. So it's in our community, it's running rampant. They're trying to kill off people because we're not getting their basic needs met, which is mental health crises. In addition, when police are coming in extreme response to, say, an example of a fentanyl user smoking on the square in the public space. Now, the police are coming to arrest that person, removing them, but they're not picking up the paraphernalia that the person left behind. I have a friend that personally told me testimony that they were having to redirect the police officer to clean up.
Thank you.
That is an issue. Thank you for your time.
Yep, thank you.
Tom Mattson, Director of Public Works. I want to thank you for supporting our two requests. Redwood Drive, of course, is an ongoing priority. We do have support from HCOG to move forward through final design, but we do need the construction money. On Scenic Drive, I want to thank Supervisor Madrone for pushing this hard. And I want to thank the Trinidad Rancheria because they did overlay and put in a water line from the Rancheria north to the city of Trinidad, fixing the entire county road at their own expense of over $1 million. They also did look at the frontage road that Supervisor Bohn brought up. We've already looked at that and determined that that was just too costly. Like Supervisor Madrone said, lots of private property, but there's also lots of geographical problems with that location. So the real issue is, can we fix Scenic Drive where it's at? And we do need a significant amount of money to go investigate that with geotechnical studies elsewhere. But it serves a number of public access points that have been purchased by the state or funded by the state or the federal government. And so we believe that this should be, realistically, this serves a national goal of having our coastline available for the public, especially such as a beauty as Trinidad is. I just want to thank you once again for supporting those two requests. Thank you.
Thank you. That, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn, and I appreciated you reminding me that I had left out the Rancheria. That was not on purpose. In fact, the only reason that North Scenic Drive is stable has everything to do with the Rancheria, working with the City of Trinidad and with Public Works, and very much appreciate that investment. and their help on the bigger picture with the rest of Scenic, because as a tribe, they have access to funding that they can bring to the table, as Jacqueline has said. So thank you for being here and supporting that.
Supervisor Arroyo?
This question is likely for Tom. I appreciate calling out individual projects in here and think there's utility in that. And I'm wondering, I do recall a list of prioritized projects in the region in a past HCOG document, and I just wasn't able to find, I remember it being like an appendix to some document. And could you maybe let me know whether it would be helpful to highlight that as a place where we're also advocating for, those prioritized lists of projects?
Yes, it is in the RTIP, the Regional Transportation Improvement Program that's through HCOG. It was added to the RTIP, so it is in that highlighted list. So it's well above and beyond what the county has resources to do. That's why I'm asking for an earmark. Thank you.
I see. Okay, so this is an earmark specifically, but do you think it would also be helpful to include, I know that the RTIP is our list of projects that we're essentially asking for funding from the state for via HCOG, right? Is that?
Correct. If I did not include that in the description, it should be added.
Okay, because I see local rehabilitation project for the STIP, but it sounds like we should also add the regional transportation, the RTIP.
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant by that. So
Okay.
I'm sorry, I kind of rushed that earmark in the last minute to put it together. So it could use a little wordsmithing.
Okay, so just for everyone and Sean, it looks like that's on page 13, item C, so we would want to add Regional Transportation Improvement Program also. Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Wilson?
Well, I'm prepared to make a motion to approve this document with the changes proposed by Supervisor Arroyo. I didn't hear any specific changes from other supervisors, which is fine. Unless there are some, I'd be happy to entertain them. But for now, I think it would be good if we could move this document along and remind folks that this is a living document, that it actually, as we have policy changes or proclamations for various issues and projects, that this document gets updated. So
I'll second that motion. And I did want to just reference, there was questions about xylazine and what it is, and it's a horse tranquilizer that doesn't respond the same to Narcan at all, actually, and is being widely used with fentanyl as referenced, but that's what it is.
All right, it's been moved and seconded, and I want to thank both our state and federal because, and so the public knows, this isn't the only time we talk to our state and federal lobbyists. We see them at a lot of different events when we go to CSAC, RCRC, NACO, and they're a phone call away. So they react very quickly, both on the federal and state, and they are very well connected. And so we are very fortunate to have the two parties that we have. Supervisor Wilson?
And as I mentioned before, and I know you really look anxious to say something, so we're going to let you do that.
I was going to.
Yeah, I just want to say that when I talk about the windshield of what we're kind of moving towards, this document, it really helps us in that effort. So, thank you.
And because I'm not driving the car in this metaphor, to get back to the earmark request, staff would like some direction on the prioritization of those 3 earmark requests, because we do get requests from our representatives on which ones are most important. Supervisor Madrone, to your point about funding availability, we can absolutely take that into account as we go into our discussions with our representatives and they ask us questions, but we do need to submit an initial list of prioritized requests to them.
Supervisor Royal, you can put them any way you like. And
I wasn't going to take a stab at prioritizing, but I was going to note, was the public health lab funding part of that list? Okay, yeah. Those 3. So could you repeat the 3?
It's Redwood Drive, Scenic Drive, and the Public Health Lab.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'll go ahead and I'm going to put Scenic 1, and the only reason I'm going to put Scenic 1 is because there's about 50 families. If that thing gives way, they're not going to have anywhere to go. It's going to be just like, it's going to be our mini type thing. Number 2, I would put Redwood Drive, because Redwood Drive has been being worked on. It's so close, and I think they're going to run pretty close to each other. And then the lab, and the only reason I'm doing it that way is if we get another 4 year, if we get another rising sample, we were able to deal with it. Now we're able to deal with everything now. Is it perfect? No. Are we going to have a state-of-the-art lab, one of 27 in the state? Yes, we're going to have a state-of-the-art lab, but nobody's going to be high-centered like Sunset Drive. And if anybody needs an economic shot in the arm, it's Garberville. So, I mean, that's what I'd do if it was mine, but I'm sure we'll change it. Supervisor Wilson.
I would actually hate to do this to you. My list would be the opposite direction, only because of the number of people that each of these serves. So the lab serves the whole county. The Redwood Drive serves a larger region, and Scenic Drive a smaller proportion. That's just my. But I really do feel like what Supervisor Madrone said is pretty true. It's like earmarks are. Let's just say they're very, sometimes they're pretty specific about what kind of funding is actually available and where it's coming from. So, but that's just me. So, and whatever the pleasure of the board is, I'll do that. So.
Supervisor Bushnell.
I just have a question around the prioritization of the 1, 2, 3. Does that mean that Public Works is not going to work on those? And that's so really put it in context of the prioritization.
And thank you for the question. And maybe Joe might be able to chime in on this a little bit more, but it's lots of agencies submit to our representatives, and we're among those agencies, and so they ask us to prioritize those things.
And for sorry to interrupt, but just for context, I know that Public Works is not going to stop working on those things in that, 1, 2, and 3, or 1 and 2. I want the community and the public to know that. So that's where I'm asking for the clarification.
No, and that's right. And as we go through the process of requesting that our Representative Huffman or our senators include those in their requests, we will continue to advocate for all of them. But as their staffs weigh all of the individual requests, they need to see which ones are, at least in name, highest priorities from each individual agency. We will continue to engage with staff and for all of our representatives, though, for all of our requests, regardless of their prioritization.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate Chair Bohn's suggestion as well as everybody else's. And again, thank you for that response, because I think that in practicality, that's exactly how it's going to work. If there is 5 to 10 million available, we're going to go for that and earmark one of those 2 projects. I do agree that I think, the health lab really serves the entire community. Redwood Drive serves Southern Humboldt, and Southern Humboldt desperately needs this project to really help revitalize the economy and make it a more pedestrian-friendly environment down there to help with business development. So I see that as well. Scenic Drive is the economic engine of Trinidad. It's where most of the beach accesses are. It's like our Pebble Beach Drive, but we don't have toll stations, thank God. And I'm not suggesting we should to fund this. It is part of the California Coastal Trail. There's a lot of elements that come into play there. So again, I'm just going to stay with where I'm at. I think all 3 are priorities, and I think that staff will basically do their due diligence to push any one of those 3 projects forward as the opportunity allows itself for. So I don't feel the need to list them one above the other per se, because I don't think that matters. I think practically you're going to go after whatever funding is available, and if it's big money, you're going to do one of the 2 big ones. And if it's smaller money, then let's get Scenic Drive moving forward with those engineering studies. So I'm fine with leaving it at that. And, you know, I don't know, ultimately, we may have to kind of add up what everybody said and then see what rises to the top, so.
Supervisor Bushnell?
I just want to say for the Redwood Drive in Garberville, it is more than just pavement. They are waiting to do this for infrastructure, for the water, the Garberville water. The sidewalks are broken. You can't get a wheelchair down the sidewalks. So it's not just about pavement. It's a lot of things and moving parts in Garberville that we have really been, I think, Tom, can you nod your head, 6 years maybe? Or he has a comment.
So I would like to address the comments about prioritization for this. This is just one funding source. Redwood Drive, we started years ago through HCOG funding. That was planning and programming funding so we could look at the concept of what to improve. And then we went back and after we asked for earmarks, we didn't just ask for earmarks, we went back to HCOG and we got the over $1 million for the final design, which includes the complete streets and will also be coordinated with the Garberville Water District to replace all of their pipelines before we do this. We also have a PG&E undergrounding project moving forward in that community. So this is just one funding source that Public Works is looking at. We look at all different funding sources. For Scenic Drive, we're probably going to look at a FEMA hazard mitigation grant because of the resiliency and the sustainability of the road. So this is just one funding source that we're throwing mud at the wall at, per se. We would love to get the funding through here like we did the Hammond Bridge, but if we don't get it through here, it doesn't mean we're not going to try every other resource out there to move these projects forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just a step back, the undergrounding for PG&E is already paid for, right? Through the undergrounding, isn't that almost paid for?
Theoretically through the
their line
Rule
fees?
20A funds, but it's been delayed so long that we may have to get funding from other areas to make
Okay.
it go to fruition. But yes, there is no local.
In the community service district, we're not paid. That's just something we're doing first. We're going to dig once.
We're trying to
dig once.
Finally coordinate everything at once so the road gets paved at the last minute over when everything else is done.
Okay, Supervisor Arroyo.
I had another question for Tom. Are either of those road projects at risk of currently losing like existing matching funds or funding if the earmark isn't funded?
No, they're just at risk of never getting constructed because they are so expensive.
Okay. And this isn't to undermine the importance of those projects at all, but because of the risk of losing matching funds with the Public Health Lab, I'll concur on putting that first. But I really do want to ensure that we include both of these road projects. They both have a lot of merits, so I'll let y'all hash out which one you want to put first.
And what I did is I'm fully aware that the lab services the whole county, and it will be servicing the whole county tomorrow and next week and for the next. But they will probably have to have stuff on boxes till we get the new lab. And exactly, the property closed escrow. I know exactly the day it closed because my campaign signs came down that day. So they were all over it. So with that being said, I mean, we're arguing about semantics here because I don't think they're all going to come at one time. But I think, I realize that we all have. I don't have a dog in the fight. Nothing even come close to the first district. So.
And if I might, Chair, the reason staff is just bringing this before your board is because we don't want to run afoul of our departments and our partners, but I feel comfortable with just the discussion that we're having here, moving forward and working with our advocates and our departments as the deadlines get closer to asking for the earmark requests, seeing which ones would be are more realistic as the opportunities come closer, and then submitting our priority list when that time comes.
I would like, since you've heard this whole discussion, the pleas and everything else, Tom has heard it and everything else. The lab, if something comes through about Homeland Security, bioterrorism and everything else, and there's some Homeland Security monies, which I haven't heard mentioned yet, but it seems like me that would be right where we want to be because they fund office furniture, for God's sakes. So, I mean, but if you hear of that window going, hey, where do you need help with Homeland Security? We need a new bioterrorism room in our lab, which means we have to build a new lab. If the funding for roads comes through and one is for complete streets and the economic deliverance and what it could do for Garberville plan, because I mean the other thing that's coming down the pike is we're going to have to plan for EV hookups in Garberville somewhere in a public right of way down there someday, because that's what we hear. There's none of the EV hookups in rural. So I mean all these things are going to come through. So I think you've heard the whole discussion here. So I mean there's 3 ones in front of you. And so as the 3 ones come forward, the funding is distinctly different. One is a residential access for tourism. One is tourism and the access for town center and the upgrade that they've been fighting for so long. And then the other one is the health lab. And the reason is the health lab, and I apologize to the health people. I know I've gone over there for flu shots and everything else. It's antiquated. It was built about the same time my office was built. I understand what they're up against. So what I'm saying is that's just, but it is operating right now, albeit not very well. But I know that just 8 years ago, we put $700,000 worth of air handlers on it. So I know that helped a lot, but that's been 7 years ago. So if you think you can do with this discussion, since it's taken us 37 minutes to discuss who should be 1, 2, or 3, do we need a 1, 2, or 3?
No, I feel like with the discussion, we can move forward. If we get in a pinch, we can bring something back to your board later.
Is that okay with everyone? So in turn, the motion has been made to accept staff report with the grammatical and changes that Supervisor Arroyo brought forward and other changes, and everybody else I seem is somewhat comfortable. Are we good with that? Call for the vote, please.
Thank you. Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Affirmative.
Supervisor Madrone? Sorry.
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Chair Bohn?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
And I'm going to call for comment on non-agenda items, and we're going to break to closed session, go to lunch, come back to short-term rentals and small-term rentals at 1 o'clock. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm James Chafee. I've been here several times to object to the lack of public service at the publicly supported Humboldt Law Library. I'm prepared to believe that you have not heard a word I have said, but it is unlikely that you have not noticed my presence. It would be very unusual if you had not. The response has been astounding. Before I came here, I went to the board, the Law Library Board of Trustees in September and October. My comments before the Board of Trustees was substantially similar to the comments I have made here. Just like the Board of Supervisors, they remind me that my time is up and otherwise make no response or acknowledgement whatsoever. The Law Library Board of Trustees canceled their meeting in November, apparently because they forgot to post the agenda. We don't know that for certain, but they posted the cancellation after the deadline to post the agenda. They canceled the December meeting because of the holidays. Nobody blames them for that. It literally would have been on Christmas Day. They canceled the January meeting because they could not raise a quorum. We don't know for certain that that's true either, but in any event, they all have no-show jobs. Why come to a Board of Trustees meeting? Humboldt County must be known statewide as the no-show county. Since I've been coming to these meetings and sending you letters, I received one letter from your administration telling me that you had no jurisdiction. There's a small chance that I might have believed that. In any case, it was worth the chance. It only cost them a postage stamp. I got a one-sentence inquiry from Steve Madrone. At first, I thought he was mocking me. Perhaps that's not true. Most people would have said if they were mocking me or not, but who knows? What is significant is what I've not heard. I've heard no suggestion that it was a mistake and I have a right to use the law library. I have heard no suggestion that the law library is open to the public, including me as a member of the public. No one has suggested that the law library is open to the public to everyone except me. No one makes a response of any kind because it would promote democracy and public responsibility. And that's the one thing you can't allow because it would open a Pandora's box. Public democracy and public responsibility would be a bottomless pit. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
First, I'd like to make a comment on time certains. In the past, I've not found that 9:30 time certains works, same as it didn't work today. You have people waiting. I highly suggest that, of course, between the CAO and the chair, that's your discretion to have that maybe start at 10. Then you can get some of these other things out of the way. That seems to have worked. Thank you for taking public comment before lunch, because I know there's some people here to do that have sat quite a while. That being said, I like to go through papers. The first time I met Virginia Bass was down at the elections department pulling 700 forms. So I highly suggest that you go through your 700 forms and don't just rely upon someone else to fill them out. I happened to pull Supervisor Wilson's form, and I came down here and just such things as a kind of simple math there. You know, I'm sure being an engineer, that nothing that he would normally have on his form, where he's had some income coming in, and the specific amount on here was $100 for 11 meetings for one of his North Coast air quality, and that says equals $100. Well, that math is wrong. It's just nice on legal forms to make sure those are, you know, precise. There's other things on the form. Really great. I saw one time shows a spousal income, the other time it doesn't. Now it's showing spousal income on that, and it's public knowledge. They both make in excess of $100,000, so that's all good. But some things are not tracking on these forms. And then I had a question here. There's a very long list of expanded statement of economic interest, and it lists every single board that the Supervisor Wilson's on. Every single one of them. There's very long, and you all have that list, but I haven't ever seen that before. And this form, it's my understanding, is to show conflicts of interest. Well, if you have those things listed on here as a potential conflict of interest, how can you make a decision by sitting on that board? That was just, I didn't know why they were in here. Maybe I will get elections to explain why that would be. I don't know if the rest of you put all those things on here, 2 pages worth of what you stand on or not. Anyway, highly recommend that you take your time to really go over those things, because technically errors and things like that need to be amended on these forms, and it's best to just get it right the first time. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Good morning, Craig Johnson. I'm here to speak to the point of Measure A. Spoke on M earlier. On A, and there's a lot of talk that it's to support the small farmer, and you know, this is my job and my life and my business that's on the line, and we've made it our business these past few months. This is all we're focusing on, is this. The amount of square footage that all the legal farms takes up that are left is about a half of a square mile of this county. To be precise, 0.25 of a square mile. And that feeds and stimulates all this part of the county, these main streets, Eureka, Arcata, all these other areas. It's vital. It's so vital to really support a position of no on Measure A. And to be in a leadership position and to hold space for what people call in this day and age misinformation. I was born in 1970, and we would just call that lies. And it's been shown time and time again, over and over, that the proponents of Measure A are just spreading lies. And that's so hard for me to wrap my head around. Someone that is in an elected position to not show a side on this, and if they have questions, to please ask them. We'll show you in the black and white. You know, the Director Ford's office is being called out as lying. Like, this is ridiculous. And they're saying that we don't get inspected. We do. We have water board agreements. We have DFW agreements. We have multiple inspections. We have live scans. We're being cyber enforced through metric. We're being satellite enforced. Like, I don't know any other person in the county has more surveillance on them at any one time. So I just really want to cut through some of the misinformation. I call them lies. And if someone has questions, please reach out. And in the leadership position, holding space for misinformation is not going to help us move forward with a healthy government in this county or the nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Morning, Chair Bohn
Morning.
and Supervisors. A sobering morning listening to the funding issues today, and it does make me think that someday we'll have millions of dollars coming in here from the Great Redwood Trail. So funding sources to look forward to the future. Today I'm here on a different topic though. My name is Karen Underwood. I'm here representing the Humboldt Trails Council, and I am also a resident of Hydesville. The Humboldt Trails Council is a member of the Great Redwood Trails Friends Coalition, and this is a group that recently sent you a letter regarding Fisher Road and access to the Van Dusen River. And Humboldt Trails Council interest in this, of course, is because of the Great Redwood Trail that's going to transect Fisher Road. And that's the only spot that visitors along that trail will be able to go down and access and see the river, even if they're just going down to view it and come back. And it's about 0.2 of a mile down from where the trail intersects Fisher Road to the actual river for people to use. So I'm here today to request that you take action soon to reopen this public access. People today want to use it. People in the future will want to use it. And this is an access that has been used for over 100 years in our community. So would appreciate action on that fairly soon. Thank you for listening. Take care.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you for squeezing us in before your break. My name is Alicia Heyman. I'm the Executive Director for Friends of the Eel River, and I'm also representing the Great Redwood Trail Friends Coalition. I think we can all agree Humboldt County is a beautiful place to live, in part because of our spectacular rivers and wild spaces, but unfortunately there's been a trend in the last several decades of the public losing the ability to access these spaces. Navigable rivers up to the high water mark are part of the public domain, but getting to those rivers is becoming more and more challenging because so much of the land in this county is privately owned. So even in places where legal public access exists, it's not often properly noticed. It's lacking signs or, the minimal infrastructure that the public needs to know that access exists. The if you know, you know approach isn't truly public access. Back in 1992, the county litigated and won in a case, Bess v. Humboldt, which protected public access at Oddfellows Road to the Van Dusen River. I visited that property last year and saw that it was not apparent that there was public access there. I spoke to the landowners, and they kind of didn't really believe that there was public access either. And so I encourage the county to protect these existing legal public access points. That was probably costly, but well-won protection of river access. Now, due to a variety of other circumstances, including some forces of nature, the public is at risk of losing another public access point to the Van Dusen River and the future Great Redwood Trail. One important precedent that was established by Bess v. Humboldt was that legal public access to a river remains even as the river migrates, which is exactly the case at Fisher Road. I urge your board to work with the property owners and to protect the existing legal public access to the river, and to please be transparent with the public. I know y'all are working hard about that, and it would be great to know what the progress is that's being made on that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bruce Can, and dear Chair Bohn and Supervisors, my talk represents my own views this morning, and it's not necessarily the views of the Humboldt County Fish and Game Advisory Commission or the McKay Community Forest Advisory Group, both of which I've been appointed to. So I want to thank the board very, very much for your effort to trying to work out an equitable solution with the patents regarding Fisher Road. I support the letter that Alicia and Karen were talking about earlier that's got about Fisher Road. And it is my understanding, after making a presentation to the board on May 16th of last year, that Supervisor Madrone and Supervisor Bushnell were going to take the lead and try to work out a compromise with the patents. I was informed prior to the board going into closed session that to be patient. And so it's been 8 months, and while hundreds of Humboldt County residents who want public access restored to the river have heard really nothing, is there any way to let us know if progress is being made? How long do you expect us to wait, basically? It's very frustrating being kept in the dark and modifying your closed session policies so the public, at least minimally, is informed about the status of an important issue might be in order. So the issue of public access to our waterways is extremely important to the residents of Humboldt County, as well as the thousands of tourists who visit our area, and they spend a lot of money. Without public access to our rivers, bay, and ocean, tourists will just pass us by and spend their money in Oregon, where the government there operates and maintains high-quality visitor use areas. So I just wanted to touch briefly, I only have 41 seconds, but I wanted to touch briefly on some of the restrictions that over the last few years, the fishing hole, Rio Dell, Scotia, CNC Market in Rio Dell, Weymouth and Price Creek on Blue Side Creek, Hanson's Fishing Hole, Warswick Hole, Ferndale Bridge and Crab Park. We have lost access on the Mad River and Smith River as well. And then on the Mattole River, just recently, the North Fork, down at the Mattole River by Petrolia, the new landowner put up a sign saying walk-in only. Thousands of people use that access to get to the river. Thank you. Oh, thanks.
Chair Bohn, we have 2 callers in Zoom.
Okay.
With their hands up. Caller 7713, you've been prompted to unmute, and you will have 3 minutes.
Hello, and thank you, Board, for the commenting. My name is Brian Roberts, District 2 Supervisor Candidate.
I want to make sure that the people in Humboldt County are being treated equally and consistent with the county code of conduct and ethics. The role of the board is to supervise the official conduct of county officers and employees. Humboldt County Code of Appeal clearly states that an appeal should be heard within 30 working days. Unfortunately, file number 22830 was heard 539 days after filing. The staff report indicated an amount owed, but failed to provide any invoices as proof. The staff report also claimed the appellant refused to pay the cost of the appeal and recommended a denial of the permit. Humboldt County Code of Conduct and Ethics. Number 5, decisions are based on merits and substance of the matter at hand, rather than unrelated conditions. Number 6, conflict of interest. All board members shall use their best efforts to refrain from even creating an appearance of impropriety in their action and decisions. As reported the day after the hearing on June 29th from Eureka Times Standard, Board member Bohn suggested not opening the public hearing because the fees had not been paid before it started. Second District Supervisor Michelle Bushnell, whose property is adjacent to Roberts, voted no, which she said was based on Roberts' behavior. The appellant had provided evidence to the board about prior misconduct. First, misleading statements on the staff report for the Planning Commission. Second, withholding documents on the zoning administration hearing which led to the appeal. And finally, misleading the board in another staff report for the appeal hearing. The appellant paid 40+ hours at a cost of $5,800 for the staff reports, which were misleading and used against the applicant. Once is a mistake, twice is a problem, and a third time is on purpose. The board, CAO, county council need to investigate possible violations of Code of Conduct and Ethics in regard to file 22830. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, 7884. You've been prompted to unmute, and you also will have 3 minutes.
You are muted. Hi, Board of Supervisors. Good morning. My name is Mike Gordon from Hydesville, and I'd like to reiterate what a couple of previous speakers have talked about with the Fisher Road access. I purchased in Hydesville about 12 years ago and have since had 3 children. We live, all of our kids do go to Hydesville Elementary, and which is only a few miles from the Fisher Road access. One of the reasons that I actually purchased our property was because of the fishing hole at Fisher Road. It is still at season currently, and the rivers are, nice and wide, but unfortunately brown. This is pretty much the only access from Pamplin Grove all the way down to the confluence of the Van Dusen River and the Eel River. And, it's a real shame to the environment as well as the community here that we have to then drive, 10 to 20 miles to find another fishing hole, spending extra gas and money. And it's definitely an environmental injustice to, prohibit our use of that Fisher Road access, which, as far as I can tell, is a legal right of access to a navigable waterway. So I encourage and hope that you guys come to a resolution really quickly and make it as transparent as possible so that we can enjoy the river that we all should have access to. And thank you very much for your time today, and have a great day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue, I will turn it over to County Council to read in the closed session items.
Thank you, Chair Bohn. It is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code sections 54954.5 and 54957 in order to consider the public employee performance evaluation for the position of the county administrative officer. It is also the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code section 54956.8 to grant authority to its negotiators regarding the price and terms of payment for the purchase of the real property located at 803 4th Street, Eureka, California, 95501, assessor parcel number 001-134-006. The county's negotiators are identified as Alicia Hayes, County Administrative Officer, and Sean Meehan, Public Works Deputy Director, Facility Management. The party with whom the county may negotiate is identified as Tina Christensen Cable, Realtor, Coldwell Banker, Cutton Realty. Finally, it is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in order to discuss existing litigation in the cases of John Forrest versus County of Humboldt, Humboldt County Superior Court Case Number CV 2301916, and Hope Lamb and Richard Lamb versus Chandra Rial et al., Humboldt County Superior Court Case Number CV 2300479.
Thank you. I'm not going to ask for an estimate of time because it'll be over when it's over. I'll ask for public comment on the closed session items, please.
Thank you. You had closed session yesterday also. I think it was supposed to be 30 and it came out 50 minutes, so hard to estimate those things. I can understand. I did wish to comment on a closed session item number 2 regarding the evaluation of your county administrator officer. Alicia Hayes has been great lately. She's been returning my phone calls in a prompt manner, answering questions, and in exchange for a good working relationship, I have been refraining from what we call jabbing. So I think we've worked that out, and I look forward to future communication. It's key with any of you to have a staff member who is willing to get back to somebody on important items. I know we can be a pain at times, but that's how the public is able to participate in an intelligent manner. So thank you, Alicia.
We will go into closed session at 5 to 12. Is that enough room for everybody to do bio? Thank you. County Council, what do we have to report out?
Thank you, Chair Bohn. There was no reportable action taken with regard to items G2 and G4. With regard to item G3, the board voted unanimously to authorize the County Counsel's Office to defend the County of Humboldt in the case of John Forrest versus County of Humboldt, Humboldt County Superior Court Case Number CV 2301916. With regard to item G5, the board voted unanimously to authorize the risk manager and/or Colantuno Highsmith Watley PC to enter into a tolling agreement regarding potential cross-claims with defendant Garberville Sanitary District in the case of Hope Lamb and Richard Lamb versus Chandra Rial et al., Humboldt County Superior Court Case Number CV 2300479.
Thank you. And with that, I'll bring it back. Let me try to get J1 out of the way, the retired annuitant for the library operations manager. I'll take that to the CAO.
Yes, Chair Bohn, I can take this on. This is a procedural item that comes before your board as a requirement of CalPERS so that the library can bring a long-term employee on for succession planning and training purposes. With that, I will seek your board's approval.
Chair Bohn, do you want to do public comment, or would you entertain a motion?
Either or. I'll
I'll
take
make a
both.
motion. Staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Public comment? Seeing none? Nick? I'm sorry.
System's sometimes slow, I apologize. Okay, Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Chair Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone is not here.
With that, I'll turn to County Council to open the public hearing. No?
Actually, you can open the public hearing.
I'll open the public hearing. Consider it opened.
The three ordinances that we've got are adequately described on the agenda, so they don't need to be read into the record. John Ford and Cade McNamara with the Planning and Building Department to represent and present the two ordinances that will create allowances for short-term rentals in both the coastal zone and in the inland area. and also to amend the administrative provisions of the zoning ordinance to create a administrative permit, and also to create provisions for suspending issued permits. This morning's presentation will be as brief as we possibly can, but we will go over three different things. First is we'll provide an overview of the public process used to develop the ordinance, and I would like to say that it has been a rather robust discussion, and I'm actually surprised that there are so few people here today because it has been a lively discussion, and want to thank everybody who's participated in that process. We'll then give a quick overview of some of the significant policy considerations that have been weighed and thought about and addressed as part of this ordinance. And then we'll go through the ordinance. We'll go through the coastal version of the ordinance. Coastal and inland are very similar. We used the coastal because there are a couple of changes that are different in that, and we'll point out what those are. And then we'll go through the administrative ordinance. And now I'll invite Mr. McNamara to present the process and policy considerations.
Good afternoon, Cade McNamara, Planning and Building. First off, I would like to address the board and let them know that there are two comments which have been provided. One should have been in the initial package. This was submitted December 28th, 2023 from Dr. Miner of Big Lagoon. I'd like to read this comment into the record. Dear Mr. Ford, I have been corresponding with Cade McNamara and Steve Madrone regarding short-term rentals. Mr. Madrone suggested that I should also correspond with you. I'm very concerned that our current inclusion in North Coast Area Plan will be skewed by the fact that the Big Lagoon Park Corporation has a covenant against rentals, so they would all of necessity be concentrated in our smaller area, and she's referencing Big Lagoon Estates. As I have mentioned in previous communications, our water situation is uncertain, and STRs use 150% of average, on average. Our lack of adequate fire suppression is also an issue, given the risk of fire in a rental is greater than owner-occupied. With the risk of fire in a renter, with 40 homes, if 10 are short-term rentals, there will be no one to volunteer for the water board, leading to prohibitively expensive water, making it impossible for average people to be able to afford to live here. Your consideration of our unique demographic situation is greatly appreciated. Sincerely, Luis A. Miner. There's also an additional comment from Dana Hope, which was submitted after the deadline, Friday, January 26th, just after 3 p.m.
Thank you.
Can we get the share? There it is.
Again, I'm Cade McNamara. I'll be presenting short-term rental ordinance. Next slide, please. Public engagement has been extensive, as Director Ford has outlined. We've had over 5 community meetings with aggregate attendance of well over 400 people, 100 plus written comments, and well over 3,000 hits to our webpage. So I want to go over public workshops, public meetings. We held an initial public meeting and workshop on June 28th, 2023. We also held specific meetings in Garberville for Southern Humboldt, in the Eureka area, Humboldt, at the Ag Commissioner's office, and in Northern Humboldt in McKinleyville. There were 2 workshop meetings at the Planning Commission level with 4 subsequent meetings at the Planning Commission for additional review. Next slide. There were some key themes that arose in public engagement and deliberations at the Planning Commission, largely surrounded around how the short-term rental ordinance in its original draft essentially identified differences between urban and rural communities and how those key concerns were different. There's also housing stock impacts. Typically, when looking at vacancy rates, in comparison to vacancy rates for rural areas as compared to our communities surrounding Humboldt Bay, there was a differentiation between those communities and their need for housing, as opposed to the vacancy of housing that's available for short-term rentals in our rural communities. Next slide, please. The short-term rental permit is in 2 tiers, both home share and whole unit. Existing operations will have 60 days for submittal after the effective date, and I wanted to kind of outline what an effective date would be. Assuming the board comes to a conclusion and adopts a draft of the ordinance, public will then have 30 days before the ordinance becomes effective. Once effective, we'll have 60 days for submittal of an application for existing operations, and then issuing of permits would take place 90 days from the original effective date. No new permits will be issued if the cap is exceeded. The permit term is good for 2 years, at which somebody can come forward and issue a statement of continued operation to continue their operation, but they have to provide evidence that they've paid all outstanding taxes for the property. That includes property taxes and transient occupancy taxes. There are operation standards relative to the occupancy, noise, lighting, and parking, as well as the inclusion of a good neighbor guide. There are quiet hours and occupancy requirements, the good neighbor guide highlighting evacuation routes, parking, public safety information, and traffic etiquette components. Next slide, please. Here you'll have a highlight of the Good Neighbor Guide. This has been available on our webpage since the first week of January. So I apologize for the small font. It's difficult to try to get on here. This addresses most of the standards of the permit, and also the key components of this help outline traffic etiquette, evacuation routes, public service information in the case of an emergency, specifically to cater to police, fire, and hospital locations and contact information. Next slide, please. So now we're talking about the cap. No more than 2% of short-term rentals within the Humboldt Bay area may be permitted. No more than 5% of housing stock within any of specific community area plans, which are identified in both inland and coastal ordinances. So they must be specifically identified within the ordinance for the cap to be applied in those areas. Home share rentals are not subject to the cap. The reason for this is because you're not technically taking a full unit away from potential housing stock. Somebody's still living there and utilizing, operating, and just offering a room to folks. The cap does not apply outside of the areas specifically identified in the ordinance. Next slide, please. Transferability was a very hot topic for the public, operators, and was extensively discussed at the Planning Commission level. The main issues are whether or not these permits should be transferable or not. And from the operator side, most people want to be able to pass along to next of kin or to their children, which is understandable. But then there opens up a whole bunch of questions on, well, at what point is there going to be excessive liability to the county? And are we discriminating by identifying who people can and cannot transfer to? Additionally, there's also the intent of the ordinance, and the intent of the ordinance is to provide an interim use of residence for short-term rental. The intent is not to convert residential housing for a permanent use to short-term rental, and essentially that could also have implications to neighborhood quality and integrity. Next slide, please. Alternative owner builder was also a very hot topic at the Planning Commission and public deliberation stage. Alternative owner builders, the intent is for a person to buy a property, build their own home and live in their own home, and then sign a release of liability for being able to do such, because there is not a final structural review of this building, and there may be alternative materials that can be used. It was not intended for commercial activity because it hasn't been structurally reviewed. And so when we're talking about the potential for hosting tenants, it would essentially require, if you were to allow this, it would require a tenant to have to sign a release of liability at every stay, which would in turn create a bunch of paperwork and not really be a manageable thing for the Planning and Building Department to stay on top of. Additionally, there is a pathway forward for short-term rentals for AOB. They must apply for a standard building permit concurrently with their short-term rental, and then they would have to have a issuance of a certificate of occupancy before a short-term rental permit could be issued. Next slide, please. There have been questions around whether or not short-term rentals should be allowed within our resource zone districts. Inland, you're looking at ag exclusive, ag, forest recreation, and timberland production zones. And then in coastal, you're looking at ag, commercial timber, and timberland production zone. And the way that we've tried to cater to these needs is by including farm stay as a component of this. This would be an educational aspect which ties to the primary use of the parcel and how it's been zoned and intended to be used. We do have existing regulatory framework which does tackle some of short-term rentals and how they're used. We have the V combining zone, which is applied in Shelter Cove, and we also have bed and breakfast use types. The permitting threshold for this seems to be higher than that, which is really needed. The difference being that it would be a special permit if you were going to apply for a vacation property, and then for bed and breakfast, the only difference between a short-term rental and actual bed and breakfast would be the food component. And so by having a short-term rental permit, you're essentially doing away with these and having a streamlined permitting process.
Could you go into a little more detail about what's replacing the V combining zone and replacing bed and breakfast? If I could just jump into what Cade's saying right here, I don't mean to interrupt him, but the V combining zone is in the inland area. It allows Shelter Cove. It allows basically short-term rentals right now. So the new ordinance would basically just replace that. So it's not doing away with something that's already there. It's being replaced by something that's more comprehensive at this point. With respect to the bed and breakfast establishments, those are going away and being replaced by the home shares. Because from a definitional standpoint, they are basically the same. There's somebody who's living in the house, operating the house as a place for transient occupancy. And under the bed and breakfast, currently, as Mr. McNamara said, it's a special permit. This would be allowed with an administrative permit. Sorry about that.
No, thank you for clarifying. I think that additionally, as accessory dwelling units, I wanted to address, many people have commented wondering why they can't apply for an ADU built after 2020 as a short-term rental. This is actually taken from state law. So state law was passed in 2020, which prevents all accessory dwelling units from having stays less than 30 days. Next slide, please. Additionally, our amendments to Chapter 2 allow for the planning director to suspend permits which may have been issued in error or that violate county code. The maximum term for a suspension before action would be 6 months. And if things haven't been remedied in that time, then action would be taken forward. Either the permit would be taken forward for revocation, or if remedy is found, the director would be able to reinstate the permit. Lastly, we have received a number of comments from folks out of the Big Lagoon Estates subdivision. So essentially, what's being asked here is that the cap be applied to this community. And if you look to the left, we're talking about the community just below the red line. That's going to be Big Lagoon Estates. Just above that is going to be Big Lagoon Park Corporation. And so above, you're seeing 70 units which actually have deed restrictions from short-term rentals. And so of the 192 units within the North Coast Area Plan, 70 are actually prevented from being short-term rentals. And so if we were to apply the cap to the North Coast Area Plan, it would essentially allow for the remaining existing to be able to come in and get their permits, and it would prevent additional permits in these areas. I can go into this additionally, but the main concerns of these folks is going to be, that this community is very desirable, and they're worried that because there aren't as many. If the cap isn't applied here, that essentially all of these homes are going to convert to short-term rentals. There's also an older demographic in this community, and they're worried about the turnover rate and the conversion of these into interim use. There's also implications. They believe that there could be impacts to water use. And I believe that the public commenter will bring that up today. Thank you.
Now, with the chair's pleasure, we will walk through the ordinances.
You have it.
We're pulling it up.
So as I mentioned, this is the coastal version of the ordinance. And so there's a couple places that you'll see that are highlighted, and those will be different than the inland version. Other than that, they are the same. And so it basically starts with the purpose and the normal statements, and everything that you see that's underlined is new, and virtually all of this is going to be new. The coastal purpose section is a little longer than the inland section, just basically to address coastal resources and public access requirements. But other than that, the applicability, allowed zones, the allowed zones being anywhere that a residence is permitted. Requirements for an application, it's all pretty standard. As Mr. McNamara mentioned, the existing operations, this was a significant discussion at the Planning Commission. Basically allows 2 months to take applications in, make sure everybody has an opportunity to submit. And then within 90 days, all of those that can be permitted would be permitted, and then an assessment would be made if there's any additional room under the cap to issue permits. If the cap is exceeded at that point, the cap would be exceeded, but then they would be non-conforming. So then a description here of permit requirements. Administrative permit is a new permit type. Basically, it's an over-the-counter permit. Special permit is something that has been on the books for a while. The findings for the special permit, the special noticing requirements, and then you'll see highlighted there is that if a whole dwelling unit for a short-term rental is within a tsunami zone of the Humboldt Bay Area Plan, it requires a conditional use permit. And basically the rationale for that is because out on the peninsula, that tsunami zone, there is no escape. There's only refuge. And so people really need to understand. They would need to have good procedures in place to notify their tenants of where that refuge is and how to get there, and the difficulty of getting there, because right now it's on top of sand dunes. Then the findings, the permit term, 2 years. Tried not to make the provisions to continue overly onerous, basically a statement of that they want to continue operating, and that there would be some brief investigation to determine if there's any violations, and the permit holder needs to show evidence that they have paid their TOT. A little short section on violations, and that it could result in suspension, and that is in the second chapter that we're going to present, or chapter 2, and then it could result also in revocation. So then we get into home shares. Again, these are where there is an operator living in the home, and they're renting out bedrooms. These are not subject to the cap. They have some basic requirements that they share with the full unit rental to meet building, fire, and health requirements, obviously trash disposal, overnight occupancy, want to have a decent access road. One of the things that is difficult to address with respect to access is that we can address the road getting to the parcel, but sometimes the driveways going to the parcel can be somewhat tortuous, and that really has not yet been addressed if it's appropriate to address it. Just neighborhood quality, just the primary requirement is that there's a resident caretaker. The noise requirements are in both the home share and the short-term rental, and the reason for that is that we don't currently have a noise ordinance on the books, and so this at least gives the county the ability to address noise issues if they become start to become chronic or become consistent complaints. And then it says short-term rental. What this is now is that the section that addresses the whole unit being rented out, there is no on-site caretaker. And so they're not allowed in units that have other limitations on them. And what that would be is, for instance, if there's an affordable housing agreement on the property whereby they got some kind of a loan or a lower price in order to meet an affordability objective that would preclude the short-term rental. If it was anything that was approved under SB 9, and that could be a subdivision or a lot split or construction of more dwellings on the property, none of those would be allowed because SB 9, frankly, precludes it. Accessory dwelling units approved after January 1st, 2020 are not permitted as short-term rentals. That comes right out of state law. It's also parroted in our local ordinance. And then, as Mr. McNamara talked about, the AOB provisions. And then there was a provision put in by the Planning Commission to talk about the fact that you could get a building permit simultaneously with applying for the short-term rental. Then the short-term rental cap, as Mr. McNamara mentioned, these are by community plan area or area plan in the coastal zone. And you can see that those are all the area plans within the coastal zone that are identified there. Non-transferable, there's the provision for resource districts that they must be approved as farm stays. And then permits shall not be issued on a parcel with active violations. And what that refers to is that there are some short-term rentals right now that have been identified as being in violation, and they continue to operate in violation. And so if that's the case, they don't have a resolved violation. If they've got a resolved violation, this doesn't apply. But if they've continued to operate in violation, they're not entitled to get a permit. Standards for short-term rentals. Again, these are very similar to what was in the homestays, building and fire code, solid waste, access. If they are part of a road maintenance association, they're required to be a part of that. And actually, the Planning Commission gave a lot of thought to that and put it in that they need to be a member in good standing. Then there's also a provision for maximum occupancy for the overnight stay. And then there's some provisions here for the neighborhood quality and how to protect that. And this really comes down to defining a neighborhood density. And so within those community plan areas, if it's less than 10 acres an area, there needs to be notice to everybody within 1,000 feet. Excuse me, I'm sorry. They're required to prepare and circulate a good neighbor guide. That needs the affidavit that they've done that needs to be provided at the time of application along with the good neighbor guide. And Ms. McNamara went through that. Lighting, not more than one short-term rental per parcel. Then neighborhood concentration. We struggled with this quite a bit, how to define an area to determine the concentration of. What we ultimately decided was that the general plan and local coastal plan in the discrete areas where there is a density assigned is probably the best place to start, and because it's the most definable. So there's not more than 10% of the short-term rentals on an access road, and then not more than 10 within the 10 nearest dwellings, or I'm sorry, not more than one within 10 nearest dwellings. And then there's a limitation within the area based upon the number of units per acre. And then private gatherings and parties, since a lot of these do by nature have some special event associated with them, that there's a limitation on both the hours of operation that they can have parties, and then also on the occupancy. And then the noise provisions, requirement for parking. And then a lot of the remainder of this is just cleaning up definitions and removing things that had become obsolete. And there's a lot there, and I think I'll just stop there and then move to Chapter 2 very quickly. Sorry for the rough transition here. So this is pretty simple. This really addresses two things. One is the creation of an administrative permit. And it modifies a bunch of sections, but that's a little bit misleading. There's some other minor changes in here that, since we were here, we're changing some of the titles from the Community Development Services Department to the Planning and Building Department. So those are just some housekeeping changes. And then we made some changes to the required permits. The first is the administrative permit, and that's a new permit type that's being added. And the intent of that is that this is really just a slight step up from a zoning clearance certificate as it's defined in the zoning ordinance, which is intended to be something that's issued with a building permit. This is a permit that can also regulate use like a short-term rental, but it's essentially an over-the-counter permit. It's basically a ministerial permit. If you come in, you comply with the provisions, you get the permit. So again, just changing references to administrative permit. And then we needed to move some things around because that was an added permit type. And so it's approved by the director and then address the conditional permit, special permit, planned unit development permit. Again, a reference to the Community Development Department. And then we should be coming down to the requirement. This is waiving hearings and changing titles. We added administrative permit into all this, and then there's a renewal provision, and then suspension is a new section that's being added just above revocation. And so it basically gives the Director of Planning and Building the ability to suspend any development permit. That would be an administrative permit, special permit, conditional use permit for a period of time. That doesn't require action by the Planning Commission or the board, but it gives a limit on how long that suspension can last without either restoring the permit or taking it forward for a revocation. There is a right to appeal the action, and this should be Planning and Building Director. There is a right to appeal that to the Board of Supervisors, and again, a time limit on that. And then it moves into revocation. That's all existing section. So that really is a very brief as we could make it, summary of all that's proposed. And we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Supervisor Arroyo? There'll be public comment, and then you'll be able to speak. Somebody's waving their hand in back.
Thank you.
Supervisor Rowe.
Okay, I have a couple to kick things off. So, in looking through this, it wasn't clear to me, and maybe this is just part of the permit itself when that's crafted, but the permit form. It wasn't clear to me exactly how people will. I realize they're going to have to show they don't have any outstanding tax, including TOT. If someone has already been operating a vacation rental, but is there any kind of attestation or I know that when it comes to collection of TOT, each operator, each website sort of does it differently, and some people operate independently. So would people be showing either some screenshot or attestation or form that they've filed with the tax collector to show that they will be in an agreement to remit TOT moving forward?
That is admittedly vague right now, and by necessity. One of the things that may be a policy decision to discuss is whether or not the county requires all payment of all TOT tax directly to the county rather than through one of the online agencies.
Okay. Is that a point of discussion for today or future point?
That's a future point of discussion,
Okay.
but it could be direction from today.
Okay, great. And then I was looking at our business license online application, and it does look like there's the category for mobile or home-based business. And I know people have, some people have an LLC, and some people just, would be considering operating one out of their own home. So this might look different for different people. But are we anticipating people also doing a business license for through this portal, or is this taking the place of a different business license?
They would also be required to get a business license, and it could be a mobile business license, or if like they're doing it out of their home, then it could be like a storefront business license.
Okay.
So it just will depend on how they're doing it.
Okay. And is that, are those provisions going to be articulated somewhere in here, or is that, because it's not currently in any of this language?
It's not. And one of the things we didn't want to do was have this overlap into the treasurer tax collector's area of responsibility. So we didn't address that intentionally.
Okay, but the business license piece, would we want to consider adding that today, or is that kind of starting to go in that direction?
One of the things I'm a little hesitant to do is trying to enforce for another department. I mean, I don't mind doing it, but it often gets cumbersome when that starts to happen, because ultimately it's the treasurer tax collector's privilege to decide how to address that.
How to address business licenses?
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. John, how many hours did the Planning Commission spend on this?
4 hearings, probably an average of 3 hours a hearing.
Okay. And what was the final votes? I can look at
It was unanimous.
Okay, that's what I thought. The only thing I see is the passing it down. If I don't have, but if I had an STR and I kicked the bucket, I don't think I'm going to play games about who I leave it to or anything nefarious. I'm going to leave it to a direct family member. Why wouldn't they get the benefits that have been provided previously?
Yeah. So we struggled with that hugely.
I know you did. I watched.
And so the struggle that we ultimately had to confront was that within law, the next of kin isn't just related to direct family, either biological or adopted or whatever it is. It's a very big cross-section of who could fill that role. And I think it went a little bit beyond what the Planning Commission was really comfortable with saying, yeah, go ahead and create that transfer provision.
Because besides, I kind of like everything that's been done, and I applaud staff. Kate, great job. I heard from everybody that what a great job. I mean, over the top. So proud of you and happy for you. Good job. But with that being said, we're permitting a structure. We're not permitting a person, right? We're doing a short-term rental, not a short-term rental person.
Yes, we're permitting.
So
yeah.
if somebody dies and they pass on their short-term rental, we can't deny it by the immediate family member. You're right, that can go down, I don't know, however you want to break it. But if that person does not meet the criteria, party, noise, parking, and everything else, we will pull their permit. So
Chair, you're absolutely right. That's a policy decision.
Okay, thank you. That's actually one of the few things that I have that, out of all of it, that bothered me. So, and I think that has something to say for all of us and the planning commissioners we appoint. They did a really, really good job on a really, really tough, this has been a tough thing, and they put a lot of time and effort into it. So, thank you. Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I too want to thank you, Cade, and John and all your staff and the Planning Commission for their hard work, and the community. I mean, the stats up there, 400 people at meetings, 1,000 website hits, et cetera, clearly shows a great outreach effort on you guys' part. And I very much appreciate the community engaging and, speaking. And many of the meetings were largely people with short-term rentals. There was one meeting in McKinleyville where there was actually a significant amount of neighborhood members that showed up. And that was somewhat unique in the meetings. I think they were fairly dominated by people with that business investment. And there's nothing wrong with that, but I think we all know that there are two sides to this, and not necessarily sides, but varying viewpoints about this. And I also think we're all trying really hard to figure out how to have these, because they're absolutely a piece of our tourism economy. They are a very important part, and frankly, a lot more and more people seem to want to stay in these rather than a hotel, especially if it's downtown somewhere where there's lots of other problems happening in the neighborhood and stuff, right? We're seeing that kind of shift. So good work on trying to navigate this whole thing. I like that the owner occupied, whether it's hosted or owner occupied, there's somebody there. And we know that they rarely have any issues because of that on-site person that is there to help make sure that doesn't happen. And those permits are ministerial, as I understand it. And I think that's how we're prioritizing that. And they aren't underneath the caps as well. But for those discretionary permits that occur, which is basically for the non-occupied, non-hosted, non-occupied. Go ahead, clarify.
Yeah, so most of the short-term rentals are allowed with an ministerial permit.
Okay.
The real benefit to the home shares, the hosted, is that they're not subject to the cap. They're not subject to neighborhood concentration. They don't have the same submittal requirements that the whole unit rental does.
Okay, so they're mostly ministerial unless it requires a special permit, as you identified in the ordinance review. With those that are subject to the caps, it said something like if the caps are exceeded, no new permits would be allowed. Is that suggesting that we might actually go past the caps with existing? Yeah, it's not suggesting it. It's basically, that's the way it's written. That we could go past the cap if they're existing and
Yes.
fit all the qualifications, like existing ADUs after 2020 aren't allowed and by state law, and that's because the state's very concerned about housing availability for long-term as well. I assume that's why that was a state action. So if we're over the cap, we're going to allow them if they're existing. And yet the caps were created because of the potential for neighborhood impacts and such. So how are we resolving that?
Basically, what it allows them to do is become non-conforming, and so that they can continue to exist as they currently exist. But over time, as people stop or they sell their house and do something else, that if there's no capacity under the cap to allow that unit to be re-permitted, it would then move out of the stock of STRs until such a time as there is room under the cap.
So attrition,
Yep.
basically. And you know, I will say that that has worked in Trinidad. When they first developed their short-term rental ordinance, they were above the cap that they created, but they have now come down to the cap, I believe, if not a little below. And I've gotten a lot of input from short-term rental owners in the community that have said that the market is still sorting itself out, and that attrition is occurring, although other ones are coming on, and I don't know which is winning out, new ones versus old ones going away. But I do appreciate you bringing forward the issue with the Big Lagoon subdivision and their concerns there to be included. Basically, and as if I understood it, the North Coast Area Plan only includes those two sections of Big Lagoon. Does it not include Oric and other places north of?
It does.
Yeah.
And one of the things we were thinking about is if it's of interest to the board to include the Big Lagoon subdivision.
Just include it without including the whole North Coast area.
Yeah,
plan.
just include that
Yeah.
and maybe define it
Yeah,
for
sure.
a cap
With that map you had, or-
purposes
yeah.
as it being part of the Trinidad area plan.
Yeah.
So that the 5% would apply there and so to get the
Okay.
same protections.
Well, I appreciate that, and you have heard from a couple of people. One was a little late, but still, it was the same comments, basically, because she lives also in that subdivision, and they have absolutely had issues with these that I won't go into all the details, but I do appreciate that as an alternative and hope the board can find their way to agree to include that area. As was mentioned, the Big Lagoon Park Corporation already has controls. They have a lot of controls on their cottages in that particular area, so we don't need to worry about that. I will say that I also have gotten a lot of input from Willow Creek. You didn't get letters, but I have gotten a lot of calls and a lot of communication about the shortage of housing in Willow Creek. And I know in Garberville that's not the case, and that came up a lot in the hearings, and I think you guys really worked hard to adapt this ordinance to meet the local concerns. And in Garberville area, Southern Humboldt, there's an abundance of housing right now. So there doesn't seem to be any need to provide any caps or any controls or whatever. But in Willow Creek, that's simply not the case. It is a very rural area, but it absolutely is experiencing severe housing shortages for workers. Those workers then volunteer for the fire department, for the school board out there, to be members of the CSD board and all that kind of stuff. So I would very much like to include the Willow Creek Community Plan area in this coastal plan area with its restrictions. I will note that the Willow Creek Community Area Plan includes Chesham Road and a chunk of Redwood Valley, which is a weird old holdover from 40 years ago that doesn't make any sense. And I know as we go around and start updating these community plans, now that we're done in McKinleyville with the Town Center Ordinance, Glendale's next, and then I believe Willow Creek, we're going to probably separate those things. And so I'm not asking for the Redwood Valley, Chesham Road part of that community plan to be included, but the Willow Creek proper, which is well defined in its community plan. That area, I've gotten a lot of input that they too are experiencing housing shortage and would very much like to maintain that long-term housing stock. So I would like to include that as the district representative, including the Big Lagoon subdivision. One of the other concerns that I hear a lot about is people that are operating STRs that have events. Some STRs are currently actually being primarily used as wedding event locations. Am I understanding that just having an STR does not give you the right to have an event beyond a doubling of what the occupancy would be for the short-term rental, if I read that correctly? And so an event with a wedding and things that exceed that doubling of occupancy would need a special permit for events. Because we've had one that's ongoing out in Glendale. It's been incredibly problematic for the neighborhood and community, and you're very well aware of that. And, you know, code enforcement's really tricky without the ordinance. So while we know that really shouldn't be allowed, we didn't have the ordinance yet to actually legally enforce something there, but that would come under enforcement with this new ordinance. But there already is requirements for event permits, right? Regardless of whether it's an STR or not.
Yeah, that is correct. And I will say that just for your information in this discussion, that particular site has applied for a special permit.
Okay. And that requires a public hearing, the neighborhood can show up and express their concerns, et cetera. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you at this time.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Wilson?
So I'm going to try and keep this to just questions if I can. On the fees, currently there's not really an enforcement fee. So I do know, I mean, I've seen in other ordinances, because I've seen plenty of these ordinances through the Coastal Commission, that there are often fees for enforcement, so that the agency isn't left hanging there without any capacity to do enforcement. They just have a fee. So was that considered as part of the deliberation with the Planning Commission?
It was not.
Okay. I think it's something that should be considered as part of this. I saw in the language of the ordinance that, I guess, is there some difference between resource zones and resource districts as defined in this ordinance?
No.
So there you kind of use it interchangeably.
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate that. So there was language in there about whether the structure was, if it's ancillary, because when we did our general plan update, we principally permitted residential development on all resource lands. There's language that in the introduction of this that says it's allowable wherever it's principally permitted, but there's other language in here that says it's only allowable where in resource districts where the occupancy isn't ancillary, meaning it's something that supports that use. So we do actually have a separation there in the language of this ordinance. Am I understanding that correctly?
You are, and
Okay.
part of the rationale for that was that, and this ordinance is a rough cut, admittedly, but it kind of had to be.
Right.
And some cases, when it comes to agriculture, there's sites that are in Williams Neck contracts. They get a
Right.
tax break, but then they're adding a different commercial use to it. Not that that's bad, but if it becomes ancillary to the primary use of the property, which is what the Williams Neck contract is providing the tax benefit for, then it's ancillary, and that could be a benefit. That was the rationale on that. And then it's not as smooth as a correlation when you move into timberland, but it was the same kind of thought there.
So, I mean, what I'm getting at is that basically that's the farm stay definition, is that you have to, that the residency of that space is primarily used for the resource value. It's not a bedroom where you have a job and you go someplace else and you come back and you have a job and go, I mean, I'm just saying the point of it is really for the resource, like a farmhouse, right? So where does that determine, is that a discretionary determination as to whether something's ancillary or primary in terms of its ability to support the resource uses of that space?
So I think that was more clear when residents had to be a supportive use to the overall resource use of the property.
Right.
But that has been changed in the general plan and the zoning. Now, single-family residence is a by right use.
Right.
But the thing that we were trying to tackle is the fact that there may be tax benefits for the resource use, and adding a commercial use there could be of extreme benefit, but it should relate to what the tax benefit is being given for.
Right, and add this to the domino effect of principally permitting residential uses on resource lands as opposed to, because now we've had ADUs associated with that. Now we have commercialization external to that potentially, although we're trying to mitigate for that in this language. So, okay, I'm just trying to get my head around that and how we would, like I said, how that would be determined and enforced, I'm not clear about that, and maybe that's something to think about a little bit later in this conversation. I thought it was interesting that we had the tsunami zone special permit requirement, but was it considered for high fire zone too? And where that might be a consideration when you have these commercial activities in high fire zones, and sort of the concern, the public safety concern about evacuation under those conditions. And so I was just wondering if that was considered by the Planning Commission.
That did not come up.
Nope. And then there was something Supervisor Madrone brought up that there's high vacancy rates in southern Humboldt area as opposed to eastern Humboldt. Do we have data that shows that, or is that just testimony of folks in a certain area?
We have data going back to 2020. It's not necessarily as current. So that most of the current concern is really based on testimony.
It's just testimony. This is just like anecdotal. Some people said there's no problem with this. I mean, have we talked to a renter base of folks? Were renters giving us that perspective, or was this sort of STR owners that were giving us this perspective?
Certainly STR owners, but we've talked to other people in the community, and the testimony is pretty consistent.
Okay. Is it differential between in-town versus, because again, a lot of, when you're talking about Willow Creek, you're talking about, a lot of that's concentrated kind of within a few miles of sort of the downtown area. And similarly, we have a differential between if you're in town and you're sort of out of town. And so did we get any data or discussion around whether there's more or less of a shortage in town versus out of town?
We don't have recent data that shows that.
Okay. Then you had, I'm just kind of going through a list here, so I just want to, the cap of 2% versus some places go 1%, some places go higher, and then we're talking about the 5%. So is the 2% just a standard that we've seen? Is that what was kind of a starting point? Or where does this 2%?
Yeah, I think it was something that we pulled out of another example and experimented a little bit with. I think we actually started at 1%. And then one of the things that we were asked to do was really look and see what the actual percentage of usage is right now, because wanting to know what are we really doing to ourselves and what are we doing to this industry.
Right.
And so we went and we looked at and found other examples of 2%, and then we looked at the data, the current data that we had at the time for STRs in relationship to the number of units around Greater Humboldt Bay Area, and it was around 2%.
Okay. So under existing conditions where we have a housing shortage now, we're at 2%. So, I mean, what we're promulgating is the existing condition, which is right now a housing shortage under 2%. So I think it's something to be mindful of when we talk about these percentages in this way. And then also, I do have concerns about increased areas of 5%. So it's like, again, it's that concentrating the impact in certain areas, both from a neighborhood impact, but also from a housing perspective. And those are the areas that are closer to transit, closer to, right? Am I right about that?
And I will say, this is one of those discussion topics that the Planning Commission really struggled with. Because I think a percentage of the commission really wanted to just say 2% per plan area, you know, just it's 2% is 2% is 2%.
Right.
And when they started thinking about the implications and then looking at the percentages across the region, where some areas are closer to 10% than 2%. And it just became clear that really there was probably, if you're going to say 2% across the region, there needed to be some cap on what the individual plan areas could really afford.
And kind of another question around, I guess it would be one of these, which public safety is one of the questions or one of the issues that you guys are addressing, and I really appreciate that, is the access. So right now, I think it's defined like, class 4, 3? 3, sorry. Sorry, that's a different industry. The class 3, but that's just getting to the property line, I assume. So what happens when sort of the access from that space to where on a property, what happens when that's an unsafe or and we're still having we want within the structure, it's supposed to meet our building code, it's supposed to meet our fire code, it's supposed to have all these things, but what if the access piece between those two points is substandard? How do we address that?
So that's a good question. And so presumably that will have been addressed if the home was actually permitted.
Okay.
Then there was a review of the access to make sure that emergency response can get there.
And that was true under AOB?
No.
Okay.
But that's where then they would have to go get a building permit.
So it wouldn't just be structural then?
That is correct.
Okay, so that's because when we were having this, we were explaining this thing, it sounded like it was like, oh, if the beams weren't graded before, but now you grade them now, and it's just moving along. But you're saying there's a bit more depth to that.
You have to have fire safe access, yes.
Okay, appreciate that. I think that's a good enough number of questions for now, and I appreciate that. I have thoughts on this, but I'll save those for all after we have public comment, and maybe we'll have some deliberation. So thanks.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Thank you, Cade. I know you did a ton of work on this, and I attended some of those public meetings and really addressed the rural versus more urban in the settings that Humboldt offers. I have just a couple questions, and I'm really interested in hearing public comment, but in the Cove, it is permitted now to have short-term rentals, correct, or not?
The only place that short-term rentals are allowed is the inland portion of Shelter Cove, and it requires a special permit.
Right, and so you had said earlier that, people will be, once this goes through, then they can start submitting, and it's going to be, people that already are going to get preference. Are there, have you guys issued any permits, short-term rental permits out there?
No.
Okay. So how does that work then? Is that going to work with them paying their TOT and signed up? How does it work?
So people are going to have to come in and demonstrate that they're in existing use.
Okay.
And if they can do that through payment of taxes or whatever, and that they don't have a violation or that they've resolved the violation, then they'll be treated as an existing STR.
Okay. So currently, there are quite a few people through Airbnb or VBRO that pay the TOTs, and that would be qualifying. Is that correct?
I think it would, yeah. And the thing that I think should happen is that VRBO or Airbnb should be able to issue individual receipts to the individual properties demonstrating that they've paid taxes for them.
Okay, yeah, I think they get like a 1099 or something at the end of the year is what I think happens. Okay, and then so my next question would be, you mentioned that if there's a short-term rental application on, say, a subdivision that's required to have a road maintenance agreement, and they would have to be part of the road maintenance agreement, I think admittedly, we've had a lot of road maintenance agreements that don't exist, even though they're supposed to. So what happens in that case when there isn't one formed, or everybody won't buy in, and it affects the short-term rental?
So there's not a requirement for them, as in 2.0 of cannabis, to go out and initiate formation of a RMA. The requirement is only that if there is a road maintenance association, they have to be a member in good standing.
Okay, so we don't have to, this isn't going to be more requirement for them then?
Correct.
Okay, that's good. And then I wanted to know also, given what Supervisor Madrone said, is there economic status or is changes, right? So like Southern Humboldt right now has a lot of available rentals. Maybe in the future they won't. Willow Creek, according to Supervisor Madrone, doesn't have them, but they could in the future. So is there a process to get an exception to the cap? And would you be able to, what would be some qualifying things that could work? You know, ordinances aren't perfect and things are changing. So how does that look?
So what that looks like right now is that if somebody were in a place they wanted to get a new permit and the cap was already exceeded or at the limit, the only way to go about that at that point would be to modify the ordinance and extend the cap.
Is there a process? I mean, I know there is. What would a process look like to add language to qualify to exceed the cap? I mean, is that something that is hard to do? You don't think is appropriate? What are your thoughts there?
So anything can be written in, anything that's legal can be written into the ordinance. And so yes, that can be written in multiple different ways. But one of the difficult things about a cap is that they should be somewhat austere in the terms that we're saying that this is the ceiling, and everybody understands what the ceiling is, and that it's not subject to subjective interpretation or application.
My concern, Director Ford, is that if we don't offer options and people get into a really sticky situation with their mortgages, they're going to do it anyways. And we've seen this in the past, and I would rather offer, if they're not able to, they've tried to rent their home in the traditional way, that hasn't worked, so forth and so on. In the absence of having anything to do besides modifying the ordinance, I don't want to encourage people to have to do their own thing.
Completely understand. And that's one of the reasons we heard that clearly when we were down in Garberville. You were at that meeting.
Yep.
And that's why the ordinance was modified before it was ever reviewed by the Planning Commission, to really separate out Southern Humboldt, separate out areas outside of, if there's kind of a core urbanized area within Humboldt County, it's basically from Fortuna up to Trinidad and over to Hydesville and Blue Lake. So that's why that area was decided, because that's where the employment centers currently are.
And I recognize that, and I appreciate that you heard the community and that the Planning Commission heard the community. My concern is if we put Willow Creek in, and that isn't a high employment area, so it could change in the future. And so I think that discussion is valid, that that isn't a high sought out area, but I realize that it is a small rental area, as not many homes are available over there. These are just thoughts. And I have a question around you said that a house that has a violation on it wouldn't be able to get an STR permit until that violation is fixed. What if so I'm thinking more property, because sometimes that's rural. There could be an issue that is completely removed from the home, and the home would be totally able to have the STR ordinance, but there would be maybe a violation of something else on the property that has nothing to do with the home. What does that look like?
Yeah, and I just realized that sometimes you get too close to an ordinance and you You don't realize that it says something that other people interpret differently. It's really a violation in relationship to STRs. It's not just any violation.
Should we clarify that?
Yes.
Okay. Those are just my questions for now.
Great. With that, I'm gonna, again, I appreciate all the work the Planning Commission did on this. They gave us a pretty good document, and we could probably fine tooth it and cut this and cut that and change the wordings and everything else. But I think we got delivered a pretty good product. I still would like to, the only thing I'm worried about is the passing down to heirs or immediate family members. You figure out what an immediate family member is. I'm not as worried about when we do the AOBs, just that they're going to have to meet the same road requirements, sewer, water, and everything else as if they were building a new house with what's theirs. Sure, go ahead.
I just want to, since you said AOB, that was just, so currently, how do we monitor whether an AOB is being rented long-term?
So we're not, but what the ordinance requires is that if somebody changes occupancy, that there be a, basically a notarized affidavit signed by the person living there, that they understand that the house has not been structurally reviewed, and that's supposed to be given to the chief building official. That's why one of the things that Cade mentioned is in terms of a kind of a problem, because that was brought up during the discussions. It's like, well, we can just have people sign the liability waiver and stay there. And it's like if we have 600 STRs and they're being rented out, and I don't know what percentage would be AOBs, but if there were 50 AOBs that are getting rented out 25 times a year, that's a lot of paperwork coming in and out. If I could just add one more thing. But there's a more fundamental problem, which is the policy issue. AOB was never intended to be something for a commercial enterprise. It was something so people could build their own house out of materials that they may have cut on their own property and live there.
I understand that, but what you just said is that you can do a document and give that to the chief building official for long-term rental, but it doesn't work for...
I don't think it was intended for long-term rental. I think it was intended when the property sells.
Oh, for when
There's
it sells.
two things you can
Okay.
do. You either bring it into compliance. I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. You either bring it into compliance with the building code, or the new buyer has to sign this affidavit understanding that they're taking on the liability of living there.
Oh, so you weren't specifically talking about long-term rentals that are happening with AOBs currently?
Correct. Somebody in the public brought up the idea, well, why don't you just use that provision to have everybody who's staying in an STR sign that? And it's really, that's not the intent of why that's there. It's that, okay, you built the property, you want to sell it now. The next person really has a right to know what they're buying.
Correct. So currently, you aren't supposed to rent an AOB,
That's exactly true.
but that's not, okay, I'm gonna let that go.
I guess I was done. Supervisor Madrone?
Currently, TOT taxes are being paid voluntarily and primarily through Airbnb or Vacasa or things like that. Some people have actually contacted the tax collector directly to do a form and submit their TOT taxes that way. Once this ordinance is in place, all TOT taxes would be through arrangement with our tax collector. They wouldn't go through these third parties.
I think that's a policy issue that we would need to incorporate into an ordinance someplace.
Okay, so it's not in this in any way.
This is not intended to dictate how taxes are paid.
Okay, okay, but clearly everybody will owe those taxes, whereas right now it's voluntary. I know a large proportion are paying them, but there are those that are not. And we don't really know who they are or whatever.
The struggle is right now particularly is that those third-party vendors are not giving us a list of who's.
It's just
paying-
lump
they're-
sum.
They're giving us a lump sum.
Yeah, thank you.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I was just going to emphasize that. I mean, even if we use this as proof of an operation of an STR, which I think is not unreasonable, it's actually not proof of us actually receiving the funds. These are unaudited monies that are paid by the operators to a third party, who then doesn't allow any auditing of these transactions, and then we're just basically given a lump sum of money without knowing what it's attached to, where it comes from, whether it's paid from Humboldt County or from somewhere else. We don't have any understanding of that. So it's a bit of an odd thing, which is why many municipalities and counties and other jurisdictions have basically said, we're not going through the third party. I think Arcata is one of them. They just pay directly to the city, and that way they have the database is clear, who's paying, who's not, who's in, who's out, and they don't have to. There's no guessing anymore. So I kind of lean on that personally. And you're saying that's not a policy that we're going to adjudicate as part of this ordinance?
I think that's better placed rather than the zoning code in the tax code.
Okay. And when would we see that in relation to, when we, grind through this? I'm sure something's going to come out the other side, whether, when that's going to happen, but then how quickly would we be able to have that discussion, and is it relevant, before the other stuff comes online?
I don't know that it's necessarily something that is intricately tied to the land use regulations.
Mm-hmm.
But if that is the direction from the board to pursue that, we'd be happy to work with the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office to get an ordinance back in front of you for that.
Right. And one of the things I've seen in places where, and I'm just going to go backing away from that question for a second, but moving back into the high fire zones and sort of these timber spaces, we've seen where those are actually only under occupied by, owner occupied or resident occupied, so that they actually wouldn't even be under necessarily the cap if you're in the same building. So people wouldn't have to stress about that as much. But I think in other jurisdictions, their concern is just basically having folks from out of the area come into a very rural and sometimes, a bit of a precarious situation, and not really having access directly to support. And I know in our ordinance we have something about access to like someone you can call, but there's nothing. But I was, whether or not that person is within an actual distance of being able to assist is a different story. And I want to make sure that we're not just having people call, like a call center or something,
right,
like a third-party call center. How can I help you? Well, the house is on fire, or whatever it is. Like, what do we have about that?
So one of the things the Planning Commission did ask that we do is put together the Good Neighbor Guide.
Right.
And one of the components in the Good Neighbor Guide is the evacuation route.
Okay.
So while it's not requiring a conditional use permit like the tsunami, there is some thought that if you're in a place where it's not immediately clear how you get out of this,
right,
you're going to be given a guide of how, if there's an emergency, what you should do, where you should go, how you should get on the road and move.
And was there, on the farm stay option, which is that, what are the occupancy or connectivity obligations around that?
It's basically that there has to be some kind of educational material provided. It's pretty loose, but there's lots of options there.
But as in terms of like a human that you would have contact with, is you really that for a farm stay, the only thing that's required right now is a pamphlet?
Well,
I mean, that's.
I mean, it should be an experiential thing, and that's not defined.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thanks.
And just because I've been through the farm stay with the Coastal Commission and your department, and we had a 3-year, and the farm stays that we have, and the one in particular, they contact the people, they have a full tray, they have a basket of local dairy products, and they provide a educational they can come in and they can go down and feed a cow. They can go watch them get milking. They can do everything else. They've had over 20 dairy owners from outside the country actually stay there. So it's the whole idea. And we followed the guideline, or I can't say we followed the guideline. The guideline that was used was the European version of farm stays because we didn't have very many of them. And now that's become one of the #1 ecotourisms in Europe. So I think with that being said, they have, because they're all on working farms. So and usually they're built in what used to be farm housing, and now they've turned that around and done this because most of the farm workers stay off-site. So the ones that we have. So.
And that being said, I'm a very big fan of farm stays. I'm just trying to make sure it's not something that is,
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm
yeah.
saying is you have a rental. Does your renter know how to get a hold of you?
I don't have an STR, so I don't know.
Do you have a renter?
It's not
STR is a renter, so I'm just saying.
No, it's a business. Residency is
Your rental's a
residential.
business. I'm not gonna, okay.
This,
All right.
We're talking about.
I may take it
we're
to
talking about
public, I
commercial
may take it
use
to
of a
public comment. I
residential
just,
zone. It's very different.
of course.
I wanted to ask about the high fire area that, I know that's currently not in there, but I know Supervisor Wilson is, asking that question. And Humboldt County is high fire when there isn't an area that isn't according to insurance companies. 11th Street in Fortuna is a high fire area currently. So how would it gets really sticky when you're trying to say, you basically would say all of southern Humboldt then is an extreme fire area. So I want to be cautious when and I understand, Supervisor Wilson, your questions come from concern, but we need to be careful.
Yeah, John, on the STR data and the attachments, there's a vacancy rate, a column. Is that the vacancy of STRs, not number of housing stocks?
No, that's housing vacancy.
So total housing units, and for instance, the Trinidad area plan, 933 units, housing units, 20% vacancy
Yep.
rate. That's surprising. I'm not really aware of a lot of vacant places in the area. But anyway, what's that data? How'd you acquire that data?
That was census data.
Census data.
Census data.
That's why it's 2020.
So vacation homes would count as vacancies. There you go. Okay. Thanks.
So just if you look at that, another correlation there,
Yeah.
the higher the vacancy within an area,
Yeah.
the higher percentage of STRs in that area.
Yeah, very interesting. McKinleyville came out recently in some census data as being having the highest median income of any community in Humboldt County. McKinleyville, believe it or not.
Next to Humboldt State.
And it has 1,158 housing units in the McKinleyville area plan and only a 4% vacancy rate. Anyway, these are interesting data. I appreciate the effort to put them together. Thank you.
We're gonna get to you guys. Supervisor Arroyo?
Thank you. So the Good Neighbor Guide that you mentioned, I really appreciate the thoughtfulness and the provisions of that and the example that, Kate, that you pulled up. And I wondered what the thinking was. So I will just editorialize slightly on my question, say it makes sense to me that everyone would get this because it includes evacuation procedures and, where the nearest hospital is. And I would say that's equally important in rural areas, if not more. That said, it looks like these are only applicable in essentially the Humboldt Bay area, the greater Humboldt Bay area. And so I was wondering if you could speak to the thought behind that as the Planning Commission approved this.
Actually, all short-term rentals get them, only homestays don't.
Okay, the language I'm seeing is about how they apply to parcels that are within these areas, less than 10 acres, located within 1,000 feet of the nearest neighboring residence, and exceptions may be sought with a special permit. That was on page 5. This is a complex thing, so I don't know if I'm missing something.
No, you,
Page 5, of the coastal one. I didn't look at the pagination of the other. We can come back to it. Honestly, I want to give you enough time to.
No, let's get to it. Do it. He's on it.
Okay.
yeah, I think that. So that's all under the section of short-term rental requirements, 6.1.05.10. So when we go down it says standards, so that's still part of that section. So everything under that, they need to comply with. And
Okay.
yeah, no, I see what you're saying, is that there's a special carve out there that only certain areas have to do that.
Yeah, I'll just say that seems like good information for everyone to have.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to community comment, no matter what you guys say. Public comment, please. You're going to have to line up and speak at the podium, unless you're just waving. Mic's on.
Hi, everybody. My name is Andy Dickey. I've been a resident of District 5 since 1966. First, I want to thank Director John Ford for all the work he's done, former planner Keenan Hilton, and current planner Cade McMahon. Boy, I've had an opportunity to go to an awful lot of meetings, and I've been to, I think, three of the town hall meetings, or a couple of them, and then all of the planning commission meetings, and here I am with you today. And I want to thank everybody that's given input and a lot of thought into this, things that went back and forth. But it really, I think that, I want to also mention I'm a short-term rental owner in McKinleyville. And there's just a lot of work, there's been a lot of compromise and a lot of things. And the planning department has listened to a lot of input. And I feel like this is a really good plan, to be adopted very close to the way it is now. I did come before the Planning Commission, and I did have one thing that I would like to see modified, and it had to do with, as Rex mentioned, handing the short-term rental down to a next of kin. In my particular case, I have an autistic daughter, and she's 20 years old now. I'm 66 years old, and I'm not sure that she's going to have the means to support herself. And so when I set up my trust, I set my trust up so this specific piece of property would be in her name, hoping that her older sister would help her manage it, and the proceeds from this short-term rental could sustain her, and she wouldn't be a burden to our tax collectors or taxpayers and so forth. So that went through a lot of public discussion and things, and it was kind of a convoluted, kind of messy here and there. And I just kind of backed off on it. And if it's the way it's going to be, it's the way it's going to be. But I would sure hope that we could find a way for those specific people, the next of kin, that could somehow benefit from their mom and dad's hard work. And with that, I thank you.
Thanks, Andy. No clapping, please. And the last. Okay, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for your time today. My name is Greg Sidoroff, and my wife and I live in the Big Lagoon area of Trinidad. I'd like to thank Director Ford, Keenan, and Cade for the tremendous amount of effort they put forth on this matter. When we looked to relocate to this area over 4 years ago, we tried to find something in the Trinidad area, and we're told by the local real estate firm that there is very little turnover in Trinidad, and those that do become available are in extremely high demand due to the saturation of short-term vacation rentals. We were fortunate and found a great home in the Big Lagoon Estates subdivision. I'm here today to urge you to consider adding the Big Lagoon Estates subdivision to the plan that is before you for consideration. Specifically, sections 61.05.10.2.1.1, short-term rental limitations, and 61.05.10.3.2, neighborhood quality and public nuisance. I want to be clear that my request is not to eliminate STRVs, but just to limit them to the 4 that are currently exist, or a fixed percentage, as long as these meet the new criteria for permitting that you are considering. We're extremely concerned that if all coastal development areas in the county are subject to limitations, that naturally our area will become overly populated with short-term vacation rentals as investment opportunities. The California Coastal Commission draft preliminary report addresses this, where it states in Section C, as written, with the bulk of those STRs could potentially be located in one geographic area, such as within the Trinidad area plan, consider capping the number of STRs within each area plan to a certain number or percentage of the housing stock with that area. The Big Lagoon Park subdivision is very unique in Humboldt County, comprised currently of 39 homes and 3 potentially buildable lots. It is part already of a decombining zone that was set up many years ago. The area already has a design review committee. The reason that this area was designated this way was to maintain neighborhood integrity and keep it as an exceptional community. By not placing a cap on this area, it would go directly against the intent, that ordinance's intent, giving the neighborhood a voice of what happens in their community. We are not asking the design review committee to have any say over this, just use that as a mapping area or add us to the Trinidad area plan. In December, my wife and I sent Supervisor Madrone a detailed letter in regards to this matter that is part of the packet before you. In interest of time, I won't detail every point, but will summarize it within these points. Big Lagoon Park subdivision is served by the Big Lagoon Community Service District, the smallest DSD in the state, all volunteer organization. It has 1 operating well that could fail at any time. Currently, BLCSD is a short board member and struggling volunteers. STRVs in the community are using nearly 50% more water than the typical single-family residence. STRVs are area in demand nearly year-round and not just 2 months a year. Thank you. Sorry. I appreciate everything.
On February 18th, 1992, the board here established a decombining zone which created the Big Lagoon Subdivision Design Review Committee, whose members are appointed by the Board of Supervisors. This committee answers to the Planning Department, was created specifically to set criteria for local housing. This is a fairly unique situation. I believe there are only a very few design review committees in the county. This shows that there is a precedent that has already been set, recognizing the unique geographic and housing issues encountered by this very small neighborhood. We have a limited supply of water, and the STRs we have now use approximately 150% of the average use of the homeowners. Furthermore, many of the houses here are made into STRs. Who will do the volunteer work for the water board? If we have no water board, it will be extremely expensive to live in this neighborhood, thereby pricing very many of the current homeowners out of the market. I ask that a unique coastal area be created covering the same geography as the existing design review committee with the same low rate as applies to other coastal areas with small lots to preserve our neighborhood of owner-occupied homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Next.
Hello. As I see all of you, thank you for taking your time. Thank you for allowing me to skip and cart my way in here because my daughter said, Mom, you're Harley Quinn. That being said, thank you for wearing your ribbon, Rex, All Minds Matter, mental health awareness ribbon.
This is regarding short-term rentals, and you're going to have to stick on the topic, please.
Oh, we're on a sorry, what's the item? Oh,
Short-term rentals, this is
zoning.
specific to short-term rentals, the item that's on the agenda right now.
So
If
zoning
you-
issue. All right. So I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, I have to get my mindset for a minute because my mind works a lot different than everyone here. For various reasons, I cannot specify or as classified information, but I have to explain this to you to help everyone out so you'll understand. Everybody is too damn high to.
I need you to
think
understand,
and understand.
I need you to
And stay
understand
awake.
that this
Thank
is
you.
regarding the short-term rental that is
Sorry,
on the
Chris.
agenda for right now. And I'm
Right.
going to need you to either do that or step away from the podium.
That being
We have a
said-
time earlier today that you could speak on non-agenda items. That is stuff that is not on the agenda. So I'm going to please ask you to direct all comments to the item on hand, or I'm going to have to ask you to step away.
All right. So, you know, they're talking about Murder Mountain, Redway.
I'm going to
That's-
ask you to
Redway
step,
is-
I'm
Redway's
going to
land?
ask you to step away now.
Redway, California, 95560, Southern Humboldt. Am I at Northern Humboldt meeting or am I at Southern?
As of this
I have
moment, this meeting
questions.
is shut down. We will shut down the
Megan's
meeting
Law,
appropriately.
state.gov.
Eric, could you shut down the meeting, please? We are in recess. With that, Eric, I will reconvene the meeting and ask for the next person to speak.
Ken Swatsky, I will stay on point. I don't have short-term rentals here. I have 9 of them down in Mexico, and I strongly applaud what you're moving forward on this. I did wish to make, and I do live within a visual sight line of the one that's in Glendale that has been, I have one of my residences there. I'm there from time to time. So anyway, I do support the ability for someone to inherit the thing. But on the other hand, I guess it should be based upon whoever you would say would be a conflict of interest. If you have a conflict of interest, should have a conflict of interest with your son, then your son shouldn't be able to go that way or not. That should go both ways. I did want to make a comment on the fire rating in the lands, the ag lands and whatnot out there. Currently, you can have a very large cannabis permit, weed permit out in the middle of there with no will served from a fire district. It's not within any district. And all they have to do is they have to sign something. The person who has the permit out there has to sign something. I acknowledge I don't get services. So again, I think it'd be just about impossible for you to go ahead and restrict a much smaller impact potentially than having 20 or 30 people coming and going on a real large commercial permit out in the forest land. So those are a few of my comments. Strongly appreciate all the time, all the outreach. And I also strongly appreciate the fact that Michelle Bushnell and others are lobbying for their particular needs in their area. And it's imperative that people be able to stay alive out in these areas where their economy is totally crashed. And so, although the flexibility I think would be nice to have built in regarding some way that you build in where, say, if the director, such as John Ford, determined that there was a need to raise the cap, you could build that in there. You have those, all kinds of things like that, and a whole bunch of your other things. I did have a question, and I might have not heard correctly, but something that we don't have a noise ordinance. And I know we have a noise, in the general plan, there was a whole section on noise, but maybe I misunderstood that. But if we don't have an ordinance for noise, we darn well ought to get it really quick. So they give me opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Please.
Good afternoon. My name is Bernie Garrigan. I'm a real estate broker locally here, and I've lived in Humboldt since 2009 and kind of fell in love with the area. It's one of the most incredible places I've ever been. I think as this short-term rental ordinance is kind of sitting in front of you, I ask that there's consideration taken into the fact that these really do capture the magic of the place we live. You can't get that same support, like we said, maybe at a hotel or kind of in an area where there's a higher concentration of people. So my recommendation to you is to please take the time and consideration into designing this where it meets the requirements of impact, but also takes into consideration the uniqueness of where we live and doesn't hamstring that or take it back from the whole reason people are coming to Humboldt. So, that's all I got. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Seeing no one else,
Chair Bohn, we have 4 callers in Zoom. The
Thank you,
first
Nikki.
caller is 6249. You've been prompted to unmute, and you have 3 minutes. You've been prompted to unmute. Press star 9. Chair Bohn, we can go to the next caller.
that would be great. For the people that are online listening, if you'll notice at the bottom of your screen, the rules and the ways to get on are listed. Next caller.
Oh my gosh. Is that, what caller did I just call? Sorry, my screen just froze. 6249, thank you. Oh, 3370 just unmuted.
Hi. Oh, sorry. Is it someone else?
You're
No,
no, you're good.
You're good. We just have an out-of-town buyer
Okay.
calling in.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Layal Bata, and I'm a policy and research analyst at Better Neighbors Los Angeles, a coalition of
excuse me.
tenants.
Hang on
Excuse
just
me.
a second. We're
Can you-
getting both of you out of the way at once.
No, it's actually, you have some background noise. Can you mute your TV or whatever's the noise?
Oh, sure. Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you, yes. Okay,
Sorry.
your time started.
We could hear you twice before.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I'll start now. Thank you. Good morning, or good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Layal Bata, and I'm a policy and research analyst at Better Neighbors Los Angeles, a coalition of hosts, tenants, housing advocates, and community members. At Better Neighbors, we conduct data analysis and research on the short-term rental industry in the coastal zone and its impacts on coastal communities. So we urge the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors to amend the proposed ordinance to permit only true home sharing and hosted-only short-term rentals within Humboldt County's coastal zone. A hosted-only policy is the best way to balance the preservation of affordable housing and coastal public access and aligns with the Coastal Commission's perspective on the short-term rental policy. The Coastal Commission has passed strong and balanced short-term rental regulations, and in March 2023, the Commission approved the City of Half Moon Bay's regulations that included a primary residence requirement on both hosted and unhosted short-term rentals, along with a 60-night cap on the number of nights an unhosted rental may be rented annually. Then in December 2023, the Commission held an informational briefing on housing, during which a set of academic researchers, representatives from coastal cities, and commissioners expressed how short-term rentals may impact access to long-term housing within the coastal zone. One academic noted the need for the Commission to establish a regulatory floor that permits hosted-only rentals but prohibits unhosted. Commissioners Katie Rice, Megan Harmon, and Dana Bocho, and others all expressed concerns regarding the issue of short-term rentals within the coastal zone in particular. And these recent events should provide the Board of Supervisors with more confidence to pass stronger short-term rental regulations. within that coastal zone, especially those that ensure the primary use of housing remains housing, while short-term rentals remain a secondary use. However, the board should the board decide not to adopt regulations limited to true home sharing, we request the commission lower the cap of short-term rentals to 1% of housing stock without any neighborhood exemptions to safeguard communities against an overconcentration of short-term rentals. We also ask the board to permit a single individual or business to own only one parcel with a short-term rental permit. Finally, we urge the commission to prohibit short-term rentals from operating within multifamily structures. 40% of households in Humboldt County are renter occupied. Multifamily structures are often more affordable options that should be preserved for long-term tenants like service and agricultural workers who are vital to Humboldt community. In Los Angeles, we've seen firsthand how short-term rentals have contributed to rising housing costs. According to a McGill University report published last year, short-term rentals have contributed to an increase of rent by $810 and have taken 2,500 homes off the long-term market since 2015. In Humboldt County, rents have increased to
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Bohn. We'll try 8553.
Thank you.
You have been asked to unmute, and you will have 3 minutes. And their hand just went down. Okay, we'll try 6249. You've been prompted to unmute. Okay, let's try 9285. You've been prompted to unmute, and you will have 3 minutes. Press *9 to unmute your phone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sorry. Yes, we can hear you.
This is 9285, thank you. I came in late because I went off of the notice that Airbnb sent out that this meeting was at 6. So I apologize if I'm being redundant. There were some things I didn't understand in reading through the updated draft. My name is Tracy Montefort. I've attended several of these meetings. I'm a homeowner here in McKinleyville and love our county. Feel privileged to have lived here for 44 years. I went to HSU, taught in county schools, raised a family here, owned multiple businesses. And my husband and I started a home share STR via Airbnb in February 2018. I too appreciate all the time and thoughtful consideration that's gone into the creation of this ordinance. And I agree that regulations are very necessary to promote the public health, safety, welfare, and housing stock of our community, and at the same time promoting tourism and economic development of our county. So that being said, I know I'm not just speaking for myself when I say this whole process has created quite a bit of anxiety and sleepless nights for owners such as myself. After having lost a business that we created and operated for many years, by we I mean my husband and myself. Not longer after that, discovering that my husband had advanced prostate cancer in February 2018, we feared that we were going to lose our home that we've had since 2001. And because we are of the entrepreneurial mindset, we looked into Airbnb, decided to give it a go, and it turned out to be an absolutely perfect fit for us. We live on 6.3 acres bordering Azalea Reserve, kind of a unique little haven here. We have a horse and donkeys and goats, and it's a real attraction for our guests, and I love providing little extra touches and recommendations to places to see that only a local could really do. So kind of piggyback after what that gentleman said who stood up there about how we create a very unique experience that you can't get at hotels. Well, after having done our first Airbnb, which is part of our home share, for a couple of years, we opened up a guest house that we also have on our property. It's about 25 yards from our main home. I can see it out my front door. That being said, because we have set it up in such a private way, a lot of times our guests, the two different units, don't even see each other. We might not even see each other. So everybody has a lot of privacy. It's a very unique experience. We host a lot of people who come up to visit their students at Cal Poly or bring their families up to romp around in the redwoods. And it has helped my husband and I to be able to stay in our home. Honestly, we're in our 60s now. We were very fearful we were going to lose the home that we loved. Our home would never be offered up as housing stock, as we do like to have our family, our kids live far away, our grandkids, and they come and stay, and we're able to provide space for them to be able to stay. We don't want people living here full time and inviting their friends and family to come up also. would create a whole lot more traffic than what we actually get with just having our Airbnbs. So my question, and I don't know where to get this answer.
Thank you.
Is
I'm sorry, your 3 minutes is up, I'm sorry. For your answer, you can go to planning and building, though.
Chairman, would you like to give the last two another chance?
Please.
Okay. 8553, please press *6 to unmute. There you go.
Hello. I think what happened was you said press *9, but it's actually *6.
I apologize about that.
Anyway, my name is James Adam Taylor. I just wanted to let you know that for people that are trying to stay in this community, it is continuing to become more difficult. And I feel for the people that have come to renting out their homes or extra homes or extra homes or an apartment that they used to rent to somebody that lived here as a means to, you know, make ends meet. But this is one of the most rent and housing burdened communities in the entire country. And anything that you have the power to do to make it more affordable to live here with housing stock that already exists is incredibly important to do. I am strongly in support of more stringent measures than this has. True housing shares only in the coastal zone, limited to 1% in the coastal zone. These are measures that will actually get houses and apartments back on the market, back available for those of us in the community who live here and work here and want to stay here. We want to see our friends and neighbors continue to stay here. And I'll end with that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. And caller 6249, please press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Hi. Thank you. Sorry for all that confusion. My name is Jonna Kitchen. I'm a co-owner of Trinidad Retreats. I've managed vacation rentals in Humboldt County for over 12 years. I totally appreciate all the meetings. I've attended a lot of them virtually and appreciate the efforts. I have a couple comments that are more constructive in nature. One comment I wanted to say was it was actually the county tax district that asked Airbnb several years back to collect the TOTs because there was fear that there were a lot of people not paying the TOTs, and so that was the workaround to try to get more compliance. So I guess the tables have turned now, and I understand the way that Airbnb submits is a lump sum, which makes it difficult for the county to determine actually how many. That's part of why the county, I think, has a hard time knowing actually how many STRs are operating in the county. So it's just interesting. My comments are largely about the existing STRs. I think there's still some work to be done there. The date is concerning to me. Originally, there was the moratorium that was set, I can't remember the exact date, in June, and the date that was going to determine existing STRs was set prior to that moratorium date. And then I think it was under the legal advisement that date be eliminated, and then there was no date set, and then arbitrarily, I'm not sure why October 26th became the hot date, and so I'd like to understand what the significance of that date is and why it changed. In all fairness, I'd like to see this date be changed to whenever the STR ordinance is actually adopted. Going to the cap, I'd also like clarification of what evidence of operation really is. As a business, we've always registered the homes we manage with county tax collector's office and pay the TOTs, but I think that needs to be clarified more. In terms of the cap, I'm wondering how often the county will review the housing stock to determine what the 2% and what the 5% in the area plan constitute. because that'll change when there's new homes built. And I'd love to see what the numbers are right now, and maybe I missed that, what 2% actually translates to now, and what the 5% translates into for each of the coastal area plans. And then what happens when the numbers fall below the cap? How will it be determined who gets the next permit? Will it be lottery? Will it be
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Chair Bohn. There are no more callers in Zoom.
Thank you, Nick, very much. Well, I'll bring it back to the board, and I know there was a lot of talk about Supervisor Bushnell. Thank you. There was a lot of talk about the TOT tax, and I think it was 2015, we actually had somebody that was collecting the TOT in Ferndale, had $9,000, wanted to give it to us, went to John Bartholomew, and I believe he worked with Santa Cruz and San Luis Obispo County and wrote a pretty strong letter to Airbnb wanting them to collect, and they didn't respond. So after that, 2 months later, with no response, we had county council sent a letter, and then we were working with other counties, and soon after that, they started collecting it a short time after. I mean, I'm not exactly sure. In 2016, I believe we started getting money from them, and I think that was their way of saying, here's your money, and they just sent it to us in a brown paper bag every month, per se, without any breakdown. So it was 2015 when we sent the original letter to say, hey, we have these. So, and I think Amy was here. She was the assistant, I believe, at the time. So, Supervisor Bushnell.
Well, I just wanted to see if Amy would come up, and there were questions around the tax process and what her feelings are. It's it could be part of the ordinance. It's discussion that we had about part of the ordinance.
John, can you clarify if the tax is part of the ordinance?
So we're not proposing to address how the taxes are collected.
Okay.
This is a land use ordinance.
Right, but isn't it how we might determine how people are grandfathered in?
Well, that information can come in a lot of different forms,
Okay,
yeah.
that's fine. Sorry for Amy coming over then.
Supervisor Arroyo, yes.
Well, I appreciate you being here, Amy. Thank you very much.
You're integral to it.
We've been having this conversation a bit, and I'll go back to we're asking people to show that they don't have any outstanding taxes on their property, and then I assume we heard in the presentation that that would include TOT, but I think moving forward, I am interested in having added to this that there will be some kind of brief statement that people are, as they're seeking these permits, that they will attest that they will comply with the tax requirements moving forward. We can separately consider an ordinance and an approach and a methodology to collect those, but I want, I would just like to see some kind of thing tied to this where they're attesting that yes, they will do this, they will be tracking it, and then they'll remit that at such a time as, and hopefully it'll follow in close succession. But I realize we don't have that today, and that it's a different, different department, different avenue, but I'd still like that to be part of it.
Okay. Supervisor Wilson?
Those are, I thought those good comments from the public in terms of the breadth and the experiences. One of the things that was brought up, John, was and I thought it was interesting, was the Half Moon Bay ordinance, where they have a minimum, or I guess it's how do I phrase this? In order for a house to be considered an Airbnb, or excuse me, a short STR, it has to be over 60 days. Ours, I think, has 90 days in it. I just want to point out that that's standard, and there was a lot of discussion actually wasn't at the meeting, that particular meeting for the Coastal Commission, but there was a lot of discussion about that, and sort of, I would say it felt like a precedent was set in sort of that determination as to whether or not, if you're renting out a space more than a certain number of days. So basically what I'm trying to say is that if you rent out a place under a short-term rental model and it's less than 60 days, which in our ordinance right now is less than 90 days, it's not considered under the cap, meaning that if you have a place and you go on vacation or you're going to go someplace for a couple months or whatever it is, you get 60 days to, and right now ours is 90, but I'm just saying the standard that we saw set, and I'm going to tell you, like, it's not unlikely that you'll hear about it again when this goes through that process. I'm just saying, so from my perspective, that seems like a fairly reasonable standard. I did follow the discussion. I do think it's not, it seems pretty good. What they were trying to get at is like, that seemed like a good number because, well, basically, people are not traveling in general from their primary residence more than that. And if they are, then they should maybe consider renting it out long-term. So those are the thoughts. So I want to put that into the mix. I don't think we're going to adjudicate or discuss everything and get it done today, but I want to put that on the roster of discussion items. I also did want to point out that we had a comment that Airbnb had sent out an email, and I want to note that that's great. I mean, I think that's good that people get noticed, but all the folks that have been impacted or are renters or that had to move or whatever, that population of people are not getting direct emails for solicitation to comment on this. So there is a disparity, and we have to understand that in these processes, that how outreach occurs, and that works in all interest groups. It's not just this interest group. It can be an environmental interest group. It can be this, that, or the other. But I just want to point out that that is mixed into this. There was a question about multifamily zoning, and I don't think multifamily zoning we don't even allow it in multifamily zoning in this, do we? I mean, or is it everywhere there's residential?
It could be allowed, yes.
But it would only be 1 unit per parcel.
I believe that's right. It originally was more in multifamily, but I think that was scaled back.
So if it's in multifamily and there's 4 units, only 1 could be used for an STR. If it's 20 or whatever it is, big apartments, you'd get 1. Mm-hmm. Okay, I hear. Think that's appreciate that clarification. And then the date. There was a question about the date, and could you clarify that?
Yeah, sure. So the Planning Commission was thinking about what the effective date would be and had discussed that the board had wanted to create a moratorium so that people wouldn't start speculating in anticipation of the ordinance. And so while the date couldn't be that date, it could be a date that had some meaning. And so as the commission came to understand, we now have a stable draft that we're refining. Let's make that date the date, which was basically a planning commission hearing date.
One last question. There was a comment, and I think it's a good question, which is, we allowed through a ordinance, commercial activities around cannabis in our resource lands, and why would this be different? And I think one fundamental difference is that we went through a CEQA process to evaluate those potential impacts of that commercial activity in our resource lands. And in this case, there isn't a CEQA analysis. Is that, or is there?
No, because we're looking at it as basically a very similar level of impact to the occupancy of the residents. It should create all kinds of more impacts. And that was largely true of cannabis in forest lands, where it's only allowed there if it was pre-existing. So the level of impact was what was there, and basically the level of impact under short-term rental is there's a residence there, and there's some variation between how much residence is used in all cases, but it's functionally being used as a residence, even though it's.
Well, it's functionally being used as a hotel.
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
really, it's a commercial activity. We define residential as people living in a place where they reside.
Right.
It's a kind of a misnomer short-term rental in
It
some
is being
regards.
used for commercial resident, or commercial short-term stays, yes.
Right, okay. So.
But the impacts are very similar. People come and go from the place during the day.
And that's what we're basing this on,
Yes.
is that, that's a great clarification, because, we went through a lot of CEQA review for the ordinance that allowed for this other commercial activity to occur. And like you said, there was some assumption that it would actually also reduce, or that it would be less of an impact than the unregulated version of that activity.
Right, that is
Okay.
absolutely true.
That's a clarification I think is relevant. So, okay, thank you.
Supervisor Bushnell.
So back to Supervisor Arroyo's question about adding something into this ordinance about the taxation or requiring that that's paid. What does that look like? And is that common in any other kind of ordinance?
It can be, and part of my hesitation, frankly, of trying to create a clear, bright line between things that we implement and don't implement in terms of we being planning and building, is that in situations where we've required that people do things that other departments administer, I've gotten a lot of feedback that it's unfair for us to include that in our requirements for people to come into compliance there in order to be in compliance with planning and building permits.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why it's tried to create a very bright line in terms of what this does as a land use ordinance.
Mm-hmm.
It's a policy decision for the board.
Mm-hmm.
If you want us to overlap in another department's area,
Well,
it's not structured that way, though.
It's not something I think, but I wanted to make clarification. And I'm would have other questions like the TOT is 12%, but then there's a 2% T-bid, which isn't, I don't think would be on this, but I don't know where that clarification comes in. Does it come in the ordinance, or what is that part of the tax?
Well, that's all tax.
I understand that.
Yeah,
That's why I'm asking.
so it's not really a land use issue.
Right, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, so I, in terms of somebody signing their application and having on the application and on the renewal, that they understand that it's also their obligation to separately pay transient occupancy tax, I think that's fairly simple to
Well, we got
do.
into this with cannabis ordinance with business licenses, right?
Yes, we did.
And which isn't your department, and what that was determined, I think, through some investigation of your office. So I was just curious with the conversation around adding that to the ordinance. And then what, is there a blanket, what's the cost for a permit?
So the most recent fee schedule, we included a cost for an administrative permit. It's $135.
So that would be just a basic permit.
Yep, and it's basically 1 hour of loaded staff time. And then one of the things that we're going to have to do in the next round of fee schedule is to talk about what it is to renew or extend or have somebody apply for saying that they're going to continue operation and get a fee for that.
So,
For processing that.
thank you for that. Supervisor Wilson had asked something about enforcement fees. What does that look like, and how would that be fair for people that never have enforcement problems? How would you incorporate that?
Well, one of the struggles is that, and you are all aware of this, is that when there are complaints, we're obligated to respond to those complaints and verify the veracity of whether or not an actual violation exists. So sometimes there won't be a violation, or sometimes there's a minor violation, and a conversation with an applicant takes care of it. And so there's really not much to build there, but there is staff time being expended. So how do you support that effort to make sure that there is time? And one of the ways to do that is to work into the loaded staff time just a little bit more time to be able to spread that out so it's fair to everybody, because conceivably every permit could unfortunately have to be investigated to determine if there's a violation there or not.
So I think I mean, you and I spoke about this morning, that oftentimes complaint-driven creates neighbors. Sometimes it becomes a tool for people, and those complaints are never substantiated. And so what happens when that process, and we've seen it in the past, and you build these dollars in for enforcement, and it is true that people will go through their life and not have any violations and do the right thing. And so can we talk about that?
Yeah, so let me just say, I think the way we write ordinances is to presume that people are going to go through the entire life of this ordinance and the entire life of their permit and not have violations. Unfortunately, we do find that there are occasions where people do things that upset the neighbors, upset the neighborhood, and need to be addressed. And then there are occasions where there is just a dispute between neighbors, and so we end up getting a complaint and have to investigate that, only to find out that it's not really a huge violation or not a violation at all. And so everything that we do is factually driven, but the struggle is that sometimes, all the time, you've got to investigate it. You've got to find out what the facts are. You've got to then find out what can be done with those facts, and start working if there is something that seems like there's a violation there that requires a conversation, contacting the permit holder, helping them understand the nature of the violation, finding out whether or not they're aware of it, seeing what they can do to resolve it, if they will resolve it, and if they will, then it's done.
Okay, thank you for that. My last question is going to be around what Supervisor Bohn brought up about the permit being assumable or passed on.
Mm-hmm.
There are, in other instances, permits that can be assumed or passed on because it's land use, right? Goes with the land, or so. What would that look like in this ordinance?
Mm-hmm.
So basically what we did at the planning commission level is we were directed to come back, and we actually went into like probate code and took actual legal definitions to apply to what is next of kin and who can legally be passed down and receive entitlements. And so we got into a discussion, and it became evident that you could discriminate against people on a basis of who you can and cannot allow to be able to transfer these entitlements to. And hear me out. It became whether or not you could transfer the permit entirely or whether you do not transfer the permit at all. And that's really what it came down to. Now,
Could I add to that a little bit too? One of the other factors that fit everything that Mr. McNamara just said is absolutely true. But there's another policy issue that is here. And, excuse me, I am so sorry for my cough. And that is that the way this is structured, the intended purpose is not to see the permanent conversion of housing out of housing. It is to allow these activities to occur for a period of time, but ultimately to maintain the integrity of the housing, maintain the integrity of the individual house and the neighborhood that it's in. And so that's where, looking at really not being able to discriminate and not wanting to discriminate, and also the purpose, which is not to see the complete conversion of housing out of housing into a commercial use. It's a balance.
I guess, you know, it is different, I guess, because it's an STR ordinance, but we do this with rental incomes, homes. People own apartments, commercial use. They own homes, rental use. And those are transferred to their next of kin or whomever they choose. So do you have an occupancy permit for rent for apartments?
Well, so there is a subtle, ever so subtle difference, and this is a policy issue, so I'm not advocating one way or the other right now. But the intended use of a single-family residence or duplex is for a residence, not for transient occupancy. We're allowing that residence to be used for transient occupancy. And whereas when you've got a permanent rental, it's being used for the intended purposes of that zone, of all the policy guidance that the county gives.
Well, so when someone buys a home, say you buy a home and you want it to be a rental, what process do you have to go through? Nothing, right?
No, because the intended use of that is for a home.
Yeah.
We wouldn't regulate that. We're now allowing a commercial use to go into a residence.
I guess I see the difference of a rental is a commercial for the person that owns, say, 10 rentals. It's commercial to them. And I understand that. I understand it's a very small portion. So thank you.
I think it's probably a horse that's probably only going to get ridden once or twice up to the counter anyway, so. Supervisor Wilson. Actually, Supervisor Arroyo.
I let him know I was in the queue. I have a few things to go through that I would like to state based on the conversation, and I wrote them down, so it should be quick. So with Big Lagoon, I agree that we should address some of those limitations given the kind of unique infrastructure issues there. I wasn't clear whether the folks who have contacted us were asking that that be part of the 2% cap or that there be some more stringent cap. And I wanted to see if you can clarify what you understood to be the request.
The clarification is that a cap just merely be applied to their community. Whether that's 2%, 5%, it's really up to your discretion.
Okay.
They're not worried about what's currently existing. It's just the fear of more.
Okay. So some kind of cap commensurate with what we're doing in other areas would be what they're asking for. Okay, great. And then the Good Neighbor Guide, this may be just a function of me reading it as someone who's less versed at reading it than you. Like, you've looked at it a million times. The way it reads to me, in addition to what we talked about earlier, where I think it should be required of every STR, but in addition to that, the way it reads to me is almost like this is advising the neighbors of how to be a good neighbor, but what I believe to be the intent is that it's being distributed to the neighbors to show I'm giving my STR short-term tenants or visitors this information on how to not be a jerk to the neighbors. That's the intent, right? Okay, because it reads like this is for the neighbors. Like, here's how to be polite with traffic etiquette towards our short-term renters. So I do understand that. I think the language just maybe needs the slightest shift to make it clear that that'll also be distributed to every.
We can add some language to it to identify
Perfect.
what it's for. Yeah.
Okay, and it doesn't say in there that you shall give it to every renter, which I think maybe it does and I missed it. But anyway, that's important to me. To put a finer point on the tax thing, I know that's a conversation we're not going to get into today. A different department, different process. We do need to identify some process steps there. But I just wanted to point out as part of our conversation, I looked at VRBO, Airbnb, Vacasa, and HipCamp, which are the four, there are more, the four that kind of came to the forefront for me. HipCamp does have some like structures that are rented, so it's not just camping sites. And they all seem to do it a little bit differently. So while some of them may be remitting kind of a bulk tax amount already, some of them are like, you have to enter the tax and verify it yourself. Sometimes it's like the tax goes to the owner after you collect it via the site, and then you're responsible for remitting it. So it's very different for each of those, and I think that's part of why we do need to spend some time clarifying. But I do just want to reiterate that my proposal was that we put something in there saying, like, you shall be responsible for tax. We just don't have that as part of this ordinance. So I'd like to ensure that's in there. And then I have a number of comments in here that I'm kind of annotated around both the idea of the 3 months, the 3 months on page 4, where it says a residence which is rented out on a short-term basis for less than 3 months. The cap doesn't count, but it'll still be considered a short-term rental. I understand that that was intended in part to address like student rentals, how, students sometimes aren't there for 2 or 3 months in the summer. I would kind of prefer that be spelled out not in months but in days, and I personally would prefer it be 60 days consecutive rather than, if you kind of parcel out 3 months throughout the year, that's actually kind of a lot of days. So if the intent is that to cover a couple months once a year, then I'm perfectly fine with that provision. And then I know Mike brought up something that we talked with John about a little bit beforehand around people who would like to rent their own personal home out. And maybe this kind of goes into that same provision of no more than 60 days a year or no more than 90 days a year. But if that could be somehow considered separately, if you kind of in the more traditional old school sense of a lot of these platforms came about from people wanting to go on vacation themselves and let someone else rent their house or that kind of thing. So I wondered if there's consideration of that and what language might make sense there.
I think that fits well under the current temporary provisions that we have. If, because we'd still want to know that rental is occurring, even though if it is for just a couple weeks. So we could embellish what's there, and depending on the pleasure of the board, identify the number of days, and then give a little bit more of a robust discussion of the circumstances in which that would apply.
Okay. And then the last item, I swear my last item for now, is the TPZ land. So we talked about with John the idea of farm stays, and to me, TPZ land has great value in their kind of agricultural resource lands, but to me that's not a farm stay. So I kind of concur that that should be considered separately, and the whole kind of discussion about whether a structure is ancillary to the use or not, I kind of feel like just TPZ lands are not the same as a farm stay, unless those are licensed cannabis operators, a handful of which are on TPZ land. So I would say I'd like to see a modification where TPZ land is not included unless people have a licensed cannabis operation for a farm stay.
Yeah, Supervisor Bushnell.
So TPZ lands can be, mixed. I'll use my ranch as an example. It's ranch land and TPZ lands, and has, so I'm a little unclear what you're saying.
Okay, I should clarify. So if there aren't farm type operations on the property, I don't know that I would consider it a farm stay. So I don't know how we get to that, but I'm sure other counties have looked at this issue with respect to designating something a farm stay. But if you're just going and renting someone's house that is on TPZ land without an active farm, and I think this is what Mike was bringing up earlier, I don't see that as a farm stay.
So you would, just to clarify, because most in unincorporated areas are TPZ ags, they coincide a lot. And so if it had pigs, goats, and chickens, that would be a farm stay? I'm a little unclear.
Yeah, this might be something that we look into what other communities have designated as farm stays. I imagine this is not uncommon in rural California, but to me, if there's an active farm of some kind that you're seeing, like that's the idea of a farm stay, is you're learning about a farm, right? Then I could see there being a farm stay, but if that's not present, then that doesn't just seem to meet that requirement.
John, do you have a clarification on that, please?
Well, I don't, but we're just going to have to kind of parse this and decide what the board's pleasure is with. I hear clearly that farm stays in relationship to farming activities are appropriate and desired. I'm hearing that in TPZ land, and unless there's something else going on there, it's being questioned. But Chair, if I could be so bold as to offer, a lot of the conversation is going back and forth from section to section.
Yeah, and I was going to say, and this is the last thing I'm going to say, I'd love to see it be able to hand it down, but we had 400 people attend extensive meetings in all our areas and 4 planning commission meetings, and it was passed unanimously. So I think that is a direct relation. It's not, I'm not worried about anything that's in here. I guess I should be more worried or want to hear myself. But I think the people, and I think we should have a little faith in our planning commissioners, because we've got some pretty bright people. I don't think they want us to dive into, do they have a chicken or not, if it's on TPZ and ag. I mean, even a farm stay can allow something, but it doesn't mean we can't say you can't stay here unless you come milk a cow. The option is there. But what I'm trying to say is the reason there's nobody here is, you know, and Andy's a good point. I don't mean to pick on Andy. He got up here because he has STRs. He worried about the one little issue. But besides that, he said they did a great job. That's why we don't have a lot of people here. Now, if we're going to want to change a lot of things, and our idea is to get a lot of people here and spend more time on it, but we can change anything going down the line as this goes, because we haven't had any of this. We haven't had any of this. And as far as checking to see if these people are doing short-term rentals and everything else, it's really easy. You go on Airbnb, go on all the different sites, and you look who's registered, you pull up the area, and you go. But with that being said, we got delivered a pretty darn good document, a really good document, and then we're all wanting to change it a little bit. And I don't know if it really needs to be changed that much. I don't need to know if we need to bring it back 2 or 3 times, because I'm pretty proud of the time, effort, and the community involvement and what the Planning Commission brought to us. And that's just me. I'm not trying to shirk my responsibilities, but I'm just saying there's people on that Planning Commission that are a hell of a lot smarter than I am, and they put a lot of time and effort in on this.
Through the chair, what do you want to do for process on this? Because I do feel like there are, I mean, I want to say, like, a lot of questions have been answered for me. I'm not as, like, I don't think I feel like I have a real issue around the high fire stuff at this moment. I think that's you addressed that through the CEQA question that I had, so I don't want to, like, freak people out about that. So that I do think that the 60 days is relevant. I do think that there's a few other things in here, sort of like to kind of getting better key in on the farm stay stuff, which I think we could do without too much issue. And honestly, I'm just so, we've been doing this meeting since 9 a.m. We've had 2 10-minute breaks. So I can't even remember what I've talked about now at this moment. I'm just like kind of a little, just really, seriously. So I wouldn't mind sort of a break on this discussion. I mean, till a date certain or uncertain, and then bring it back and we can, refine what you've heard about today and kind of get this out. I do agree with Supervisor Bohn. Like, the work that's been done on this has been good. That doesn't mean we don't do our jobs. And I'm not saying that Supervisor Bohn's saying don't do our jobs, but I'm saying some of us are going to want to get into this a little bit more than others, and I think we're going to do that. But that's just my opinion. I wouldn't mind getting back to this at some other time. Yeah, I'm kind of done, frankly, in this analysis for today myself. We've been doing this
For 7 hours.
7 hours, yeah, 2 10-minute breaks. That's a lot. Yeah, this isn't the only subject we've been getting into. I know Supervisor Bohn doesn't think that there's any intellectual energy expended to do these things, but there is. And
Maybe I don't have any to expend.
And some of us need to, process some stuff, and we operate differently. That's just my opinion. You all can do something.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Do you want to say something, Director Ford?
Well, I was just going to offer that, we've taken a lot of notes. I think we've heard you. I think we can bring back options for you to consider, and write in there. And then it would be a matter of continuing to a date certain. One of the things that, as I look at the calendar, I'm struggling with is that you're dark for 2 weeks in February, and I've been late with board reports and have frustrated Nikki the last 2 weeks. So I don't want to try to go for a really quick turnaround and do it again on her.
Well, I wanted to say that, when this first came out, everybody was kind of up in arms, and I do concur that what Supervisor Bohn said, one of the things was the fees. We had heard $3,500 and now it's $135. And I just think that you guys have really done a lot of work with the Planning Commission and the community. I haven't heard, tons of concerns from my district like I did in the past. And so I really do, think that questions I asked were clarifying questions that I had gotten. And I think that the ordinance is a good one that you guys all worked really hard on. With the community, with the Planning Commission. I know it was 4 Planning Commission meetings. Just really want to say thank you because I feel you addressed a lot of the concerns with the community and the community's input. And I saw the changes, you came with a draft ordinance and then it kept moving and changing and a new one would come. And so it just really, like Supervisor Bohn says, you guys worked really hard on addressing concerns and keeping it feasible financially and doing those things and really addressing those concerns. So I don't have concerns with this ordinance the way it is. I wanted to ask clarifying questions, which I did. And I think the taxation thing is something that's going to come back. So I am okay.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I did forget one thing I was going to address was the question around the enforcement fee. It's not just about a fee that is, I will say, it's when the reason they do this in other places isn't about punishing people necessarily about doing things. It's really about providing some resource to protect everybody. I mean, it's like basically saying I pay taxes and the police never come to my house. Well, that's great. The idea is, in this case, is that there is an enforcement fee so that as a community of short-term rental owners, there is the ability to enforce within that. We have capacity that we have a resource to do that, and so that it protects everybody, not just. So I'm just putting it out there. That's one of the reasons why you've seen it in other ordinances, and I wanna, if we're gonna come back and talk about this again, I wanna just put that on the docket, what that might look like, because I think it has function. So that's.
Supervisor Royal.
Thank you. And I think that our general plan acknowledges that there are a lot of, implementation measures related to TPZ land that are important that we haven't gotten to. There's quite a bit in there under implementation measures around, various TPZ lands. But I do also know from, that, we're talking about the restriction to growing and harvesting timber and compatible uses to that in exchange for taxation related to those restrictions and use. Now, obviously, people would be paying the appropriate taxes on their on their vacation rental, their short-term rental. But to me, it's a bigger question about whether the use for a different business purpose on TPZ lands is appropriate. And I think that's a worthwhile conversation to have. Perhaps that's something we can, maybe we can move forward with most of this and put a pin in that and come back to it later. But I do think it's a worthwhile question because it's a very different type of use than growing and harvesting timber and, getting those associated benefits related to taxation. So I just think it's, if we're going to have a conversation about TPZ lands, maybe that's also a great time to take up some of these implementation measures. But it doesn't, it's certainly not exclusive to growing and harvesting timber if you're bringing people in for visitor services, essentially.
But yeah, I don't think, anyway. All right, I'm going to pick a date to move this. Let's pick a date to move this forward because I just, you guys have found, the Planning Commission found that the way it sits now, it's consistent. You don't have any idea how many are on TPZ lands that are just strictly TPZ, no ag.
We'll try to assess that.
Yeah, I think we're splitting hairs. I feel, but again, I've been wrong. I don't have the, what'd you call it? Education? No. What I don't have, the education to get tired, I guess. I just used to working long hours. With that being said,
your next regular meeting is February 27th.
Do you want me to make a motion?
Well, next week, the staff report's already 2 weeks late.
Yeah. So February 27th, and I don't want the world reinvented. I just want, because I still think we got a perfect document that I feel like we're trying to change things because we're finding ways to change things. And
Could I offer this? Could we continue to February 6th? We will not provide a long analysis in the staff report, but we will bring it back verbally.
For what?
For February 6th.
Oh, okay. I'll make a motion to continue and bring back what staff has heard reflected today from supervisors on February 6th. Time set or no?
I would love a time set.
Can we?
Yeah. I will let you know.
Okay.
I'm going to caution around that because I have to get out of here on February 6th to go to Coastal Commission meeting. So I don't know what
time sets at 4 o'clock then.
Yeah, thanks. so I'm just saying, I'm going to be very blunt about that. And I don't know what else is. We have a lot of stuff we may be doing.
So you want me to change the date to February 27th?
If you want, or
we've gone this long without it. I think
we could do it on March 5th. If you want.
I'll make a motion to continue till March 5th.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Unless something else comes up.
Does somebody?
Are you seconding that, Mike?
With the intention that we get this thing done and outdoor, and I do think we are fine tuning this. So.
Is that a second?
Yeah, that's a second.
It's been moved and seconded.
Are we ready for the roll call? Didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Okay, Chair Bohn, we'll start with you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
J3, the Eel Russian River Commission.
75 minutes for.
Sure. What do you got for us, Hank?
Good afternoon.
Hank Seaman, Public Works Deputy Director. This item relates to the Eel Russian River Commission and the status of the Potter Valley Hydroelectric Project. Back on December 5th, your board asked for this item to come back for discussion on the current status of the commission and other recent developments. So with that, I've got a few slides. So what's shown here is a map of the Eel River watershed, and it covers over half of southern Humboldt, and then it expands into Mendocino, Trinity, Glenn, and Lake County. And the main stem of the Eel River goes up 81 miles through Humboldt, and then up at River Mile 158 is the Potter Valley Hydroelectric Project. And so that's where there's 2 dams that are owned by PG&E, and it diverts water from the Eel River to the Russian River to generate electricity, where it has until the last few years. This is a picture of the lowermost dam where the water is diverted. And then this is a picture of Scott Dam that creates the storage reservoir, which is Lake Pillsbury. And so that facility was built over 100 years ago, and when its federal license came up for renewal, there was a lot of discussions about the impacts on the Eel River, and that led to the creation of what was called the Eel Russian River Commission, which is a joint powers authority, and it was formed by 4 counties, Humboldt, Mendocino, and then Lake and Sonoma. So that was in 1978. So that commission is a separate entity. It has a board of directors, and there's a member from each county, which is a designated supervisor on the board of directors. And that was formed during a period when there was a lot of discussion about the effects on the Eel River, the need for more communication and coordination among the affected counties. And it was envisioned as an organization that could provide some watershed-based planning and management. In practice, it really served as a forum for discussion among the 4 counties regarding PG&E's operations and adjustments to minimize impacts on the eel. So it was meeting quarterly for almost 40 years, and then really its role started to no longer be directly relevant, and it had its last meeting in 2019, and it's really not currently active. And so there's not an urgent need to assign a board member to serve on the Eel Russian River Commission. We don't expect a meeting to be convened in the near future. But I also want to just briefly review where we're at with the Potter Valley project, and this will lead to a recommendation. So PG&E, which owns the 2 dams and the diversion facilities, they plan to remove the dams and restore a free-flowing river. And this is a really huge development for the Eel River. It's coming on the heels of the initiation of removal of dams on the Klamath River. There's still work to be done in terms of PG&E will need to develop a specific plan that will need to be approved by Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, and then there'll be detailed environmental review and permitting, and it'll need to be done in a very careful way to minimize impacts to the Eel River. But that's moving in the right direction. In addition, water users from Sonoma and Mendocino are seeking to continue water diversions through the tunnel of that facility during the winter. And they seek that to augment their water supplies on the Russian River side. So, there have been major developments, I would say, over the last 5 years, kind of starting in 2018. And back in that year, your board adopted a resolution which articulated the county's position overall, just as these deliberations were getting started. And that resolution was in the staff report as an attachment. And just kind of fast forwarding to the present, or at least end of last year, In August of last year, there was a conceptual proposal that was submitted by Sonoma, Mendocino, and Round Valley Indian tribes that requested that PG&E include the provision for winter diversions in their overall plan for decommissioning the facility. So that was a conceptual proposal. And then shortly after that, the director of California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the president of the Round Valley Indian tribes convened meetings with representatives from those entities, plus Humboldt County, plus California Trout, plus Trout Unlimited, to talk about refining that proposal with a vision that this overall enterprise could have co-equal benefits for both the eel and the Russian River Basin. And so Humboldt's had a seat at that table in those discussions. I'd say we were able to influence, working with our allies on the Eel River, the outcome. So there was a revised proposal, still conceptual, in November. And Humboldt, we took a position of conditional support for that revised proposal. And that statement says that our preferred position is that the Eel River water should stay in the Eel River watershed. If water diversions continue, there's conditions. Diversions must be limited to the wet season. The amount and timing must be consistent with restoration of Eel River fisheries. And an Eel River Restoration Fund would need to be established and supported in part by ongoing financial charges, some kind of an assessment on the water diversions. So right now, technical studies are in progress, looking at two very important things. One is what would be the design of that water diversion facility? And number two, what would be the acceptable amount and timing of water diversions? And these are very robust studies being done by very reputable scientists and engineers, and we should be seeing the results of that within the next 1 to 2 months. So at this point, the county will need to see the results of those studies, and we'll need to see more specific proposals before we consider supporting this going forward. And I think our position will be, what is in the best interests of restoring Eel River fisheries? And there's a lot of dimensions to that. And once we get these studies, we'll be able to make a more informed decision. It'll also be important that we consult with our partners. I've been consulting with the chairman of the Wiyot tribe, and we'll want to talk with other stakeholders and let those studies be public and reviewed, and then hear comment on those. But that's coming in the near future. But it would be helpful for staff if the board would consider forming an Eel Russian River ad hoc committee and appoint 2 members. That would be valuable to work with staff just to discuss a lot of the details of this development, and there may be a need for communications with elected officials from other counties, with the leadership of state departments, and just helping kind of guide this overall kind of regional negotiation about this issue. So that's today's recommendation, that basically leave aside the Eel River Russian Commission, but for clarity, form a separate ad hoc committee that could work with staff on advancing our interests on the Potter Valley project. That ends the staff report.
Hank, and if you remember right, they did exactly what we said they were going to do, is they put a proposal together to PG&E and did not include us at all, and called us the day they were submitting it, if I remember right, the Sonoma, Mendocino. And is Marin involved at all, or did they just get some of the water?
Marin is a water user that receives wholesale water from Sonoma Water.
Okay.
So yeah, back in August, there was that initial conceptual proposal from the 3 entities.
They kept us out of it. Didn't even tell us till the day they submitted it. Or they called us in the morning to say, this is going in, just so you know. And my situation is watching what goes on in the Klamath, and used to have a cabin on the Klamath and everything else. What's going on everybody says the best thing to do is put the water where it's supposed to go. But they're gonna ask for a pretty good chunk of water going through that tunnels. So, you know, so I'm just saying, if we're going to do that, I don't mind sharing the water when it's high and heading out and things like that, you know, as long as we put the straw a little bit higher than it is and they get their water that way. But I'm just nervous about this whole thing because we've got 136,000 people up here, and you throw Sonoma, Marin, and Mendocino in there, and we hear a lot of things, we just don't see it. So this my 2 cents worth, which is exactly worth that. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you, Hank, for the update and you know, your continued information that we've been receiving. I would like to throw my name in for the ad hoc. I would be interested in doing that. A large part of the eel, as you know, goes through southern Humboldt area, and so I'm just throwing my name out there.
Through the chair.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I think we should have an ad hoc. I think I was gonna put a motion on the floor that we have an ad hoc with myself and Supervisor Bushnell. And the reason I'm doing that is because I know that there's some, you know, we have some geography around this, but as a member of the commission that's under the supervision of the Natural Resources Department, and as someone who's been working on issues, I think issues like this, I think it's important that we have a diversity on our ad hoc from a, you know, kind of a landowner and political and environmental perspective. And I think that we'll be stronger with that diversity. And so I'm going to propose that to the board if that seems to be okay.
I'll second that.
Well, golly shucks, I got a lot running through my district, but I'm not that smart, so, okay.
So it says separate from the River Russian Commission, which that you're the chair on, or the.
There's no Russian River Commission.
I understand there is, because it hasn't been done away with yet. So I was curious on that. Could be direct staff to return to the board with an agenda item if there is a proposal to convene or terminate the Eel Russian River Commission. Does that need to be part of the motion?
I think for clarity, staff was trying to make a distinction between the Eel Russian River Commission as a JPA with a board of directors and then an ad hoc committee with 2 board members that could work with staff, because I think there's been some confusion in the past about the commission and its representation. I'm not sure if, I think most recently Supervisor Bohn was on that commission, but it hasn't met in 4 years. So I don't know if that, you know, really technically needs to be updated every year, but at this point it's kind of a moot point.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. And I think we all probably have a compelling reason, geographically, expertise, relationships to be on this. I kind of foresaw that we might all want to do this. I can appreciate, you know, having a supervisor whose district really includes a lot of the eel and someone who, you know, has technical expertise that's, you know, that's applicable as well. So anyway, recognizing, and also that, you know, I have in this cycle been appointed to more boards than I previously was, and I'm still adjusting to that. So I'm not gonna fight for this seat, but I can appreciate the proposal that's on the table, and I imagine we all have something to bring to this, and I'll care very much about this. So I know that any actions taken on the board's behalf will come back to the full board anyway. So this would be a good group to keep tabs on it and advise, but also, you know, I think it's clear that we're all very interested in this and we want to make decisions about any actions taken.
And through the chair, I want to say Supervisor Bohn's statement here is spot on and reflects our board position, which is also in our earlier agenda item for the legislative agenda. I think we're in unison. I think it's a great position paper, or position statement that we have. Thank you for helping us get there. So I think we just need to powerfully negotiate on behalf of the Eel River watershed, because as, again, Supervisor Bohn is very clear about, and I think he's really correct, is that there are powerful interests that are in alignment for wanting those resources in another watershed. And we're going to just have discussions about the challenges and the benefits and the impacts of all those options. And I, again, super appreciate your efforts on this. Has been invaluable. So.
Public comment?
I feel I'm going to disagree. I think that if this was the Mad River, I would want to have Mike Wilson and Steve Madrone. Trinity River, possibly the same. Klamath River, possibly the same. In this case, I would strongly recommend that Michelle Bushnell and Rex do it for a whole bunch of reasons. It's their district. It's affected by them. I strongly support using some of our best skill sets here, and I hope he doesn't get a big head, but Rex does have an ability to work with a lot of people that would be working there through his relationships that he's developed. And I personally feel he would be the best one to sit at the table and represent the needs there along with Michelle Bushnell. So hopefully you will take that into consideration. You're not going to get a lot of public input on that, but it's a strong feeling that the people, you all represent the whole county. I think our best tools in there would be that. And on the other hand, Steve Madrone also has great negotiating skills and being able to put together coalitions and work with people. I think all of us agree that water needs to stay there. But I strongly suggest that Rex, having been chair of the other committee, having the institutional knowledge, working relationship on this, that we don't need to reinvent the wheel, that we move forward with Supervisor Bushnell and Supervisor Rex Bohn as far as your ad hoc. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Nikki, do we have anybody online?
No, Chair Bohn, we don't.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Call for the vote.
Thank you, Chair Bohn. Supervisor Madrone?
No.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
And Chair Bohn?
Sure, yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-1.
Roads and all them good things. J4, right?
J2.
J2, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Chair Bohn, members of the board. Tom Matson, Director of Public Works. First, I will defer to County Council if we've got the correct wording, or does this need to be read into the record?
The ordinance does not need to be read into the record.
Thank you. Before you is a ordinance moving forward several safety items on the county roads, stop signs, class 1 bike lanes, speed limits, and boulevard stops. A couple of the items have come from you, board members. They've been languishing for quite a while, but we're finally able to move them forward. Many of the others are simply cleanup of what's out there on our existing system. One thing I do want to note and highlight is the change in CHP enforcement. We no longer have to do radar surveys on our residential streets that we post as 25 as allowed by state law. There's one reason you see the change on Redway Drive, because that has bounced back and forth several times as the community's concerned about speeding, and when we do a reader survey, so CHP can enforce it, and then everybody wants to go back to 25. So that will eliminate that problem in the future. With that, I think the staff report is pretty clear on the reasoning for every single one of those, so unless you have any other questions, I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Supervisor Madrone?
I would move approval of J2 as recommended by staff.
I'll second, but I did want to have, there was a recent bill, I can't remember the name of it. Well, actually, I'm thankful for our support for the bill that actually you just referenced that made it so we didn't have to do these surveys, these radar surveys in order to lower speed limits. Good job, everybody, and all the municipalities that fought for that. So that's really great. But then also there was a bill that has, that I think was passed, that has a setback for
crosswalks.
Yeah, and yeah, can you speak to that? And
Yes.
Will this address that, or is that coming
This
up?
does not address that at this time, but that could come forth in the future. Basically, the state says that we can no park with local ordinance 20 feet within the distant from each side of a crosswalk, which is a very, very good thing for visibility, especially where children are crossing.
This is another one of those places where, I'm just putting it out there, where local government sort of has been failing on this, and just because it's always controversial when you pull those back and take away parking lots and then all these things that the state basically is good cop, bad cop, basically. They bad copped this forward, and so I'm hoping to see that come forward, and thank you for that update, and I super applaud you on all this work and I love these updates. You just kind of keep rolling them in, so thank you.
Supervisor Rowe?
So we're talking about Assembly Bill 413, which I believe the governor did sign kind of late in the legislative cycle last year. So I'm curious. I was excited about this one. This was not on my radar as much as it should have been. But what do you think? I know it's not on the agenda for today, but since it's related to an update to traffic regulations that we are under obligation to make, what's the time frame of that coming back to us?
I could get that back within probably a month or two if I don't bundle it with anything else, and it will cause some controversy, so we'll want to make sure we air it and are very transparent about what we're going to do and where we're going to do it.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'll take public comment now.
I always really appreciate when Tom's bring these forward. Everything he seems to do is fact-based, and I'm so pleased to see the speed limit now where we have the ability to do what's right. Everybody knows 25 means 35, 40 means 50, and your 50 miles is 65. That's where everybody drives, so it's good to at least set these bars low. A project that was mentioned to me, which may be coming forward in the future, was a request to have the speed limit, I think it's Blue Lake Boulevard that goes out past Patriot out there, turning into City of Blue Lake. When that comes forward, it's kind of interesting. We have an engineered project in which we are required to go ahead and transition, I guess, the people from the bike lane along there from the county road into the city, where the bicyclists will be put up on the sidewalks on a 5-foot, thereabouts wide sidewalk. Don't know how that's going to work out. It's unfortunate we're in that position by some very poor engineering, but I do trust all the engineering Tom does. It's always a pleasure to see him come forward with these projects and reflect your interest. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Chair Bohn, there are no callers in Zoom.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. You want to?
I sure will. Okay, we'll start with you, Chair Bohn.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
And Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now go to appointment of board members to various boards, commissions, and consider amendments and updates to the protocol for board supervisor appointments. I believe both number 4 and 5 go to the clerk of our board, Tracy D'Amico.
Hi,
Hey.
best for last. So the first item before you is the appointment of the various boards and commissions that you all sit on. This is an item that's coming back to the board because there was still some questions about a couple of the items on there. The items in question were the recommendation for keeping the committee on the calendar for the Eel Russian Commission. You heard from Hank earlier today. There was no decision on that, so we'll just leave it as standing. The next one would be for the Klamath Basin Coordination Committee.
Tracy, I think the committee hasn't met in 4 years. I think we could make a consensus to drop that because we've been booted. Can we do it that way, or what do you, I mean, what's that?
It's still technically in place, and on Hank's recommendation, one of the last recommendations, number 4, was if there was a proposal to either terminate or convene, that it could have been discussed, but that wasn't captured. So
I didn't realize that was an option, but we can, okay.
So that one will just stay as is on the final approval of that list. So the other 3 that we were looking at was the Klamath Basin Coordination Committee, and the recommendation is to keep the committee in place for calendar year 2024 with Supervisor Madrone as the member and Supervisor Wilson as the alternate. And the other one was the Trinity River Basin Fish and Wildlife Subcommittee, and the recommendation for that is to keep the committee in place for 2024 with Supervisor Madrone and Supervisor Wilson as the members. And the last recommendation is to approve the remainder on the list as noted.
Can I, through the chair, ask a question?
Please.
And this is actually a question of Supervisor Madrone. Which one of these have we been talking with, you know the one I'm talking about, like under which headline is this that we've been doing the water discussions?
So all 3 of these basins have had evolving coordinating committees and things like that, all 3 of them.
Yeah.
I don't know about the Klamath Basin Coordinating Council. That hasn't met since I've been on the board in 5 years. And, you know, Supervisor Arroyo's involved with the nonprofit board. I'm involved with the signatories of that group, the Klamath Basin, what's it called, Natalie? Klamath Basin, RMC, anyway.
The Klamath Hydroelectric Settlement, Revised Hydroelectric Settlement Agreement signatories.
Yes, thank you very much. I knew you would know that. So this coordinating council has not met in the 5 years I've been on here. And I think it's a thing of the past too. And we could perhaps get some clarification for that. Supervisor Arroyo, could you talk to your board and see if they know anything about it?
About the Klamath Basin Coordinating Committee?
Yes.
I will certainly ask, I'll ask our director and get back to you.
Great, thank you. On the Trinity Basin Fish and Wildlife Subcommittee, it's gone. It doesn't exist anymore, so we can cancel that one from our list. I did get that confirmation.
So
that's a change from
the Trinity River
Basin Fish and Wildlife Subcommittee is gone.
Okay, if we could include that in the motion, that would be great.
Okay. So cleaning up old stuff.
And if we do move forward with the Klamath Basin Coordinating Committee, I would move that Supervisor Arroyo is either I guess it would be the alternate on that minimally, because I think that would be appropriate considering her position on the Klamath Basin restoration, blah, blah, blah.
Supervisor Arroyo?
On that one, let me just make sure that that's not a bit of a conflict. I can't imagine that it would be, but I'll ask about that when I ask about whether they're meeting. I did want to make one more update, though, just for the awareness of the board. This is it's related to our appointments for the year. So I was appointed to the Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Commission, which I do plan to continue to serve on. After talking with the chair of that commission, I realized that that's more of like a liaison role. And to be a commissioner, you do have to go through a process of having approval from the court. And they're having trouble getting a quorum, so I am willing to serve as a commissioner and go through that process. And after checking with council, it didn't sound like that was going to be an issue, as long as they're willing to appoint me. But then that would be a 2-year appointment. So I haven't been formally appointed yet, but when I do, I'll let Tracy know. And it doesn't sound like people were clamoring for that one. So as long as this board is okay with me pursuing that and having that 2-year appointment, and I'd certainly let our staff know about the update. So
Perfect.
thanks.
I would offer that when there's a motion on this, that's amended on that last column as 2-year appointment.
You're making the amendment, making the motion?
I move to approve these changes that we talked about here today. So there you go.
So we're going to be removing the Klamath, we're going to be keeping the Klamath Basin as is, removing the Trinity River Fish and Wildlife, and leaving the Eel Russian River as is until further notice. Is that correct? Thank you.
Sure. Public comment? Seeing none?
Not quick enough, Rex. First thing I want to define smart. There's two kinds of smart. One's book learning and one's common sense. Rex, you have the common sense, and that trumps book learning anytime. I have no problem with Supervisor Bohn or Chair Bohn, quote unquote. I think there's couple terms. One is trespassing and the other is poaching into other people's districts. If Rex decides he wants to be working on the Klamath or the Trinity River, I guess that's all fine now. Strongly support common sense being used on a lot of these things rather than just quote unquote, I happen to be an engineer or whatever we happen to be. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today. 5 o'clock, it looks like we're going to probably make it out of here by 5 o'clock. Congratulations.
No speakers in.
Seeing nobody online, I'll bring it back to the board. Take a vote. Nick?
Thank you. Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Tell us why, Scott.
Was there a second?
I thought
I
Supervisor
second.
Royal
Yeah,
seconded it.
Yes, I seconded it.
Oh, you're
No,
right.
I'll second it.
Mike made it. Joey seconds.
Hang on just.
I certainly, I think I did, but honestly, I'm not remembering.
Okay. I just didn't want Scott to be confused.
Would have been confusing later for me.
No second required or no second?
No, it's.
We're documenting that no second was required, which is not the case. We
It's not.
which is. Did you read that and like, that's where you got, yes.
It has been moved and seconded now.
Well, hang on, because now I got to fix the system.
Nice job, Tracy. That was quick.
Let's just do this again. Supervisor Wilson made the motion. Supervisor Arroyo seconded the motion to approve with the changes discussed. Correct?
Yes.
I'm making it simple right here. There. Okay, let's try this again. Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Chair Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
With that,
Last item.
we did it.
So the next item before you is amendments to the updated protocol for the board's supervisor appointments. I just wanted to be clear that there's often confusion about the two lists. So the first list is what we just discussed, which is what the board sits on and is appointed to. And the second list is what the board appoints to, which is the list we're going to review now with the protocol. This protocol has not been updated for the last year, and so we do have a few modifications and changes that we would like to discuss with you. On attachment A, which is the primary list of boards and commissions that you currently appoint to, which is 26 in total, we're asking that you remove, we are asking for no removals, but we are asking for direction to direct economic development to present an update on the Project Trellis Commission. This commission has been on hold due to the suspension of the Measure S taxes, and the remainder of the list is consistent with last year, so there are no new additions. And then the next change we're looking at is reviewing the protocol for how you make appointments. There's been some comments and some back and forthing about these items. So in section 3, when a board appoints as a body, we're adding a new paragraph which reads, when the consent item will come to you entitled Notice of Vacancy. Once that gets approved, a copy of that item will be sent to the CAO's office, to the Public Information Officer. And Kati and I have been working on releasing press releases for vacancies through the various ADA compliant social media platforms to help recruit applicants. So every time a vacancy notice is noticed on consent from our department, it goes to Kati. She will be putting out a press release to try to generate. In section 4, when you make an appointment by the board, we're adding, if no applications have been received within the initial 4-week acceptance period, a new consent item will be added to the scheduled appointment date, will be re-noticed for that vacancy. So now when there is a vacancy, it's posted, such as you saw today for the planning commissioner. That stays open for 4 weeks. It gives you a date certain of when that item will come back for appointment consideration by the board. So if in 4 weeks there are no applications on file, right now it's been kind of a lull of what to do with that item, to keep recruiting, to bring it back to the board, and it sometimes gets pushed out too far and when commissions need quorums. So we're asking that when that happens, it will automatically trigger another consent item, pushing it out for 4 weeks. We'll be giving you the update that we're still recruiting. We have no applications on file. The last, section 5, we're also going to be adding that we are sending a release of the review of vacancies. Right now comes back every quarter to you, which lists everybody that will expire within the 30-day period and any existing vacancies. We communicate that to you not only on the agenda, but in email. And now that is also going to the CAO's office, to the Public Information Officer, and she's putting together a press release that goes out in the various ADA formats. There have been some requests that we do other type of outreach, and we're just working on that, being very cautious, because some things that come in flyer format or in emails or different types of PDFs, they do not fit the county's ADA requirements. And so we can't just copy and paste those recruitments that come into us. So we're being very mindful about what is allowed as far as our structure. And then lastly, in section 6, we want to add new information about the clerk of the board will collect all applications throughout the year for any various committees, commissions, and boards. The applications will be considered for 1 calendar year after the date is received. These applicants will be contacted if any vacancies occurred as to assure their consideration for appointment. In addition, so those are the sections that we're looking to change in the protocol. There has been some comments from public recently to the clerk of the board that posting a vacancy and letting it sit for an at-large member for a month is can be hard for commissions, because that's a long period of time, and that perhaps we should notice prior to those vacancies to collect application to close that gap. So we did reach out to some of the other clerk of the board's offices throughout the state, and while there is a 7-day period that is required, it's the general consistent consideration that that seat is not vacant until the term expires on their date. So currently, we post that vacancy on the closest meeting to that term end. So for instance, this morning, the Planning Commission term doesn't end until tomorrow, but we posted it a week before. You've seen assessment appeals where they expired 5 days after the board that the vacancy was posted. So the clerk of the board's office right now is using our discretion within that 7-day period, but if the board wishes to make a change on that, we could consider that. It's the general consistent, until that is an expiration, it shouldn't be posted as a vacancy. You're noticed in the quarterly report that those are coming up and that is going to happen. So, but it is the board's discretion. Let's see, on attachment B, these are the various boards and commissions that fall under a recommendation protocol that skips the typical protocol for the board because they have special recommendations on how these commissions make appointments. In the past, we've just listed those committees, and what we've done to add clarity and transparency to the general public is now we're showing how those recommendations come. So for instance, number 2 would be Big Lagoon Subdivision. We've just added that the recommendation is submitted by the 5th District Supervisor to the clerk of the board for appointment. And let's say the Public Property Leasing Company, those recommendations are submitted by the Tax Treasurer Office. So there are 10 listed on the attachment B, which fall out of the protocol that we just bring to you, typically on consent for appointment. And then lastly, in this agenda item, you will see the samples of, in the appendix of what the agenda items look like when they come to your board. So with that, if there's any questions or updates that you would like.
So as Bushnell.
I just was looking through this list, and the law library reappointments are recommendations by the current Board of Trustees. Can you, we've just been hearing a lot. I'm curious. Number 6.
Sure. So the law library is appointments by the board, and typically we have put that off of the regular protocol because they are recommended by the Board of Trustees. It isn't, it's just what has happened here in our appointing issues. It is the board's authority, so they send us recommendations. If someone is a vacancy and they don't have recommendations, I think it happened like 4 years ago, we collected applications and then you all made those appointments. So for a reappointment, like if those members want to continue to serve, they just send a letter saying they expire every year, they still would like to continue to serve,
Okay.
We're recommending it. If it's a new appointment, then this board appoints.
Okay, and so that looks like 1 through 10, that's recommendations are submitted like by Supervisor Madrone for 5th District and then okay through the board, right? Like for number, I'm just getting in my head.
Yep.
Comes to the board for approval.
Yeah, so
like on
these-
consent, probably.
Yeah, these would
Okay.
come through on consent either from, typically from the clerk of the board.
Okay.
And so we would just reference, Supervisor Madrone is the appointed authority for ORIC design.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you for that clarification.
Supervisor Rowe.
I'd love to get your thoughts on whether there'd be any utility in saving applications for 2 years, just depending on like kind of where in the year in the term they apply. I know that is a bit more work potentially for staff, but it makes me wonder if they apply, kind of towards the beginning of a time frame where someone else was appointed for a year term, it could just, I wonder if that could increase our pool of applicants potentially.
Sure, we can do that. It's all electronic. I mean, we're in the habit now and we're working on updating our actual applications to be fillable online. That's something that Kati is also helping us with at the CAO's office, and we can keep them for however long. It just seems that most applicants are very timely about what they're interested in at a certain time, but it's not an issue. If you would like 2 years, we can change that for sure.
Well, didn't we used to save them all and then you'd call the old ones to see if they were still interested? I remember you'd call some people 3 and 4 years
Yes.
later. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I was. All right. Everybody happy? Thanks, Tracy. Nice job. Public comment, please.
again, not maybe book smarts, but common sense. City of Blue Lake, we have the same problem you have, is filling all these commissions. So we've been working really hard, a group of us, to keep the Maddie list current. We don't have such a long one as you folks do. I think there's 5 commissions in Blue Lake, but they're kept current monthly, and then they're put out on the bulletin board. The ones that are vacant are highlighted in yellow. The ones that, what we have this time, not including the Planning Commission, which terms out in I think in June, the City of Blue Lake, with the vacancies they have, and the ones that are terming out January 31st, over 50% of these things will be vacant all at once. And to enable us to get people to understand this and do the outreach to them in advance, I think maybe you would even have a pre-application notification if you can't do it anymore during a time frame, but to get the word out there so all you folks and anybody who wants to go where you have your legal postings and on your websites can see out there, and then you folks can start pushing, because that's how you get these things filled. I see it all these years. You get a hold of somebody and say, hey, would you like to be on this? We really could use you. Rex will lean on, or one of you will lean on somebody to get on there, and that's how it happens. So strongly support what Tracy does and keeping up the Maddie list and calling all those people. It's a lot of work, but it's very important that we put that extra effort into filling all these commissions as best we can. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Well, I know for one that Tracy and her crew are always saying, do you have anybody all the time? So follow-up's great. Seeing nothing else, it's been, do you want to make a motion?
Well, I want to talk about the Planning Commission and the lapse of a month. I think it's a month currently, and how the board feels about that. Just that I have heard comments about having that at-large position vacant for 30 days could be problematic.
Mike? Oh.
What was that, Trace?
Tracy, Mike.
So, were you asking me a question or the board?
It's on the agenda. I'm asking, like, this is the time to do this, and we've had reference to it. Tracy spoke about it today. Is this board wanting to consider changing that before we make a motion for staff recommendation?
Chair?
Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, I know you spoke to this a few minutes ago, but it had always been my understanding that an appointed person stays in that position until we appoint somebody else. That's just not the case, according to what you said earlier.
That
So
is not, that's not for an at-large member. An at-large member is appointed by the seated supervisors. And so their term expires regardless on the date that is set on their agenda. And so that's where the question is kind of coming from. The one thing I will note to Supervisor Bushnell is that we do not limit when people can apply for any of these positions. We take them whenever and store them and then present them. So that is one thing that we do to help alleviate like not having enough applications as well. So when you in January see the update that seat is coming vacant, that's when that triggers the recruitment process. Or at least that's how we consider, at least that's the beginning of trying to receive applications.
So this process for the at-large member changed two years ago with, or?
It's always been.
I remember when it came forward because we changed from, we offset the 2 at-large positions. So it changed it. And when I first was here, got elected, it wasn't done this way, and during that process it got kind of changed up, right?
Just the term dates changed.
Okay.
The process was different originally,
Right.
And but since planning updated and changed those terms, the process has still been the same as far as appointments. The term dates changed, and that's what kind of triggered the trying to get the at-large seated and staggered.
Okay.
So they are now the 2-year term, and they both kind of happened close together because of that.
Okay, and I know that kind of changed things a little bit, so thank you.
Yeah, so if I could finish up. through the chair.
Okay.
Thank you. So we as a board could approve the recommended changes that you've presented to us. Can we also extend the term of the current at-large until the position is filled? We can't do that. That's a state code or something?
Well, that was brought from the planning department, and it is, planning commission is a coded board and commission that has legal requirements, and so it's
So we
not at your
cannot
discretion.
We cannot extend it. So we're where we're at. But we could offer support to the suggestion you made about, in particular with an at-large position, that we start 3 weeks in advance, and we got 7 weeks or 7 days, which I heard you say was kind of a requirement. So could we add that to this list as a future recommendation, or is it already your recommendation?
It's our recommendation. It's the board's discretion. These are your at-large
Yeah.
appointments. So currently, we wait 30 days to calendar that because we
Yeah.
really, the planning commission is an exception because you will get applications for this board and commission. With the majority of these, 2 weeks, 3 weeks is not enough time to get a decent pool. And then what happens is they fall off the agenda and they are vacant for even a longer period of time. So with this process, it's a trigger of the vacancy is posted 4 weeks later, we consider appointment. It's the board's discretion if you wanted to change that.
Okay.
All right.
So a motion to approve the recommendations would be satisfactory?
With adding of the 2 years for applications.
I'd like to see that.
Okay, with that addition, I would move support for staff recommendation with that change.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. I did public comment on this already, I believe.
Yes, we did. Okay, Chair Bohn?
Yep.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
And Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
And we have J1 left? Thanks. Thank you,
That's the
Tracy.
annuitant, right?
We did that one.
We did the annuitant. You were gone.
Okay, great, thank you.
Well, last week we closed. We brought it because he was having a service of Wayne Maples, and I really want to applaud Teen Challenge and their billboard, knowing how people hate lit billboards. But I was moved almost tears the other day coming down Broadway because they had a picture of Wayne with his veteran's hat on and everything else, and served our country, but more so he served this county and gave us a wonderful offspring that are still wondering how his sons and his grandsons are running the company, Wayne Maples Plumbing. So we adjourned last week shortly, but I could go on and on about him, but he was just one of the good guys. I'd call him a good old boy. And with that, I'll adjourn.